The little skeleton creaked as he stood in front of Han Shuo, still waving his bone dagger around like he'd weathered a great battle. The bones of his body were cracked and the 7 boys' spurs on his back seemed a bit dull, perhaps because they had been cutting through things for a long time. Judging from the little skeleton's body condition and current motions, Han Shuo could be certain that the little skeleton had fought with creatures in the other dimension, and he knew clearly that it had been the little skeleton crying out for help earlier. This all seemed rather fantastical. Chapter 192. Chapter 192, Valley of Sunshine. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Some of his bones had been broken, and the little skeleton suddenly seemed at a loss as he slowly stopped waving the bone dagger about. Han Shuo hadn't treated the little skeleton as an ordinary dark creature since the very beginning. From the moment that he began practicing necromancy magic and summoned this little skeleton, he had become Han Shuo's indispensable companion. Before he'd learned how to fight, the little skeleton had released Han Shuo from the drudgery of daily chores and had helped him take out the trash and clean. When Han Shuo had used magical yuan to refine him, the little skeleton was even less of an ordinary summoned creature to him. The former had assumed an essential role whenever Han Shuo met danger in the future, always assisting him in his escape. But now, Han Shuo discovered that the little skeleton had a marvelous connection with him, similar to how he had one with it. Han Shuo had never thought of nor attempted to discover the little skeleton's matters or methods in the other dimension. If he hadn't concentrated his attention this time, he might have missed the little skeleton's cry for help and the little skeleton might no longer exist now. A few traces of guilt grew in Han Shuo's heart when his thoughts traveled down this path. His necromancy magic would have to reach new heights before he would be able to understand what had happened to the little skeleton in the other dimension, and if there were any other existences in that world apart from regularly summoned dark creatures. It was even more impossible for him to communicate with the other beings in the other dimension for the time being. As Han Shuo closed his eyes and attempted to communicate with the little skeleton, he discovered that the little skeleton seemed to have realized that it was in different surroundings. His wildly flailing arms and legs slowed down as his empty eye sockets looked around in confusion, abruptly quieting down when he looked in Han Shuo's direction. Han Shuo could clearly feel the little skeleton's chaotic presence calm down. It was as if the little skeleton realized that the danger was gone with Han Shuo's appearance, that he was truly safe. It was a speechless kind of trust, an innate dependence that was similar to how a naughty child would sob endlessly in front of a fierce beast, but would think his parents would protect him, no matter if his parents actually could or not. A baffling sensation suddenly surged into Han Shuo's heart, making his emotions complex. An exceedingly intricate emotion wrapped around his heart, giving him the illusion for a second that this little skeleton made of bones was like his child. It was a feeling that he never wanted to be apart from the little skeleton. "All right, it's all right now." Han Shuo walked over to the little skeleton very naturally and reached out a hand to stroke the little skeleton's skull, speaking softly in comfort. Han Shuo could clearly feel that this simple word of comfort brought immediate comfort to the little skeleton. "Who are you talking to?" Emily and Phoebe walked out from the tree hole at the same time, with Phoebe out in front. She was a bit jealous when she heard Han Shuo's tender voice, thinking that Han Shuo was speaking to another woman, so she asked before she could even see who it was. But when she saw Han Shuo pat the little skeleton's head benevolently in his tone of soft tenderness, that she'd never heard before, she immediately lost her jealousy and looked a bit oddly at Han Shuo. Since history began, the necromancers of the profound continent only viewed their summoned dark creatures as tools. Phoebe had never heard of a necromancer treating a dark creature as kindly and as friendly as Han Shuo was doing. Therefore, when she saw his actions, her heart was immediately filled with shock. Her thoughts raced as she mused that this little skeleton was likely this amazing because his master also treated him differently. It looked like Han Shuo's mysteries didn't stem from his wondrous martial arts techniques, but rather his methods were indeed a bit different from others. He turned his head to look at Phoebe and Emily with a smile, sweeping his gaze across a stunningly beautiful face and another quietly pretty face. He noted that they seemed to be in good spirits and asked with a smile, Did you guys get a good rest? Yes, we can keep going if that's all right with you. Emily felt that she could levitate again for a while after some meditation, and so she raised this suggestion. The senior executives of the Dark Mantle had to learn of the information she held in her hand as soon as possible. They needed to execute their plan against Bob Asher as soon as possible. As a Dark Mantle member, Emily knew that the timing of action was paramount and that time could have a heaven and earth difference on the results. This was why she was in such a hurry. All right, then let's go. Han Shuo didn't say any incessant chatter, as he grabbed the little skeleton's waist and flashed to where Phoebe was. He reached out another hand and grabbed her soft waist, that was devoid of any fat, flying through the air. The sun was rising again and its rays dyed everything a faint red, adding some color to the silver world beneath it. It was akin to a fair-skinned girl suddenly blushing from shyness. A towering mountain and valley sprawled out beneath them. Some magical creatures, unafraid of the cold, emerged from cover and probed with their sharp claws. Life began to appear in the mountain valley beneath the warmth of the winter sun. Last night's chill was chased out of Emily's body thanks to the effects of the sun. Her beautiful face was upturned towards the warm light as she revealed a sweet smile. She looked with interest at the scene below her, seeming to want to imprint the view into her heart. "It's so beautiful," Phoebe said softly in Han Shuo's grasp as her eyes sparkled. Han Shuo also took a quick glance at their surroundings upon hearing her words, grunting with agreement and then flying forward in silence. Waxing eloquently in front of a beautiful scene was something women like to do. He only wanted to get to the stronghold as quickly as possible and complete his mission. After several more hours and traveling over 2 small mountain valleys, Han Shuo cast his eyes ahead again. The sun was high in the sky at this point and the mountain valley was no longer covered in snow. The ground was clean and neat, with short buildings of all sorts of architectural styles scattered in rows in the small mountain valley. Different-looking humans, orcs, and elves were walking out of their homes onto the clean and neat streets, thoroughly bundled up in an assortment of interesting styles of dress. "We're almost there, let's travel the rest of the way on foot." Emily could easily see this from afar thanks to the bright sunlight. She called out softly in obvious joy. This place was similar to the town of Dral, just a bit more complex. Although there were hotels and places where one could enjoy themselves, the adventurers and merchants within Dral were all basically from the Lancelot Empire and governed by the Empire's soldiers. The adventurers and merchants here, however, were from the Lancelot and Kasi empires as well as the Orc tribes. There were also those from further away, or minorities that called the Kurlan Grand Canyon their home. Of course, such a diverse place was naturally not under the jurisdiction of any single country. The one maintaining order is the greatest power within the Valley of Sunshine. They're in charge of protecting everyone's interests in transactions and preventing the incursion from thieves. In this regard, all 3 countries have their own spheres of influence here. When one side is strong enough to the point where the other 2 have no objections, that sphere will take over in maintaining order and exact heavy tolls from the merchants and adventurers to run this town. However, this status quo isn't set in stone. If another side can prove that they are stronger than the other 2, then the one upholding order will change. Currently, the ones upholding order is the Cairo mercenary band from the Kasi Empire. Emily explained to the other 2 as they landed and proceeded on foot to the Valley of Sunshine. If the ones upholding order act on behalf of their country, then won't that infringe on the rights and profits of adventurers and merchants from other countries? Han Shuo asked after thinking over this briefly. Don't worry, no matter which country they were originally from, they would never act on behalf of their own country when they become the power upholding order. Otherwise, they will be ostracized by all the adventurers and merchants and will never have the right to regain power again. There are no nationalities within the Valley of Sunshine. Not participating in conflicts between countries is the first rule that they must follow. Emily smiled faintly as she explained this to Han Shuo. He nodded to express his understanding, privately thinking that this was quite an interesting place. All sorts of people were here for their own interests. The fees gained from the transactions conducted between the three countries must be quite a sum indeed. Han Shuo naturally wasn't too familiar with these common-sense rules, so Emily and Phoebe took turns in explaining them to him along the way. Han Shuo listened carefully until they reached the border control office of the Valley of Sunshine. High fences of metal were erected here as knights in grey armor patrolled behind them with distant expressions. Han Shuo gleaned from Emily and Phoebe's conversation that these were the members of the Kasi Empire's Cairo mercenary band. It was rather astonishing that there were 2,000 to 3,000 people in this mercenary band. There were experts of all professions who practiced diligently day and night. Their battle strength was even stronger than the standing army of other countries. They had a strict code of conduct and proper division of duties. In the year that they'd been assigned to the security of the Valley of Sunshine, they'd beaten back raids from robbers several times, displaying a competency that the merchants and adventurers within the valley were rather satisfied with. "Where are you three coming from? Do you have passage tokens, or do you need to apply for them now?" A tall, somewhat handsome knight walked over from the metal fences and was quite polite when he saw Phoebe and Emily walk over. A trace of a mesmerizing smile played about his lips as he asked gently. "I'm from the Booze Merchant Guild and they're with me. This is my token." Phoebe's expression was coldly aloof as she took out a token from her space ring, handing it over coolly. The mature knight reached out respectfully to take Phoebe's token and took a close look at it. He handed it back with a smile and said urbanely, "No problem, the Valley of Sunshine welcomes your arrival. Our Cairo mercenary band will ensure your safety and the security of your belongings." Phoebe took out a bag of gold coins and threw it onto a table near the fence with a thunk. She had her usual distant and reserved manner when dealing with outsiders. "Our fees." Phoebe turned to look at Han Shuo afterwards and reached out with her slender, jade hands to wrap them around Han Shuo's arm. The proud haughtiness faded from her face as she smiled. "Let's go, we can go in now." Seeing such a stunning beauty such as Phoebe paid no heed to the men around her and even gave off an aura that rebuffed all attempts to approach her, then suddenly underwent such drastic change in attitude to wait upon Han Shuo immediately drew looks of admiration and envy from the mercenaries. However, those looks changed to ones of odd puzzlement when they saw Han Shuo tug along the little skeleton in his wake. They didn't say anything however, seeming to be used to seeing a lot of weird characters. It didn't seem too out of the ordinary that an adventurer had a dark creature in his wake. Everyone was a bit vain at heart. When he saw the others look at him with such admiration, Han Shuo also felt quite proud. "Phoebe is really showing me some face here. Come on, let's go you." When Emily saw Han Shuo stop where he stood, wreathed in smiles, she knew exactly what he was thinking about and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She snorted in laughter and pushed him from behind. Han Shuo laughed heartily as he crossed through the fence while being subjected to endless looks of envy, walking into the Valley of Sunshine. Chapter 193. Chapter 193, Place of Extreme Water. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo took a stroll around the entire valley and discovered that the Valley of Sunshine was formed by interestingly shaped buildings. These buildings were built from different materials such as durable, grey rocks or wood from 100-year-old trees. Some were round and others pointy with a chimney. It was because so many merchants and adventurers from various countries coexisted here that caused the architectural style to also be heavily influenced in a multitude of different ways. Early in the morning, inhabitants walked out of their homes to shovel away snowfall that had accumulated from the previous night, clearing the space in front of their door. This was also similar to a small city, as there were all sorts of vendors and stalls here, displaying their wares from a variety of countries. These stalls all belong to small merchants. The larger merchants only spend a few days here because they have long since been in contact with their business partners, and are just here to conclude the transactions. It wasn't Phoebe's first visit to the valley. She held onto Han Shuo's arm with her slender fingers and explained in a soft voice. "All right, you guys have fun shopping, I'm going to take care of business first. When you tire later, you can rest in the last store on this street, I'll arrange for someone to meet you there. Emily's thoughts were completely preoccupied by the mission. Nodding, Han Shuo understood that she was quite anxious and said, "Go and take care of business, we'll come find you later." A thought struck Phoebe after Emily left as she suddenly recalled, "Oh right, I haven't had time to collect the materials on the list that you gave me. There are many rarities here from other countries. Why don't we take a look around? Maybe we can find some of the materials you need." Han Shuo finally recalled that he'd once asked Phoebe to help him collect the materials he would need to refine a wood elite zombie. The Yin Demon Cave and Earth Elite Zombie were operating without a hitch back in the Cemetery of Death, but he had yet to obtain all the materials required for the Wood Elite Zombie. Han Shuo readily agreed to Phoebe's suggestion. Thus, Han Shuo followed behind her and started making his way through shops, starting with the first stall. Phoebe was patently very happy to have Han Shuo's companionship. As the leader of a guild, once she started conducting a transaction, she would transform into a very shrewd person. She was able to identify the true price of ingredients that Han Shuo needed amongst the stalls they passed without a flicker in expression. She paid 7,000 gold coins without hesitation just to get Han Shuo a vital ingredient that he had been lacking. When Han Shuo took out his crystal card to pay, Phoebe served him with a fierce glare, saying, "You still have some gold coins stored with me, what are you taking your crystal card out for?" Han Shuo was speechless and decided to stay out of this matter. He continued to stand by Phoebe's side and watched her barter with several merchants with a distant expression. There were indeed many rare materials within the Valley of Sunshine. 2 vendors had stock of black iron ore and black gold ore that couldn't even be found within the empire. There were even a few items, that had been banned by the country's governments, that were openly placed on stalls to attract customers. There were a few strong aphrodisiacs, as well as powder that could melt corpses with a pinch. There were even strong weapons that had just been developed, along with the cores and bones of some strong magical creatures. Everything that one would want could be found here. Some of the owners of the stalls were humans, while others were orcs or elves. There was even an interesting merman laying half-submerged within the water. Because they all used the human language to communicate, there were no barriers of communication. When the two had made a full circuit of the premises, they both felt that this trip had been worth it as some rare materials had gotten added to their space rings. "All right, that's good, let's go meet up with Emily first the day. We can't possibly finish perusing all the stalls in the valley in a single day. As long as we pay particular attention, I think we should be able to collect all the ingredients you need." Phoebe was a bit fatigued after entering more than a dozen stalls and bargaining heatedly with all their owners. She raised this suggestion to Han Shuo after they walked out of the latest stall. The skies over the valley had darkened due to the setting sun, unbeknownst to either of them. The entire valley was cloaked in a red light as dusk began. Han Shuo felt that Emily was most likely done reporting her matters after so much time had passed, and he too was eager to find out how they'd gone. He directed Phoebe to the place that Emily had mentioned when she raised her suggestion. Because he didn't know what danger the little skeleton had met in the other dimension, Han Shuo didn't send the little skeleton back and kept the latter by his side. There were all sorts of unconventional characters within the valley, so Han Shuo didn't stand out that much with a little skeletal warrior by his side. On their way to Emily's predefined place, however, the little skeleton suddenly stopped in front of a stall without moving, its empty eye sockets staring at the door, seemingly attracted by something at that very moment. "What's wrong?" Phoebe also stopped when she saw that Han Shuo and the little skeleton had stopped. She paused and looked back in surprise. Something inside is calling out to him. Han Shuo's expression was quite bizarre as he looked at Phoebe and then shifted his gaze back at the little skeleton. Phoebe had only been a bit confused when her perplexed expression immediately turned into one of shock. She looked around and walked over to Han Shuo when she confirmed that no one was paying attention to them. She looked at the little skeleton with incredulity. "You mean, he has his own thoughts?" Nodding, Han Shuo said firmly, "Yes, I'm sure this is the case. I don't know what's going on either, so don't ask me anything, because I don't know when this happened either. Phoebe was even more befuddled with Han Shuo's words as bewilderment suffused her expression. When she raised her head to look at the store, she exclaimed in surprise. Han Shuo looked back at her for an explanation. Why is it this store? It's not my first time in the Valley of Sunshine, but I've never seen this store open for business. I think that those inside aren't willing to sell anything, otherwise they wouldn't be concealing their front door. This was indeed the case. All the stores and stalls on this broad street strived mightily to invite and attract customers to visit. Only this one covered its front door, like no one was home, and appeared quite at odds with everything else on this street. The little skeleton suddenly walked towards the store without Han Shuo's order. He raised his hand to push open the door. Contrary to his expectations, the door lightly creaked open and revealed a stone-paved hallway. Phoebe blinked and said with some hesitation, "It's against the rules to enter someone's store against their volition. Is there someone inside? Is there someone inside?" Han Shuo nodded and followed behind the little skeleton. He suddenly started talking loudly, as if to ascertain if someone was inside or not. Sadly, he received no response after calling out a few times, and the little skeleton naturally didn't understand what rules were. He hurtled deep into the structure. Spreading out his hands, Han Shuo said, "There's no one in here anyways, it shouldn't matter if we go in and take a look." He turned and shut the door that the little skeleton had opened, casting a glance at Phoebe and taking her by the hand to walk inside. The little skeleton made straight for a round well in the back garden. He stood by the well and looked inside, seeming to be looking at something. When Han Shuo and Phoebe drew close, Han Shuo suddenly felt a frosty, evil presence exuding from the well, as if an enormous demon was inside. "Something's wrong. The temperature is too low here, even I feel a bit cold." Phoebe's body suddenly trembled as she looked at Han Shuo. "That's right, this is a place of extreme water, a place that I need to refine water elite zombies. The thick water chi within has been absorbed by wraiths and transformed them to water demons." Han Shuo was overjoyed. He sensed closely and could clearly feel the thick water chi within and two currents of frosty, sinister water chi. Han Shuo immediately understood that the water elements within were being absorbed by the two water demons. Chapter 194. Chapter 194, Battling the Blood Water Demons. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The round well was so deep that it could hide a person's body. The green-colored stones that formed it were cold to the touch, the biting chill traveled deep into his bones. Han Shuo could feel the abundant water chi within the well as he stood next to it. The two sinister presences within also stirred to action, possibly because they sensed the presence of living beings. Han Shuo was absolutely overjoyed to discover that a place of extreme water was located at the bottom of a deep well in such a place. If he was able to refine all of the zombies of the five elements, then the great formation of the divine zombies and five elements could be formed and devastating power could be brought forth. Han Shuo had already located places of extreme earth and wood. If he added this place of extreme water, then he'd be one step closer to successfully reaching his goal. As Han Shuo was rejoicing, Phoebe suddenly frowned. "It seems to have gotten colder. You said this is a place of extreme water, what did you mean by that?" Two bone-piercing waves of cold suddenly crept out from the deep well. The well had been calm before the water became agitated and splashed out all over. Clouds of white mist rose from the well and covered the yard. "They're coming." Han Shuo snorted coldly and grabbed Phoebe. He said seriously, "The water demons are coming out to make trouble, be careful." The chi within the place of extreme water was extremely concentrated. If anyone drowned here, their soul wouldn't disperse immediately. With the water chi sustaining it, it would have to absorb only a small amount before forming a water demon. When water demons absorbed water chi, the strength of the soul would greatly increase and it could then use specialized powers to manipulate the water chi and attack living creatures that approached. Han Shuo understood all of this when he researched the ways to refine the elite zombies. Therefore, when he sensed the two sinister presences within the well, he immediately understood that two water demons had been somehow created. However, what he didn't understand was why the little skeleton could sense this. What was it that existed here that could have attracted him? The little skeleton wielded its bone dagger and stood next to the deep well, his eyes staring into it. Han Shuo didn't know what he was waiting for and what he'd planned on buying. The water qi crept throughout the yard in the form of a thick, dense mist. The scenery in the surroundings were also affected and grew increasingly blurry and indistinct. The water qi was encompassed in the same sinister presence. It'd been cold to begin with, and now temperature decreased even more rapidly. "I can't see anything," Phoebe cried out in surprise. "This is the water demons manipulating the water qi to form a water curtain. They'll attack us through the cover of the curtain," Han Shuo said calmly from the side, calming Phoebe's madly thumping heart. Phoebe's vision was only on the level of an ordinary person. Even though she'd trained her fighting aura, her eyes were barely sharper than that of an ordinary person. There was a world of difference between herself and a demon practitioner such as Han Shuo. Therefore, although her vision was obscured, Han Shuo's eyes weren't affected at all. There seemed to be silver lightning flashing through his eyes as he looked calmly through the white mist. Suddenly, the bubbling water within the well shot out like a fountain. The clear water droplets seemed to have a life of their own as they formed columns that churned towards Han Shuo and Phoebe. A sinister and chilly presence emanated from the well. Even with Han Shuo's durable body, he too began to feel a hint of coldness. The water-formed columns were in a state between liquid and solid, reaching for Han Shuo and Phoebe's body like a pliable eel. "Looking for death?" Han Shuo grinned a rather ruthless grin. Red spell fire suddenly flared to life in his hands like evil fire looking to incinerate everything in its path, standing at attention in front of Han Shuo and Phoebe's bodies. The surrounding frosty presence immediately started cracking and popping as soon as the red spell fire appeared, and its fiery heat spread throughout the vicinity, immediately warming Phoebe's body. The several hundred eel-like columns evaporated as they neared Han Shuo's red spell fire. Two ugly, low roars sounded from within the well, like the final cries for help of a drowning person. Two red figures shot out from within, seemingly formed of red blood and continuously distorting in the air. They finally settled into the figure of a man and a woman, but a shade was still a shade in the end, and they possessed no visible features. Water blood demons. Han Shuo started and looked askance at the two shadows. Water demons resided in places of extreme water. If they harmed too many life forms, they would absorb the blood as well. Blood was also a liquid and had the same characteristics as water. The boiling blood of a life form near death held another sort of wondrous power. The water demons would absorb this blood, and when enough blood was absorbed, they would be able to evolve into the more powerful and cruel blood water demon. When the water demons formed blood water demons, not only would they be able to manipulate the water qi within places of extreme water, but they would even be able to manipulate the blood of living beings. They were very difficult to face off against, and Han Shuo was quite surprised to see two blood water demons appear in front of him. Contrary to other bloodthirsty creatures, the blood water demon could cover the scent of blood on their bodies with the power of water. This was why Han Shuo hadn't smelled the blood even with his sensitive nose. The two blood water demons emerged from the well and wavered in the air, pouncing towards Han Shuo and Phoebe like two bloody clouds. The evil power suddenly suffused the area around Han Shuo and Phoebe. Han Shuo immediately felt the blood in his body boil and it seemed to want to break free of his control. He turned to see that Phoebe was in even more dire straits. Two streams of blood were already flowing out of her nose and her charming face was quite bedraggled. Cursing under his breath, Han Shuo grabbed Phoebe and threw her outside with all his strength, roaring, "Leave now!" Phoebe had been flung out whether or not she'd consented. As a sword master, Phoebe had incredible strength and Han Shuo wasn't worried that she'd be injured upon landing. He was more worried that she wouldn't even have the chance to make a move against the two blood water demons before dying of blood loss first. The blood within his body raged out of his control and surged towards his orifices. Han Shuo brought out the demon slayer edge, but as it howled and stabbed into their bodies, it caused them no injury. The blood-water demons were formed of liquid, and no matter how sharp the demon slayer edge was, they would easily reform after he hacked them into various segments. The two water demons continued to advance towards Han Shuo after coalescing again. With the blood-water demon's abilities, they would be able to suck him dry of his blood in an instant once they covered his body, turning him into a dry husk. As a demon cultivator, the power within Han Shuo's blood wasn't something any ordinary person or expert in this world could measure up to. The blood-water demons also seemed to have sensed this and had set their sights on Han Shuo as their greatest source of nourishment, completely ignoring Phoebe. Not a single iota of their attention was split out for her as they all focused completely on Han Shuo, proving the emphasis they placed on him. His blood churning madly, the magical yuan preventing blood from flowing out of his body with all its might. The two forces restrained Han Shuo's body as his blood frothed, preventing Han Shuo from moving that much. However, the strength of the magical yuan was also demonstrated in this moment. As a sword master, Phoebe had no defense whatsoever and her blood was already flowing freely out of her. However, Han Shuo could use his magical cultivation to firmly prevent his blood from flowing outwards. Although the defense was a bit difficult, he'd been able to accomplish the fact that none of his blood had flowed out of his body up until now. The greedy blood-water demons were finally about to cover Han Shuo. Being confined and unable to bring his magical cultivation to bear, he could only rely on his necromancy magic. The bone spear, arrows, and corpse explosion spell were released one by one, but had no effect on the demons. Han Shuo suddenly understood that the two blood-water demons could only be harmed by high-temperature flames. However, his magical yuan was completely preoccupied in prevent his blood from geysering out and none could be spared for the mystical glacial spell fire. Freaking hell! Am I going to die by the hand of two blood-water demons? I really don't want that. Forget it, I should be able to deploy the mystical glacial spell fire even if my blood is streaming out of me. Since I've formed the demon infant, even if all my blood and body is lost, I can still be reborn using it. I'll just be gravely injured, but it'll be a lot better than dying. These thoughts ran through Han Shuo's mind as he made up his mind and decided that he would kill the two blood-water demons even if he would be left gravely injured. A mysterious message was suddenly transmitted from the little skeleton at this time, as if he understood Han Shuo's intentions. The little skeleton sent a conscious feeling over that anxiously asked Han Shuo to stop. There were no concrete words or language, just a message for Han Shuo to stop that he could clearly feel. He'd planned on immediately making a move, but actually froze, thinking furiously. There were only 5 or 6 meters separating him and the blood-water demons. He couldn't move and could only stare ahead, unable to see a trace of the little skeleton. If he didn't act now, he might be covered at any moment by his two enemies and have his blood sucked dry in an instant. His body would lose life instantly and the demon infant would likely be unable to escape as well. His entire being would vanish without a trace. The little skeleton anxiously asked Han Shuo to stop, making him uncertain if he should proceed with his plan or not. As he watched the two blood-water demons close in on him, he sighed lightly and made a decision that he didn't know was right or not he would trust in the little skeleton. His eyes suddenly grew resolute as he threw his previous plans away. Han Shuo stood where he was and didn't make any move, just waiting for the little skeleton and taking a gamble on his life. The two blood-water demons finally enveloped him and Han Shuo could no longer control his blood from splurging out of his orifices like tide waters. A deep wave of despair suddenly grew in Han Shuo's heart, but he didn't hate the little skeleton, but rather trusted the latter instead. He didn't have any regrets even if he truly died here. Suddenly, Han Shuo's rapid loss of blood halted like someone had stepped on the brakes. The mysterious power controlling his blood suddenly vanished without a trace, and Han Shuo's magical yuan once again flowed smoothly throughout his body. All returned to normal as his blood settled down again. The two blood-water demons started thrashing violently in front of him. Han Shuo could read from their violent twists and struggles the expression they wanted to express fear. Han Shuo's body could move about freely now after his blood had returned to normal. He looked up and saw some bone spurs sticking into the two blood-water demons. The little skeleton was looking at him with empty eye sockets as his body was slightly crouched, two leg bones stamped firmly on the blood-water demons as all 7 bone spurs were stuck firmly within them. Streaks of bloody splendor flowed swiftly into the little skeleton's body through the 7 bone spurs. The 7 bone spurs, that had seemed to dull, flared with bewitching red light as the broken ribs in front of the little skeleton rearranged themselves with a speed that Han Shuo could see, also gleaming with a bloody light. In contrast, the 2 blood-water demons, that had been a vivid, blood red, suddenly dimmed as their color surged rapidly towards where the bone spurs were stuck in their bodies. The 2 blood-water demons slowly turned ghastly white and Han Shuo could feel all the chi that they'd collected over who knew how long flow swiftly into the little skeleton's body, along with their life force and blood. This situation wasn't maintained for long. When the blood-water demons had thoroughly turned a ghastly white, their bodies transformed into 2 puddles of water with a splashing sound and fell to the ground. The mist that had suffused the yard was swept away by the wind, and the waning moon shed a red light over the yard, giving it a few hints of a desolate beauty. Clunk! The little skeleton fell down from midair because he'd lost his support after the 2 blood-water demons disappeared. Reaching out a hand to rub his head, the little skeleton's empty eye sockets met Han Shuo's. A surge of joy traveled into Han Shuo's heart from the little skeleton, and his originally vividly red body started changing once again. Each bone had blood-red splendor sparkling over it, but it now turned back into its originally pure white color. Since the little skeleton had been summoned and refined as a magical treasure, his skeleton had gone from inky black to blood red. Now, he'd changed back, but the stark white of the little skeleton's bones were obviously greatly different from that of a normal skeletal warrior. His bones were translucent and as pure as beautiful jade. It even seemed to be sparkling with eye-catching light, making various thoughts rise in Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo finally understood now why the little skeleton had stopped in front of the shop and hadn't moved. He must have been attracted by the blood-water demon's energy. Han Shuo recalled that last time, in Bob Asher's slave trading house, the Calamity Church necromancer Clarendon had used fresh blood to summon the 3-eyed demon god. The blood had been absorbed by the little skeleton in the end. Perhaps it was because of this that, although the blood-water demons could conceal the scent of blood from Han Shuo, they couldn't do the same to the little skeleton, and this was why he'd stopped in front of the shop. As Han Shuo thought silently, another wisp of consciousness came from the little skeleton once more. He was actually strongly requesting to return to the other dimension, and Han Shuo could clearly feel his ardent desire to exact revenge. Having absorbed the strength of the 2 blood-water demons, the little skeleton had undergone a significant transformation. Not only had his injuries from the previous battle been recovered, he seemed to have heightened his abilities as well. This was why he was so confident now. The little skeleton's fighting spirit and requests were quite strong. Han Shuo hesitated for a moment, and felt that no particular problems would arise if he kept part of his mind on the situation. He then used the necromancy spell to once again send the little skeleton back to the mysterious plane. Chapter 195 Chapter 195, Promotion to the Dark Moon Division. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Apart from the moonlight spilling into the yard and the 2 puddles of water around the well, there were no other traces of anything else within the vicinity. Scattered footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. They rapidly approached as Phoebe and a band of 10 others appeared in front of Han Shuo. Worry filling her face, Phoebe's clear eyes landed on Han Shuo's body and visibly relaxed when she saw that he was unharmed. However, she didn't relax her grasp on her long sword as her pale neck swiveled, surveying the surroundings, seeming to want to detect if there was any danger hidden elsewhere. There were a dozen armored Cairo mercenary band guards apart from Phoebe. It would seem that she had led them here. Their eyes were alert as they cautiously patrolled the surroundings. "Are you all right?" Phoebe breathed out a sigh of relief when she took a look around and saw nothing out of the ordinary, nor any danger. Shaking his head, Han Shuo cast a glance at Phoebe and smiled in comfort. Don't worry, I'm fine. My apologies Mr. Harris, I think we must have seen an illusion just now. The danger I spoke of earlier doesn't seem to have appeared. Phoebe understood that Han Shuo must have taken care of matters and wore an embarrassed expression on her face, speaking to the stern, aloof guard captain. This person was in the prime of his life. Swarthy, with a head full of short, brown hair that was messily askew, he carried a double-headed battle axe in his right hand and naturally emanated the violent aura of someone who'd weathered multiple battles. It was obvious that it had been formed through slaughter. This shop is a place that's been cursed by a demon. All the owners who have taken charge of this shop have died of unnatural causes over the years. No matter who enters, whether man or beast, they will all die from this curse. There has never been any exceptions, so no matter how you entered, I recommend you leave immediately. Harris's eyes roved over Han Shuo and Phoebe's bodies as he spoke coldly. He waved his hand and didn't wait for Han Shuo and Phoebe to say anything before he accompanied his band of a dozen soldiers out of the yard, seemingly unwilling to linger even another second in this area. Harris is a battle fiend who's weathered hundreds of battles and the vice chief of the Cairo mercenary band. When I said there was danger here just now, he still paid a visit even though he was a bit unwilling. It looks like there is indeed something here that people are wary of. I didn't have any strength to fight back earlier even with my level as a sword master. Phoebe went over Harris's identity in a perfunctory manner after he'd left. She then changed the subject and stared at Han Shuo. What happened just now? Smiling dashingly, Han Shuo reached out a hand to stroke the well and said happily, the two blood water demons have been taken care of, so no more odd things will happen here in the future. In addition, I'm going to buy this shop no matter how this place costs. Phoebe's beautiful, clear eyes looked at Han Shuo with a look of surprise on her face as she said confidently, you must have a great deal of assurance since you're saying this. Don't worry about the shop, I'll take care of the negotiation with the Cairo mercenary band. I think such a cursed place won't be worth much money. Nodding, Han Shuo walked over to Phoebe and wrapped his arm lightly around her, putting his mouth close to her ears and saying softly, thank you so much, Phoebe. Her face suddenly flushing red, Phoebe turned back and hugged Han Shuo fiercely, pursing her lips to lightly kiss Han Shuo's. She then pulled back and stared deeply at Han Shuo, saying passionately, I'm the one who should be thanking you. You threw me out first when danger was in front of us. The danger with the blood water demon earlier had made Phoebe go through a life and death experience. Even Han Shuo's soul had been almost scattered to the four winds. Having survived these two disasters, the two felt a unique sense of the joy of life as they looked at each other now. As the moon shone down on them, it added a few traces of beauty to Phoebe's stunning features. Her eyes shone with light and Han Shuo fell deep into them. He tightened his grasp and held her tightly, feeling her shake slightly in his intimate grasp. A sense of happiness and contentment filled his heart. Before he'd arrived in his world, Han Shuo had been just an ordinary person who had only dared to think evil thoughts. He didn't dare act upon them. His personality was one that was a bit timid. He'd lived 20 years and hadn't paid much attention to anything. He'd never had any women and had lived routinely through 20 years. But thanks to Chu Kinglan's maneuverings, he'd successfully arrived in this foreign world with the heritage of magical cultivation. He'd amassed great strength within a short amount of time, gotten quite a bit of riches, and won the hearts of two beauties. The affairs of the world changed thus greatly and unexpectedly. What had been far-fetched daydreams 20-some years ago had all become part of his grasp in such a short amount of time. An unbelievable feeling rose in Han Shuo's heart as he sometimes felt that all of this was still an unrealistic dream. However, his encounters with danger and pain again and again reminded him that this wasn't an illusion. All right, I think Emily must be waiting for us. We should hurry up and make our way there. Han Shuo looked at the fading light in the sky after a bout of reflection and spoke tenderly to Phoebe. Seemingly enjoying this moment of peace and romance that belonged to the two of them, Phoebe assented softly and allowed Han Shuo to hold her smooth, soft hand. The two of them walked side by side to the location Emily had previously mentioned. Before long, the two of them had appeared in front of the shop. There were no longer any customers because night had fallen. A hale and hearty elderly man walked up merrily after Han Shuo had walked inside. "Are you Sir Brian?" "I'm not a sir, please just call me Brian." Han Shuo bowed humbly to the elderly man and took out his identity token, handing it over with both hands. The elder took Han Shuo's iron token and glanced at it, then returned it with a smile. He then said a bit apologetically to Phoebe, "My apologies, Miss Phoebe, please wait here a moment. These are the Dark Mantle's rules that no one may enter if they are not of the Dark Mantle." As the shadowy organization beneath the king's hands, the Dark Mantle naturally had its rules that everyone must follow. The fact that Phoebe, an outsider, could have accompanied Han Shuo to this place was already an exception. She naturally couldn't proceed further. When faced with such a polite and benevolent old man, Phoebe didn't maintain her usual aloofness and nodded with a smile, sitting down willingly. "Let's go, I'll lead you inside." The elderly man stooped slightly and led Han Shuo in. They walked through a hallway and stopped in front of the living room. The old man pointed inside. "Mistress Emily is inside." The old man returned along the original route when Han Shuo walked in, seemingly back to his post at the head of the shop. "Is it Brian?" Emily's voice sounded from somewhere as soon as he set foot inside. A piece of the living room flooring then opened up into a hole, a mechanism similar to what Han Shuo and Emily had seen in Bob Asher's room last time. Emily walked out in casual clothing from the hole. There was a fireplace in this living room and the temperature was quite comfortable. This was why Emily hadn't continued to bundle herself up warmly. "How are things? Was everything taken care of?" Han Shuo walked towards Emily with a smile when the hole closed up. "No problems at all. My brother is taking over and our mission is done. We succeeded." "Ha, do you want to know how much of this was thanks to you?" Emily's alluring cheeks held a trace of mischievousness as she looked at Han Shuo. The mix of a youthful playfulness and an adult's maturity in Emily gave her an unusual allure at this moment. Han Shuo's heart lurched as his hands reached out and grabbed Emily while he sat down in a chair. His hands roved naughtily around her breasts as he chuckled, "Little hussy, I haven't even punished you for what you did in the tree hole earlier." "Humph!" Emily threw back her head and glared at Han Shuo, saying huffily, "How dare you mention that? You started doing that with Phoebe right in front of me, were you thinking of me at all? Don't think I couldn't see anything because it was dark." "Humph," Phoebe was panting so loudly and the both of you were trying to put on a normal act. He suddenly lifted Emily's legs up and shifted her around so that she was kneeling on his thighs. Her well-rounded butt was thrust high into the air and, much to her surprise, he started to spank them harshly. Emily began to beg for mercy amidst the pain. All right. I won't say anything about what you do in the future, you big villain." Emily played along and suddenly switched to a serious tack. "After this time's mission, you've advanced from a third dark star to a first dark moon. You've skipped a few levels again." Han Shuo started, stopping his motions and looking at Emily with confusion. Sometimes completing several missions wouldn't be enough for one to advance one level. Why did I advance several after completing only one mission? You didn't do anything for me behind the scenes, did you? Rolling her eyes at Han Shuo, Emily didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. "Remember, you went up against Bob Asher of the Griffin Legion. The difficulty of this mission, compared to the usual scouting for information or arresting some fugitive nobles, is completely different. According to your contributions this time, it wouldn't have been out of the ordinary to directly promote you to second Dark Moon. However, you've only been in the Dark Mantle for half a year and promoting you to first Dark Moon was already astonishing enough. That's why we didn't go further." Han Shuo understood after he thought briefly about Emily's words and then remembered Chester. "Oh right, Chester should still be in the Valen City Dark Mantle branch. What treatment is he receiving?" "Thanks to you, he's already a fourth Dark Star." This kid is smart enough to be able to be promoted to it just by delivering messages. I never ran into anything that easy when I was running missions. Emily responded with a smile. Oh right, when will Elaine and Belinda arrive? Han Chuo was happy for Chester when he heard of his circumstances and then thought of Elaine and Belinda again. I almost forgot. Belinda was an unexpected gain. If we deliver her to the headquarters and she undergoes interrogation at the hands of the experts there, we'll be sure to obtain a lot of information about the Calamity Church. We'll be rewarded according to the level of intelligence we gain from her. Emily chuckled lightly and spoke happily. Oh right, what kind of different treatment can I enjoy after advancing to first Dark Star? Han Chuo thought for a bit and immediately asked. This was what he was most concerned about at this moment. First of all, you'll receive an increase in your monthly stipend from 70 gold coins to 150 gold coins. Of course, I think you don't care about this at all. Apart from that, you can use your current level to obtain all information that corresponds to your level from all Dark Mantle strongholds within the Empire. You can use the transportation matrices in all the cities of the Lancelot Empire, and don't need to pay any fees. You can command a troop of soldiers in any of the military organizations, not to exceed 100 people. In addition, Han Chuo finally discovered that there was a significant increase in all areas of his benefits after advancing from Dark Star to Dark Moon. He was already enjoying so many privileges at the Dark Star division, then being part of the Dark Moon level or even one of the 3 heavyweights would surely come with much higher benefits. No wonder so many people wanted power. It looked like it really was a nice thing. Chapter 196. Chapter 196, Sharing One Room. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Phoebe obviously couldn't take up residence within the Dark Mantle, and now that her relationship with Han Chuo was out in the open, he naturally needed to stay with her. Han Chuo finally left with Phoebe after dining with Emily and sweet-talking her quite a bit, intent on finding a hotel for the two of them. Hotels of various sizes could be found in great number in the Valley of Sunshine. Because there was a high number of traveling merchants and adventurers coming and going, the amount of entertainment facilities were no less than that in Dral. Brightly colored, hazy lights shone out from each hotel onto the streets, alternating with ladies clothed in sexy or innocent attire, casting come-hither eyes at passers-by on the streets, trying to lure customers in. Han Chuo walked next to Phoebe and didn't look anywhere else. She was quite satisfied with that, but it was actually because Han Chuo had already vented his energy on Emily's voluptuous body earlier, so he didn't have any evil thoughts in his mind right now. After a while, Phoebe stopped in front of a luxurious-looking hotel. She tugged on Han Chuo with her little hand and walked inside with him. The small, skinny owner was already smiling fawningly at them in front of Phoebe before she'd even opened her mouth, saying ingratiatingly, "Noble Miss Phoebe, will it be the same room as last time?" Nodding, Phoebe had an aloof expression on her face as she handed her crystal card over without saying a word. Judging from the owner's expression, it was obvious that this wasn't Phoebe's first visit here. It looked like she'd traveled to many places in her travels to and fro for the Booze Merchant Guild. Retrieving her crystal card and key, Phoebe turned her head to smile at Han Chuo and tugged on his arm, leading him inside. It was nicely warm inside the hotel and completely different from the brutal cold outside. Bright lights hung in the hallways and shed ample light throughout the entire hotel. The solid wood floors gleamed like a mirror, and shoes sounded out clearly when they tapped against the floor. The sounds were actually quite pleasing to the ear, so it was apparent that these floors weren't ordinary. Han Chuo realized that Phoebe hadn't arranged another room for him, and some ambiguous motions grew in his heart as they continued walking down the hallway. "Phoebe's not planning on sharing a bed with me, is she?" Han Chuo couldn't help but cast a look full of passion at Phoebe as they walked. Phoebe's long brown hair naturally fell down towards the floor like a waterfall, swaying around her translucent cheeks and long neck as she sashayed. Her brows were like the waxing moon and her skin gleamed richly with the splendor of the stars. Her lips were as red as cherries, making one want to give them a fierce bite. "You big pervert, what are you looking at?" Phoebe suddenly stopped and glared at Han Chuo with slightly flushed cheeks. Han Chuo's gaze had been fiery, with a strong sense of possessiveness within. Phoebe was stupid. She could naturally see all of it clearly and couldn't help but speak up as her heart beat in panic. "No, nothing." Han Chuo returned to himself and immediately concealed the lecherous look in his eyes. "Why aren't we walking anymore? We're here, what nonsense are you thinking of? Don't you see that the door is right in front of you?" Phoebe's clear eyes were bashful as she glared at Han Chuo again, pointing at the door. Indeed, Han Chuo noticed a tightly shut door when his gaze followed her jade arms. This was also the end of the hallway, and it seemed like it was the most quiet room in the hotel. "Nothing much, just thinking of you." Han Chuo chuckled evilly and looked straight at Phoebe. "You bad jerk, you only know how to fob me off with sweet words." Sweetness rose in Phoebe's heart as she spoke softly. "Nuh-uh, I really was thinking of you just now." Han Chuo said, aggrieved. "Then you weren't thinking nice thoughts? Judging from the way you were leering earlier, you must have been thinking something dirty." Phoebe naturally wouldn't believe anything at this point and snorted softly as she flicked a glance at Han Chuo. He had indeed been thinking of nothing nice just now. Han Chuo could only chuckle dryly after Phoebe had hit the nail on the head and then hurried, "Phoebe, hurry and open the door. I'm really tired after such a long day, let's go in and shower and sleep." Phoebe didn't continue questioning as she took out the key to open the door. She moved aside to let Han Chuo in and then closed the door behind him. A spacious living room greeted them with several fur couches placed on top of a soft carpet. Out of the 4 rooms, there were 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and 1 storage room for clothes and random knickknacks. "Do you think I didn't know what you're thinking of? Humph! There are 2 rooms here and each of us will have 1. I will run through whoever barges into my room again." Phoebe threw back her head and threatened Han Chuo as she lit the fireplace, making the internal temperature slowly rise. "Heh, what if whoever barges in runs into a beauty having a wet dream and then throws herself into his arms?" Han Chuo chuckled evilly. "You damned bastard! How dare you mention that?" Phoebe's face turned bright red as she ran angrily up to Han Chuo and reached out her slender hands to give him a fierce pinch around the waist. He first played along and cried out painfully, then yanked her arm around her back and kissed her unceremoniously. Han Chuo explored and ravaged her mouth like a dragon in the ocean as she grunted in protest. Phoebe struggled symbolically for a bit before slowly weakening, and her hands, that had formed fists that pounded Han Chuo's chest, suddenly twined towards his neck like snakes, her tongue entangling with Han Chuo's. Han Chuo laid her down on the soft carpet and tasted her sweetness while rubbing his hand over her pert bottom. When Han Chuo's hands finally started fondling her chest, Phoebe suddenly started struggling and pushed him away fiercely. She then glared at him with embarrassment as she said with great allure, "It looks like I need to be careful or you'll take advantage of me whenever I let my guard down. Ugh, after running for so long, my body stinks. I need to take a shower, you stay out here." Phoebe escaped to the bathroom after saying these words and shut the door with a great bang. The sounds of water flowing came from inside afterwards. It looked like she was indeed in a great hurry to wash away the dirt from her body. Bam bam bam, bam bam bam. Knocking sounds suddenly sounded at this moment. Han Chuo blinked and wondered if it was Emily looking for them. He walked over in confusion and opened the door. A bouquet of brilliant fresh flowers was shoved in his face. It looked like there were at least 100 of them as they emanated a wonderful fragrance. The bouquet was abruptly pulled back and a handsome face revealed itself in front of Han Chuo. His eyebrows were dashing and his eyes clear. A broad forehead, firm nose, and apart from somewhat skinny cheeks, this face could be labeled uncommonly handsome. The charming face had been wearing a disarming smile when it suddenly drew together into a frown and the face became covered in clouds. He looked at Han Chuo in an unfriendly manner. "Who are you? Where's Phoebe? She's showering. And who are you?" Han Chuo blanked and then reacted. This must be one of Phoebe's admirers. He too showed the fellow a rather unfriendly face. Showering. Then what are you doing here? When he heard that Phoebe was showering inside and Han Chuo was inside the room, his expression grew even uglier. I'm Florida, chief of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. I'm Phoebe's good friend. I naturally have something to discuss with her, so don't block the way. He stared at Han Chuo angrily and roared lowly, magical pulses emanating from his body. When Han Chuo heard that he was Florida, chief of the Rainbow Sickle, Han Chuo was immediately startled and looked at this person with more than a hint of wariness. The Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band was just as famous as the Cairo Mercenary Band. However, the Rainbow Sickle was made up mostly of those from the Lancelot Empire. The Rainbow Sickle had been the strongest within the Valley of Sunshine a few years ago and had been in charge of order. However, the original chief unfortunately fell when defending the valley against robbers once. This was why their fortune had suddenly fallen. It was rumored that this person was a light archmage and seemed to have something to do with the Church of Light. His strength was unfathomable, and although he was an upright person, he was decisive and vicious. He never had any mercy for his enemies and had a great reputation within the mercenary band. Han Chuo hadn't thought that such a person would be one of Phoebe's admirers. Although Han Chuo felt a bit of a headache knowing the other's identity, he wasn't afraid. Han Chuo said coldly, "Sorry, I'm Phoebe's boyfriend. She can't see you at the moment, so you can come back next time." Han Chuo snorted coldly after speaking and slammed the door shut. Chapter 197. Chapter 197, Making a Decisive Move. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Florida was far more domineering than Han Chuo would have thought. He could feel a dangerous pulse of magic the instant he shut the door. Han Chuo immediately sprang backwards. The door exploded with a tumultuous bang as the room wreathed itself in white light. Large pieces of wooden slats flew across the room as Florida's handsome face once again appeared in front of Han Chuo. He still clutched the bouquet of fresh flowers tightly, with the strongly pulsating magic staff embedded with a red, blue, and yellow crystal in his right hand. "I said, I want to see Phoebe. Didn't you hear me?" Florida looked harshly at Han Chuo as he bit off his words. At roughly 25 or 26, Florida's age was similar to the deceased Clark. The two of them had many similarities, both having the same high level of strength and charming exteriors. However, although Clark was devious, he wouldn't flaunt it so boldly. He at least understood that his identity as a noble, conscious he had to conceal his emotions, he made his moves in the dark. On the other hand, Florida looked like a completely lawless person, with an even more brash style, seemingly having no reservations at all. "And I said, don't disturb our rest." Han Chuo snorted coldly and flashed to Florida's side like lightning. He raised a fist with magical yuan circulating within it and smashed it towards Florida's face. Han Chuo's sudden move was outside of the other's expectations as panic suddenly appeared on his face. He threw out the bouquet in his hands and swiftly backpedaled. Han Chuo's punch whistled through the air as it smashed the bouquet to pieces. Petals flew everywhere as a floral fragrance wafted through the air. When this punch had obliterated the bouquet and seemed like it would land on Florida's face, a strong magic pulse suddenly burst from his body. A rainbow-colored, glass-like magic shield suddenly enveloped him like an enormous light bubble. Bam! Han Chuo's fist connected with the shield. He felt like he was punching cotton candy as the shield distorted at the point of contact. The impression left by the fist deepened until Han Chuo's blow stopped right above Florida's well-defined nose, unable to proceed any further. Completely flustered, Florida was forced back a few steps, bringing the force field with him and widening the gap between him and Han Chuo. Disarrayed, he looked at Han Chuo with an even more unfriendly glint, as if Han Chuo had become his mortal enemy. "You dared to attack first." Florida's voice was as distorted as his expression as he roared furiously at Han Chuo. Han Chuo shook his hand and retracted his fist, pointing at the shattered room door. He said coldly, "You trespassed the moment you broke through the door." "I'm just defending myself." Nodding his head with a frosty smile, Florida cast a dark glance at Hanchuo. "Very good, you've got some guts. However, you won't get a chance to come near me again now that our distance has been increased. Let me see what you're made of now." Florida once again stepped back after he spoke and raised the staff in his right hand, planning on facing off with Hanchuo. In response to Florida's move, Hanchuo solemnly brought out the Demon Slayer Edge from his space ring and prepared to take Florida's attack. As a light archmage, his strength was certainly uncommon. Hanchuo had tested him just now and had noticed that his reaction was swift and movements agile. It was obvious that he'd weathered hundreds of battles. Hanchuo hadn't even been able to harm him just now with that punch, despite their proximity. Now that they were separated, Florida would be able to deploy his advantage as a mage and would be difficult to deal with. Hasty footsteps sounded at this moment and seemed to approach the room. Just as Hanchuo and Florida were about to really get into it, Vice Chief Harris from the Cairo mercenary band suddenly appeared with a few soldiers. "Isn't this Chief Florida? What are you doing here, creating a mess in territory that's under the Cairo mercenary band's protection instead of staying in yours?" Harris's voice was filled with obvious sarcasm as he maintained the same remote expression from earlier in the day. The splashing sounds from the bathroom suddenly stopped. It seemed that after these disturbances, Phoebe had finally discovered something was happening outside after having her hearing affected by her shower. The wildly posturing Florida looked back at Harris when he heard the latter's voice. He put away the staff in his hand and said with an aloof expression, "I came to visit Miss Phoebe and hadn't expected to be blocked by some blind kid. If you're here to be a guest, then I welcome you on behalf of the owner. However, I hope you don't try to start a fight here, or else our Cairo mercenary band will definitely get involved. You surely know the rules after being in the Valley of Sunshine for so long." Harris snorted coldly when he saw Florida retract the staff in his hands. "Humph! Today was your lucky day," Florida said coldly to Hanchuo and turned to leave. He halted when he passed by Harris, saying with his back turned to Hanchuo, "In the near future, I will definitely retake control of the valley. Then, I won't be as polite to you as I am now." Florida laughed heartily after throwing down these words and walked out with large strides, not waiting for Phoebe to come out. Harris had an ugly expression on his face and a vein began to throb on his forehead. He looked like he would go berserk at any time. In fact, Hanchuo knew that he was a berserker. It was said that a berserker's strength was quite astonishing. They were able to use a mysterious method to provoke themselves into a mad state, increasing their strength exponentially and giving them incredible destructive power. Hanchuo rather wished Harris would go berserk as he looked at the latter. If Harris couldn't control the fury in his heart, he would immediately attack Florida until one of them died. It was a pity that Harris quickly regained normalcy and Hanchuo's daydreams didn't play out. Harris cast a detached glance at Hanchuo and said, "You still need to pay for the door. Florida's group has great power in the Valley of Sunshine, so you need to be careful after offending him. You can come find us if there's anything you need from the Cairo mercenary band." Although his expression was still aloof, Harris seemed to have undergone a change in attitude towards Hanchuo because of their newly acquired common enemy. There were even traces of concern in his words. Hanchuo hadn't planned on paying for the door because it'd been Florida that had broken it, but his thoughts completely changed after seeing Harris's attitude shift. He did still have need of the Cairo mercenary band to obtain the shop with the place of extreme water, so he laughed decisively and said, "No problem." Nodding, Harris didn't say anything else and waved his hand, departing with his guards. The room to the bathroom creaked open after Harris left and Phoebe came out wearing a bathrobe, like a flower emerging from the water. Her wet hair was plastered all over and a small expanse of reddened, fair skin was revealed at her chest. Her red lips were full and wet as she flicked her eyes towards the door. "They're all gone. All gone. What's going on with that Florida?" Hanchuo looked at Phoebe and asked unhappily. Chuckling lowly, Phoebe hiked up the bathrobe a bit and wrapped her legs tightly. She walked up to Han Shuo and batted her wet eyelashes, looking at him with interest. She teased, "What, are you jealous?" "Yeah, I'm jealous. That kid doesn't look too bad and came looking for you with a huge bouquet. He even told me, the boyfriend, to get out of the way. I'm very pissed off right now." Han Shuo was quite direct as he looked irritatedly at Phoebe. Her body softening, Phoebe sat on Han Shuo's legs and chuckled softly. "I used to come to the valley a lot and had business dealings with the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. But it's always been him pursuing me, I've never had anything to deal with him." All right, don't be mad. I'll explain things to him next time so that he doesn't bother me in the future. How's that?" "No point in explanations, I don't think that Brad is the kind to accept such things. I didn't like him from my first impression of him, but I think he thinks the same of me. I think our grudge has been well and truly formed." Han Shuo shook his head. "Then what do we do? The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band has great power in the valley and is second only to the Cairo mercenary band. It's said that they've been recruiting in recent times and have even hired a group of experts from the Church of Light. They seem to want to replace the Cairo mercenary band. It will be very troublesome to stay in the valley if we've offended them." Phoebe was startled and spoke with some worry. "We'll deal with matters as they arise. He's not the sole ruler of the valley, he won't be able to do anything to me." Han Shuo snorted coldly and spoke without fear. Chapter 198. Chapter 198, Conduct Oneself Well. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Florida had broken the door with his appearance, and so, Han Shuo and Phoebe had no choice but to occupy another room. They paid 20 gold coins as compensation for the door, and Phoebe asked for 2 rooms so that Han Shuo would have no opportunity to get up to any shenanigans. He didn't remain idle when Phoebe returned to her room to rest. He located the room's closet and set up the transportation matrix, then adjusted his mental strength to release a dark mist spell within the closet before stepping into the matrix. The cemetery of death was as desolate as ever. Han Shuo immediately saw Gilbert's enormous true form as soon as he stepped out. He was fast asleep amidst piles of bones and hadn't noticed Han Shuo's arrival at all. Gilbert had taken on a great responsibility in the past 2 days and was likely truly tired after being injured again. Han Shuo didn't disturb him and went to where the Earth Elite Zombie and Yin Demons were being refined. He first went to the Yin Demon cave to infuse it with more magical yuan. He noticed that there were only 9 wraiths left in the cave now. After fighting every day and every night, the day at which he could collect the Yin Demons drew closer and closer. The Earth Elite Zombie exuded an immense presence of life. The Earth Chi that circulated around the entire cemetery of death was thinning out. Balls of grey Chi spread out from the center of the place of extreme Earth, and slowly coalesced into one place as if a large hand was tightening its grasp on them. A marvelous connection emanated from the earth. Han Shuo started as an exuberant feeling flowed into his heart. He sensed carefully and discovered that this joy was coming from the Earth Elite Zombie that was buried deep in the ground. It looked like Han Shuo's arrival had caused the Earth Elite Zombie below to become quite joyous. After the long duration of time in which it absorbed Earth Chi and nourishment from the resources that Han Shuo had spent an enormous sum to acquire, the Earth Zombie was no longer just a simple zombie, but had simple, instinctual feelings. Now that Han Shuo had located the places of extreme earth, wood, and water, he was also confident in gaining all the materials that he needed through Phoebe's merchant guild. He'd be able to refine the earth, wood, and water elite zombies. When these 3 elite zombies were formed, Han Shuo's personal strength would greatly increase as well. As long as he could find places of extreme metal and fire as well, he'd be able to put a frightful formation with all 5 elemental zombies together. He would have even more of a right to speak in this world after that. Han Shuo didn't wake Gilbert when he saw all was functioning normally here. He returned soundlessly to the hotel in the Valley of Sunshine and sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating. He relaxed his entire body and slowly sank into meditation, not letting up on the slightest bit of time to increase his mental strength. Phoebe came over early in the morning with her hair tied up. Her long blue skirt made her appear even more elegant and graceful. She naturally tucked her hand into the crook of Han Shuo's arm as she walked over and tugged him outside, saying, "Come on, let's keep shopping in the valley today and collect all the materials you need." Han Shuo readily agreed. He'd planned on collecting materials only for the wood elite zombie before, but now that he'd discovered a place of extreme water, he needed to start collecting the materials required for refining the water elite zombie as well. As it bordered 3 countries, the Valley of Sunshine saw an endless parade of merchants through its borders, and all sorts of strange materials could be obtained here. Han Shuo and Phoebe did indeed locate many of the needed items through some patient searching. The noon sunlight filtered down from the sky into the Valley of Sunshine, basking the entire valley in its light. Its warmth was quite comfortable, and Phoebe's hands started rubbing her stomach after they finished perusing the most recent shop. She turned to smile at Han Shuo. "I'm a bit hungry, let's go get some food. You're familiar with this place and know where all the good food is. Just lead me to it." Han Shuo responded with a smile. It was said that at certain levels of magical cultivation, cultivators could go without eating or drinking and just make use of the energy within their body to maintain their lives for 100 years. They had no need for food to nourish their bodies. However, Han Shuo had yet to reach that stage, and apart from nourishment, food was also an enjoyment to him. Phoebe led the way in the front as the two walked into a small storefront. A few 1-meter-tall dwarves walked out from within and enthusiastically led them to their table. The shop wasn't too big and the decorations weren't that luxurious. There were only a few simple chairs, but it was incredibly crowded. Some merchants wearing rich furs, with diamond rings sparkling on their fingers, sprawled lazily over narrow chairs and tables, shoveling food into their mouths without a thought of their images. The two sat down in a quiet corner near the window. Phoebe didn't ask Han Shuo for his opinion before she said to a dwarf waiting on the side, "The best food in the store." The dwarf smiled faintly and bowed urbanely, then quickly left to busy himself. Dwarves are quite an odd race. Some of them are adept at forging weapons, others crafting beer. There are those who like cooking as well. Whenever they fall in love with a craft, they always bring about some surprises in their work. The dwarves in this shop were from a remote mountain valley of the Kasi Empire. Their joy in life was to cook all sorts of delicious food. The dishes made by their hands are so tasty that it's hard to forget about them. Phoebe smiled faintly and explained to Han Shuo. Having come from another world, Han Shuo had grown up with the delicacies of Chinese cuisine. He'd tasted the food of that world and had always felt that there was a world of difference between the food here and the illustrious history of food culture in China. To be honest, Han Shuo didn't truly believe that the food here would be that much more exquisite or tasty compared to what he'd had in hotels before, so he didn't hold too much hope and only went along with Phoebe's words with a smile. Business here was good. One could see from the numbers of customers and their identities that these high-class customers didn't disdain this place because of its scale. From the way some noble women were eating, Han Shuo could see that they were greatly enjoying the food on their plates. As Han Shuo smiled and chatted with Phoebe, the little dwarf brought over 2 plates of odd-looking food and placed it lightly in front of the two. It looked like a strange sort of meat that had been cooked to a bright gleam. An interesting smell wafted into Han Shuo's mouth and nose and rather surprised Han Shuo. Phoebe, in front of him, had already started digging in with a knife and fork in hand. It was apparent that she also greatly enjoyed the food. When Han Shuo cut into a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth, his brow suddenly uncreased as a delicious taste suffused his mouth. It was like a wondrous magic spell as the deliciousness of food continuously circulated in Han Shuo's mouth and nose. His appetite completely expanded. Han Shuo immediately dug in with a vengeance after tasting that small bite. He devoured the food like tigers or wolves swallowing their prey. Han Shuo belched when his stomach bulged. He complimented, "This really is something all right. No wonder there's so many people trying to squeeze into this small restaurant. Friend, we meet again." Florida walked in through the door at this time. He stood there in his white magic robes and looked coldly at Hanchuo. Phoebe was in the midst of enjoying her food when she lifted her head to look at Florida. She then hailed the dwarf and threw down a bag of gold coins on the table. She rose and said to Hanchuo, "Let's go." Hanchuo's expression was remote as he waved a hand. "I have nothing good to say to him. You can explain things to him directly. If he keeps bothering you, I'll be happy to have a go or two at him then." Having exchanged a few blows with him yesterday, Hanchuo understood that Florida's strength was mysterious and unfathomable. However, Hanchuo had both magical cultivation and necromancy magic, as well as the mysterious little skeleton and the almost formed Earth Elite zombie and 3 yin demons. All of this combined made it so that he had no fear of Florida. As his magical cultivation improved each and every day, he had no need to lower his head in front of anyone. Phoebe started when Hanchuo spoke thus and then flashed a smile. "I understand." She moved and walked over to Florida, cold arrogance replacing her smile from a moment ago. When she reached the door, she pointed at Hanchuo and said to Florida, "He's my boyfriend, I think we have nothing to talk about. Business is business, but you have no right to interfere in my life. I hope you won't disturb me in the future." Although he was mentally prepared, Florida was still momentarily dazed when he heard these unkind words from Phoebe's mouth. The stiffness on his face faded away when he faced Phoebe, and he even spoke very gently. He stared tightly at Phoebe. "Where does this kid come from? What can he give you? Why choose him?" "Sorry, this has nothing to do with you. I hope you conduct yourself well." Phoebe's expression was remote and she also spoke frostily. Nodding, Florida barked out a ghastly laugh. He looked at Phoebe and then at Hanchuo in the distance, saying, "All right, 3 times in a row." He then turned and left. "Give me another plate." Hanchuo snorted coldly and then turned to the dwarf by his side with a smile. Volume 3. Chapter 199. Next chapter. Chapter 199, A Marvelous Sensation. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After filling their stomachs and walking out of the shop, Phoebe and Hanchuo shopped for a bit longer amidst all the various stores in the Valley of Sunshine. Phoebe then went to find the proper members of the Cairo mercenary band to negotiate for the shop that contained the place of extreme water for Hanchuo. Hanchuo walked alone towards the shop in which Emily was located in, planning on asking Emily to investigate Florida's background. The same elderly man was still watching the door. This shop sold the armor in the style of Lancelot Empire knights, and because night had yet to fall, there were indeed a few wearing the armor of knights flipping through the wares located towards the front of the store. The elderly man indicated to Hanchuo with a slight smile when he saw Hanchuo walk in. He pointed to the backyard. Hanchuo understood and made a show of picking up a set of clothing, walking over to the door that led to the backyard and walked through it. "How did you run afoul of Florida?" Emily was noticeably taken aback when Hanchuo started asking her about Florida with a ruthless expression on his face. "Apart from the information everyone knows about him, do you have anything else? I know the Dark Mantle must have some other information on him." Hanchuo glanced at Emily. Emily's brow creased faintly as she looked at Hanchuo. "Just what is going on here?" Hanchuo recounted what had happened last night, going over events simply. Emily then said angrily, "I've long since heard that Florida is arrogant and cocky. I hadn't thought that he would really be so domineering. The Valley of Sunshine isn't in the hands of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band anymore. How dare he act this way?" When he saw Emily also grow angry with him, Hanchuo's originally ticked-off feelings were suddenly smoothed over. He then asked tenderly, "So what is this Florida's background?" "The Dark Mantle stronghold located here, within the valley, is to collect local information. Florida is neither of the Lancelot Empire nor the Kasi Empire. He comes from a vassal state to the Lancelot Empire, and his grandfather is Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light. He has a lofty status in the church and it's said that he has an extremely high chance of advancing to magister. Florida grew up in the Church of Light and was personally taught by his grandfather. Apart from light major magics, he's also practiced many thunder magics. These are secrets that most don't know. Since his grandfather taught him personally and his potential is uncommon indeed, he became an archmage at a young age just 3 years ago. The Dark Mantle once kept an eye on him and felt that he would become one of the preeminent experts on the continent. However, he didn't join the Church of Light and suddenly left a few years ago to come to the Valley of Sunshine, joining the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band shortly afterwards. Because he had such great power, he quickly won Chief Jason's trust in an exceedingly short amount of time. Jason even entrusted his only daughter to him. However, old Jason fell in battle against robbers once, and his daughter also went missing as well. It's said that this had something to do with Florida. However, no one has solid evidence of this. Florida naturally took control of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band after Jason's death. There was a group that suspected Florida had something to do with this and left the band and the valley out of resentment and anger. This was how the Cairo mercenary band grew to strength. At the same time, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band has indeed developed well in Florida's hands these years, and it's gradually recovered all the strength that it previously lost. It's now become Cairo mercenary band's greatest opponent, and they really might regain control of the valley under Florida's hands. Emily contemplated with a furrowed brow for a bit and conveyed all she knew. After Emily had finished sharing her knowledge, Han Chuo said lowly. A strong enemy indeed. This person's thoughts are vicious and devious to make a move even against his benefactor. These methods are completely against the mission of the Church of Light. It looks like I'll need to be careful. Brian, the Valley of Sunshine is different from other places and is under the jurisdiction of no country. Whoever has the most strength here is king. I know your strength is certainly not inferior to Florida's, but Florida has the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band in his hands and you will be hard-pressed to fight against multiple enemies with your fists alone. I don't think he'd make any moves in the valley thanks to the restraining pressure from the Cairo mercenary band, but you better not venture out easily so that you don't give him any chances to make a move. Emily was obviously very cautious of Florida as she spoke bracingly to Han Chuo. Don't worry, I know. Han Chuo's expression was calm as he responded gravely. He paused and said to Emily, "Oh right, why hasn't Elaine brought Belinda after such a long period of time? I left a drop of blood essence in Belinda, so she won't be able to do anything at all. Has something happened along the way?" Emily shook her head with a wry smile after Han Chuo's words as she responded, "I was worrying as well. Elaine should have arrived in the valley by now. Has something really happened to her? Forget it, I'll take a trip and search the roads around the valley for a bit." Han Chuo thought for a bit and answered. "No, you offended Florida so you probably shouldn't leave the valley for a while. He has great power in this area and if he knew that you left the valley, he would definitely try to make trouble for you." A look of panic grew on Emily's face as she tried to stop Han Chuo. "It's going to be fine. You know how perceptive I am. I'll leave immediately if I discover any signs of danger. In addition, I placed a drop of blood essence on Belinda and only I can sense her within a certain distance. I must take this trip in order to conclude this mission perfectly." Han Chuo smiled dashingly and paid no heed to the threat of Florida at all as he spoke quite at ease. "Since you insist, then let me go with you." Emily spoke resolutely to Han Chuo when she saw that she couldn't sway him. Shaking his head, Han Chuo rejected Emily's suggestion and turned to step outside. He spoke with his back to Emily, "Emily, you should trust me and not try to take care of everything for me like I'm a child. That isn't the kind of life I want. If Florida actually does act, then I'll actually be quite excited." Emily had already started moving, but sighed when she heard Han Chuo's words. "All right, but you have to be careful. Elaine and Belinda's well-being is nothing compared to your own. You must remember to protect yourself first." "I will." Han Chuo responded. The sky was already darkening by the time he walked out of the store. The various shops on the streets were already closed at this time, and the bright, multicolored lights of many places of entertainment replaced the setting sun. Han Shuo ignored all the calls and pleas for attention from the thickly made-up faces around him, striding towards the valley border. Some procedures were needed in order to enter the valley, but none were needed to leave. No one asked Han Shuo anything, but the two Cairo mercenary band knights looked at him with some surprise, seemingly perplexed why the two beauties weren't leaving with him. Han Shuo's sharp perceptions noticed that someone was surveilling him as soon as he had stepped out of the valley, but he paid them no heed. There was no need for further thought. It was either members of the Cairo or Rainbow Sickle mercenary band who were keeping an eye on him. It wasn't difficult for Han Shuo to shake them, of that he was extremely confident about. He'd been walking slowly since leaving the valley, but abruptly picked up his speed. Han Shuo's body was like a shooting star as he streaked through the dusk sky. He'd covered several hundred meters in a few breaths and pulled ahead of those keeping an eye on him. When that feeling of being watched disappeared, he suddenly took to the skies and flew close to the lush, silver trees, making for Valen City. He sent out a mental command as the demon infant's mystical power mysteriously circulated. Waves of mystical power rippled out from the demon infant and covered the distance in front of him. There was a connection between the demon infant and the drop of blood essence. Han Shuo would immediately feel it if the drop of blood essence appeared. As he concentrated his attention on the demon infant and cast his senses out in an attempt to search for the blood essence, a marvelous feeling suddenly grew in his heart. He could suddenly feel the presence of any small or large life forms. As Han Shuo inwardly started with shock, that sensation suddenly disappeared. He once again concentrated his attention and bent his mind to finally sense the feeling that had surged into his heart just now. He discovered that he could feel the life forms of the various bugs and small mammals that were hibernating around him. Although this sensation faded in and out and was rather blurry, he was still quite shocked by this. The demon infant suddenly shifted slightly at this point and the location of the blood essence was transmitted to Han Shuo in the next second. Overjoyed, he abruptly picked up his flight speed and sped to where that drop of blood essence was. When he reached his destination, however, he saw Elaine fallen on the ground beneath a large tree, her body covered in blood. Her neck was bent at an unnatural angle, as if she'd been forcefully choked to death by a strap. Her body seemed to have been hit by wind blade spells as multiple bone-deep lacerations had sliced through her shirt. The blood was mixed into the accumulated snow and had melted into bloody water. It looked like she'd died not too long ago. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger suddenly exploded in Han Shuo's heart. He started and immediately tried to back up rapidly from Elaine's body. Chapter 200 Chapter 200, Dog Eat Dog. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. An explosion rang out from Elaine's body as her profusely bleeding body suddenly exploded into bloody chunks as a momentous force vented in all four directions. 2 finger bones and 3 arrows of blood made directly for Han Shuo with ferocious and frightening power. In that critical moment, the quickly retreating Han Shuo immediately chanted out the spell for the bone shield and a pile of stark white bones immediately formed a white bone shield a meter wide and 1.5 meters tall that floated in the air in front of Han Shuo. Cracking sounds rang out crisply as the white bone shield couldn't hold up beneath the tremendous impact it had just received. It exploded into numerous bone fragments that flew every which way, as splendid as fireworks. If it'd been anyone else, they may not have sensed the danger lurking in Elaine's body and would have been caught unaware by this attack. They likely would have scrambled to face it. However, Han Shuo was perceptive and his thoughts moved quickly. A bolt of enlightenment had suddenly struck his heart and he'd felt the latent danger in Elaine's corpse just now. This was why he'd barely been able to react and retreat in time. Being in the true demon realm, Han Shuo's brain had undergone a savage bout of training and the speed at which he could concentrate and release his mental strength at a speed far faster than ordinary mages. This was why he could chant out the white bone shield spell with such miraculous speed in such a crucial moment. After retreating more than 10 meters and the white bone shield now lying in broken fragments, Han Shuo had successfully evaded this obviously premeditated attack. When he cast another glance at Elaine, there was nothing remaining apart from some fresh blood and chunks of flesh. A strong sense of bloodshed suddenly permeated through the air. Han Shuo suddenly sensed a stifling feeling, and he immediately knew that this was bad. He'd been catching his breath but started circulating the magical yuan in his limbs without another moment's thought. The trickles of magical yuan made a circuit of his limbs as it wiped away the scent of blood that Han Shuo had just sniffed into his lungs. Han Shuo had been feeling a bit woozy and tired, but now felt strength surge back into his limbs. A vicious plan, a devious enemy. He went over what had just happened and was certain that the blood essence he'd placed in Belinda's neck had been tampered with and transferred into Elaine's body. The enemy had then killed Elaine and used her body as bait, setting 2 traps to ensnare him. They'd first used a spell similar to corpse explosion. Elaine's body had been filled with chemicals so that the moment her body exploded, her fresh blood, that was laced with chemicals, would become a second round of attack. Such cruel methods that made use of a corpse could only be the brainchild of those fervent cultists of the Calamity Church. Belinda must have been saved by others, or she would have never awoken from the shackles of the blood essence through her power alone. Han Shuo immediately planned on leaving this place when his thoughts traveled here, but 2 sets of footsteps started drawing close to where he was. One of them was heavy and the other soft. Han Shuo could judge from their weights that the oncomers were a male and a female. A thought struck him as his mind raced furiously. He was weighing up what was the most appropriate method and best timing to handle the 2. However, he needed an opportunity to create the best timing. Han Shuo looked around and noticed that there was no good terrain to take advantage of, nor was there any good timing present. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Han Shuo's originally upright body then suddenly softened to the ground. When his eyelids covered the sharp look in his eyes, his heartbeat and breathing became uncommonly calm. It was as if he were in a deep coma with no awareness whatsoever. 2 people gradually drew close. Belinda's face was covered by her black veil as usual. Her bright eyes stared tightly at Han Shuo without blinking. The other person was rather elderly as the tips of his hair was a grey-brown color. Fine lines wizened his face like motes as he wore a thick, grey cotton jacket. He held onto a knobbed cane in his left hand as his grey-white eyes seemed without energy. He walked slowly over, keeping an eye on the surroundings as well and paying attention not only to just Han Shuo. "Wait, Belinda!" Just as Belinda was about 10 meters from Han Shuo, the old man immediately called out with a low, raspy voice. Belinda had been staring intently at Han Shuo when she immediately stopped upon hearing this call. She turned in confusion and looked at the old man. "What is it, Master Edwin?" The man called Edwin was from the Calamity Church. His grey-white eyes circled the surroundings again and again before finally settling on Han Shuo. He rasped out, "There's no blood on his body and there are no obvious signs of injury. He likely wasn't injured by that exploding corpse. Judging from the distance, he may have fainted from the chemicals, but we need to be more cautious." "Then according to your opinion, what should we do?" Belinda not only stopped approaching Han Shuo after these words but actually started backing up until she was side by side with Edwin. "Shoot an arrow into him. If he's truly in a coma, he won't have the slightest sensation of it," Edwin responded. Han Shuo cursed inwardly. This old fart was devious and vicious all right. He could come up with such a savage plan. This man gave Han Shuo a strong sense of danger, but from his body's condition, Han Shuo was well aware that this person wasn't a swordsman or a knight. He must be a marvelous mage despite his decrepit body, otherwise he wouldn't be afraid to approach Han Shuo. Belinda laughed softly and agreed when she heard Edwin's instructions. She took out a bow and arrow and shakily notched an arrow to the string. Belinda was noticeably not a marksman. Her 2 arms were shaking as her notched arrow shook in Han Shuo's direction as well. Because they were so close, Han Shuo could sense Belinda holding the bow and arrow even with his eyes closed. Her shaking hands made soft sounds when her arms brushed past her thick clothing. This made Han Shuo panic a bit as he weighed whether or not he should take the gamble. If he suddenly exploded into action, he wasn't confident in his ability to kill both of them given their distance from him and the fact that they were both on guard. Han Chuo didn't know anything about what methods this Edwin possibly had either, so it was very unwise to take this risk in attacking. Han Chuo hardened his heart in the moment that Belinda notched her arrow and decided to just take the hit no matter what. Han Chuo understood that they didn't seem to want to kill him from their conversation. This was what caused him to make up his mind. Do it. Edwin's voice was low as he pressed Belinda. All right. Belinda agreed and released the arrow with a whoosh. The arrow landed in the snow by his left arm as Han Chuo lay there nervously. It hadn't touched him at all. It looked like Belinda's shooting skills were beyond crap, which caused her to miss even at such a close range. No worries, we have plenty of time, you'll get the hang of it after shooting a few more arrows. No emotion could be heard in Edwin's voice as he spoke slowly. His eyes lit up as he spoke and he focused on Han Chuo's body, wanting to glean some clues from it. All right, I'll try a few more times. Belinda responded and shot out another 3 arrows. All 3 of them missed yet again. Belinda was obviously a bit irritated as she huffed out lightly and took out another arrow. She didn't aim at all this time and shot it directly towards Han Chuo. However, the one arrow which she hadn't aimed at all actually turned out to be miraculously accurate. It flew straight towards Han Chuo's calf and sank in with a small pft. Bright red blood oozed out slowly from his pant leg. This kind of pain had long since become nothing to Han Chuo. His heart rate and breathing stayed the same as did the dull expression on his face, as if he'd truly sunk into the depths of a drugged coma. Things should be fine. Edwin nodded and said lowly after observing for a while. Belinda and Edwin then relaxed their guard against Han Chuo and approached his position. Han Chuo focused his concentration and prepared himself to kill at any second. He would make a move to immediately kill Edwin as soon as the old man approached. As frightening as Belinda was, she was only a threat in group fights thanks to the destructive powers of her golem. Han Chuo didn't fear her at all if they were to fight in a place like this. Just as Han Chuo made his preparation, more sounds came from the distance. They quickly approached this area, surprising Han Chuo as he feigned death on the ground. He wondered who was arriving now. Chief, that person's here. A loud yell suddenly sounded as a band of a dozen traveled swiftly through the frosty winter wind. To think he left the Valley of Sunshine of his own accord, he doesn't want to live anymore. Florida's voice suddenly rang out in Han Chuo's ears, completely contrary to his expectations. Chief Florida of the Red Sickle Mercenary Band. Belinda suddenly exclaimed in shock. No matter who you two are, give me that kid immediately. Florida announced peremptorily as usual when he arrived. Calm restored itself in the eyes of the man called Edwin. He flicked a glance at Florida and the others approaching, first cackling oddly and then rasping out in a voice full of hate. So you're Florida, it looks like I was right to come to the Valley of Sunshine this time. As Edwin spoke, an immense pulse of magic suddenly emanated from his body. The presence of dark magic suddenly permeated the air towards Florida. 3 enormous black hands materialized in the air, slamming down upon them with a ferocious force that could cleaving the heavens and ground open. All the trees and boulders exploded into dust within that area in the span of a second. Towering trees first creaked audibly and then fell beneath the onslaught of that force. The enormous dark magic spell, the Hand of Death, had been released, and 3 10-meter wide hands had appeared. As the terrifying force covered the ground, 4 of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries couldn't dodge in time and were pounded into bloody mincemeat. Did your grandfather Ferguson not teach you how to treat your elders? Edwin's voice was suffused with a cruel smile as he spoke to Florida. Edwin and Belinda were already by Han Chuo's side now, and if he wanted to, he could make a sudden move and harm Edwin. However, judging from these enormous disturbances, Han Chuo understood that Edwin seemed to hate Florida even more. He was trying to kill him after just meeting the man, and his strength was much stronger than Emily, who was also a user of dark magic. On one side was a killer from the Calamity Church, on the other was enemies from the Rainbow Sickle. These two groups were both people that he would have to make moves against in the future, and it was all to Han Shuo's advantage that they had suddenly started fighting. As opposed to him making a move now, he might as well continue to play dead and have them dog eat dog. Just who are you? Florida and the rest of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries had swiftly taken refuge on higher ground and was looking back at Florida in shock. Ha ha, you may not know me, but your grandfather has known me for many years. Perhaps you've heard of the name Edwin. Edwin's voice still sounded rather non-committal. Grand Magus Edwin of the Calamity Church, it's you old monster. Florida cried out with shock as he swept his gaze over Han Shuo's body. He waved his hand, retreat. The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band members completely obeyed Florida's orders and retreated swiftly, obviously greatly afraid of Edwin. Want to run? It won't be that easy. Edwin's voice sounded again. He quickly chanted a profound magical spell. Two enormous Grim Reaper blades materialized in his left and right hands. They were even larger than the previous hands of death. The sharp blades flew quickly through the air and cut through towering trees like they were slicing through tofu. They broke apart into various chunks of wood after the blade had passed through. The presence of death emanated towards Florida and the others. Two brawny and tall senior swordsmen flanking Florida had no defense against this at all, as they were carved into various pieces of meat by the blades and scattered down onto the ground in a bloody mess. Such frightening effects made Florida and the others move even faster. The appearance of such an unlucky omen had obviously disturbed Florida's previously laid plans. Even Han Shuo was quite surprised as the ghastly whales continued to commentate a play-by-play of the casualties. Tie him up first, I'll take care of these people. Edwin turned to speak to Belinda when he saw Florida and the others fleeing towards the Valley of Sunshine for their lives. He took out a vial of powder and gave it to Belinda. Smear this on his throat, he'll answer all your questions as soon as he wakes up. Don't worry, I'll make him pay. Belinda responded resolutely. Nodding, Edwin turned to leave and planned to pursue Florida and the others. Han Shuo suddenly made his move as the Demon Slayer edge howled through the air, shooting straight for Edwin's back. Han Shuo had planned on staying quiet for a while longer, but now that he'd witnessed Edwin's strength and realized that he was departing his attack range, he didn't plan on observing any longer. Han Shuo decided to use this opportunity to take him out first. Edwin was stronger than Han Shuo had assumed, as an instinctual response kicked in even when the Demon Slayer edge pierced towards him at such high speed in this short distance. A magic shield like black metal flared up, protecting the area that the Demon Slayer edge was piercing towards. Pfft! Blood sprayed everywhere. The Demon Slayer edge sank a few inches in after piercing through the thick magic shield and was then halted by an enormous force, unable to move a single bit forward. At the same time, Han Shuo leapt up like a panther from his original position on the ground, flying past Belinda to shoot towards Edwin with the speed of lightning, purple shell fire sparkling from his left hand as his hand formed a blade, drawing it across Edwin's neck mercilessly. Chapter 201. Chapter 201, Hurry up old dog. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Grunting beneath his breath, the dark Grand Magus Edwin soared into the sky like the branch of a willow tree whipping into the air. As he did so, Han Shuo's sharp knife-like palm cut through the air. Stuck in Edwin's heart, the Demon Slayer edge seemed to be under the draw of an immense force and forcefully flew out of his body, flying through the air. Fresh blood dripping from his back, Edwin's expression was an ugly grimace as he chanted a magic spell. Another hand of death appeared in the air and started hurtling down upon Han Shuo like a mountain. An enormous aura covered Han Shuo's body, making it very difficult for him to breathe. A thought grew in his mind as the Demon Slayer edge flew towards Han Shuo like a rainbow. He suddenly activated the art of the demonic ninth heavens and shot through the enormous aura surrounding him as the hand of death reached his head. He shot towards Florida's escaping group. When the second blow missed, Edwin distanced himself from Han Shuo. The speed at which he flew towards the horizon was clearly much nimbler than Archmage Emily. Perhaps Han Shuo would have been able to meet him head-on if the opponent had been Florida. But Edwin was a dark Grand Magus. Such potential was most definitely sufficient to overwhelm Hanchuo. So once the situation turned ugly, he needed to withdraw immediately. Treacherous little brat! Your death is certain! Edwin bellowed hoarsely from above. Unexpectedly, he ignored Belinda entirely as he shot straight towards Hanchuo. Defeating him was out of the question, but as for escaping, the flexibility and speed of the art of the demonic ninth heavens instantly displayed its power, gradually increasing the distance between Hanchuo and Edwin. Suddenly, a group of 10 or so people appeared before him. Florida hovered midair, his long hair billowing. Below him, a few elite members of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band sprinted through the thick shrubbery at lightning speed. This time, Rainbow Sickle's target had only been Hanchuo in their trip from the Valley of Sunshine. Therefore, they had only mobilized some experts. But who would have thought they would be so unlucky as to run into Edwin, someone with a grudge against Florida's grandfather, and fall into such a miserable state? Even though they were escaping in the same direction, Hanchuo's speed had clearly surpassed Florida's group. The fact that he would be able to catch up to these people had also been part of Hanchuo's plans. Laughing coldly, Hanchuo approached them from behind, using the flexibility granted by the art to leisurely suspend himself on the bodies of Florida's group. With Hanchuo's chant, lance after lance of bone spears pierced towards Florida like arcs of electricity flashing in midair. Damn it! Florida, in the midst of running for his life, suddenly heard the whistling sounds of bone spears breaking through the air. He turned his head back and discovered a sinisterly smiling Hanchuo looking down at him with a cold smile. In that moment, Florida couldn't help but swear. A ball of eye-blinding light shot out from Florida's staff. A radiant slash spell was flung out and pulverized the 3 bone spears. At the same time, however, the difference between the levitation spell and Hanchuo's art was made apparent. They had both chanted spells, but Hanchuo's speed hadn't been affected at all, whereas Florida's originally swiftly moving speed had decreased by a third. A strange wind sound quickly approached from the distance and Hanchuo understood that Edwin was swiftly catching up. A mocking smile hanging from his lips, Hanchuo once again slowed down and clung to Florida's trail like a ghoul. He chanted the bone spear spell again as another 3 bone spears flew out. Florida wasn't afraid of Hanchuo, but he was inordinately afraid of Edwin. If it hadn't been for Edwin's pursuit, Florida would have absolutely stopped and brought his significant prowess to battle Hanchuo. However, he also obviously didn't want Edwin to catch up to him because of Hanchuo. Therefore, he could only continue his defense and reduce his speed again and again. "Chief, we'll hold him off for you, you get out of here." At this moment, some of the Rainbow Sickle experts out in front of Florida suddenly halted as one of them yelled loudly. They'd all witnessed Edwin's strength just now. If they stayed, they might be able to hold back Hanchuo, but they'd never be able to defend against Edwin. Speaking these words at this moment meant that they'd already made their plans to die. "All right, I'll get revenge for you." Florida was a ruthless person, all right. Although he was a bit pained, he still decisively accepted their suggestion and glared ferociously at Hanchuo, then turning and dashing forward. 2 crossbows suddenly locked onto Hanchuo as 2 mercenaries' sharp eyes gave Hanchuo a prickling feeling of danger. 2 sounds pierced through the air as 2 bolts brought a terrifying air current with them. They shot towards him with a speed and accuracy beyond Hanchuo's imagination. The quickly advancing Hanchuo had to rapidly back up. He didn't dare rush another step forward. In this process, some of the archers notched their bows and took aim at Hanchuo. Their skill was in stark contrast to Belinda's methods just now. Since Hanchuo had already taken to the sky, he was hard-pressed to evade the danger from below and had to back up once again. Hanchuo hesitated and planned on immediately changing direction. At this moment, the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries beneath him suddenly started panicking. A milky white, respondent server aura suddenly shot out from their midst as Trunks appeared on the back of his manticore. He was waving his sword around with a cold expression and forced the mercenaries back so that they had no energy to spare for Hanchuo. Trunks! Up in the air, Hanchuo was flabbergasted by the disturbance below, and he couldn't help but dive down to exclaim in joy. Fly through the air to keep harassing Florida. I'll handle these traitors on the ground who should have died 1,000, 10,000 times. We'll chat when we get back to the Valley of Sunshine. Trunks threw back his head and flashed a brilliant smile. The charming, handsome Trunks was attacking the experts of Rainbow Sickle from the back of his manticore. Trunks, don't you bully others to the extreme. The expert who had spoken before suddenly glared ferociously at Trunks. Bully others to the extreme. Haha. The old chief was so good to you and none of you guys said anything after that animal Florida took control. You just blindly followed behind him. How dare you say these words to me now? Trunks laughed as if he'd heard something hilarious, but his smile was even colder than the frosty night wind and his tone spoke of a hatred etched bone deep. Edwin's figure was drawing closer, drawing a cold laugh from Trunks. Trunks lifted his head once again and urged Hanchuo on, Brian, hurry and go. Take advantage of this opportunity to kill Florida. All right, that old monster behind us is a tough bird. Run away immediately if he draws near and don't meet him head on. Although Hanchuo didn't understand why Trunks hated Florida that much, he guessed it must have something to do with the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. The experts present here seemed to be acquainted with Trunks, and so this meant that there was some type of relationship between them. Hanchuo realized that he wouldn't be able to measure up to Trunks' strong belief in him if he didn't immediately give chase. He darted through the air like lightning and shot for Florida. Edwin arrived shortly after Hanchuo's departure as well. He cast a glance down and didn't linger when he noticed that both Florida and Hanchuo were absent. He followed Hanchuo's trail and seemed to be completely unconcerned with Trunks and those of the Red Sickle mercenary band below. Hanchuo had already gotten a taste of Florida's abilities earlier, he definitely wouldn't be able to live in peace if the latter didn't die. The place of extreme water was located within the valley, so he needed to stay here for a while longer. If Florida didn't die, he'd have no end of trouble in the future. So even if Phoebe hated him for it, Hanchuo needed to kill him. The flying art of a demonic cultivator enabled Hanchuo to slowly catch up to Florida when he circulated his magical yuan to the utmost, even after lingering halfway. When the bone spears once again whistled through the air, Florida almost wanted to spit blood in his anger. He now knew that Hanchuo wanted to go down with him and have them both die to Edwin. In his irritation, he truly wanted to stop and fight Hanchuo to death. Just what do you want? When that old monster Edwin catches up to us, neither one of us will be able to escape. Florida roared out furiously at Hanchuo, as the scene from earlier repeated again. Florida used the radiant slash to hack Hanchuo's bone spears into pieces. Ha ha, it strikes my fancy today that I'll die with you. Hanchuo had an incredibly refreshing and relieving feeling after venting the dejected feeling he'd felt from being suppressed by Florida in the last 2 days. Even with Edwin catching up to them, Hanchuo was confident that he could make use of his magic to get away. With Hanchuo's understanding of mages, he could also be certain that Florida wouldn't be able to maintain flight for too long, and thus this was why he'd done this. Crazy, AF*ing madman. Hanchuo's words finally caused Florida to start cussing. Because Florida and Hanchuo's speed had decreased, Edwin's figure appeared from behind them at this moment and his odd cackling traveled to them first. Hurry up, old dog. I'm waiting for you. Hanchuo even had the time to laugh wildly and look back at Edwin, egging him on with his words. You better pray that I don't catch you, or I'll make you regret that you've ever lived. Edwin was absolutely incensed by the mention of old dog. Even the injury on his back seemed to throb with more pain after hearing that. Hanchuo had long since pulled out the arrow that Belinda had shot into his calf, and this was when his durable body showed off its capabilities. His blood had stopped flowing out of the wound, and apart from some minor pain, there was no impact to Hanchuo's movements. When the 3 bone spears once again shot out, Florida had to reach out a hand and defend himself. Hanchuo made use of this time to release a dark mist spell. It was night to begin with, and there was no other light in the sky apart from a crescent moon. When the dark mist spell appeared again, it shrouded Honshuo and Florida in a patch of darkness in which even one's own hand couldn't be seen. Damn it! Florida emitted blinding light from his magic staff, but could only illuminate a small patch around him. He scrambled to defend himself against the bone spears and thereby decreased his flight speed even more. Kid, I'll take your life first to pay back some of your grandfather's debt to me. Edwin had finally caught up to them, but Honshuo slipped away like a bit of smoke and vanished in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine, leaving behind only Florida who'd been obstructed by the 3 bone spears. Honshuo wouldn't be so stupid as to conceal his traces in front of a dark Grand Magus. When the mental strength of a freak like this covered everything, even someone truly dead would be revealed to him. Therefore, Honshuo could only use the advantage of his speed to leave this place of danger as soon as possible and leave Florida behind to bring up the rear. As Honshuo's figure slowly faded into the distance, the dark mist magic also started to dissipate. When Florida once again saw the clean moonlight reappear in the desolate night sky, he was also greeted with the sight of Edwin, enraged to the point where steam was spewing from his face. In the name of the God of Light, bind all darkness, shackles of light. Florida panicked when he saw Edwin and didn't think at all before he released the light magic spell, shackles of light. Hula hoops of light sparkled with clean, pure light and rolled beneath the bright moonlight, surrounding Edwin. The bands of light were filled with the purest of light elements and had an enormous restraining power. This little fellow has such a high grasp of comprehension in light magic at such a young age. He will surely become a thorn in the side of our Calamity Church in the future. It looks like I can't allow you to leave alive today. When faced with the shackles of light, the dark Grand Magus Edwin neither panicked nor grew frantic, and his angrily scowling face from earlier regained its peace. He chanted out a dark magic spell and waved his staff at the approaching shackles of light. A boundless surge of energy seemed to want to rip into everything as it churned the 2 bands of light closest to him into pieces. Suddenly, the remaining bands of light all formed into one string as lightning started sparking and crackling all over the bands of light. The shackles of light had originally only been able to restrain enemies, but it had suddenly turned into an enormously strong killing machine in the span of a second and tried to churn Edwin into pieces. "Ha, you've got some skills all right to be able to combine thunder magic with the shackles of light," Edwin exclaimed softly as he was completely enveloped in the radiant flashes of lightning and bright light. An inky black magic shield covered Edwin, and 3 hands of death appeared in the air, grabbing the shackles of light. They pulled apart the bands of light with brute force and the violently sparking lightning found it completely impossible to injure the hands of death. Florida spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and then ran blindly away, seemingly unwilling to spend another moment there. Melding together the light and thunder magic was obviously out of his control, and he'd been hit with the backlash of expending too much magic. That had resulted in immediate, significant injury. However, Edwin had easily broken through such a strong blow, displaying that the differences in their strengths were indeed too hard to cross. Florida knew that he would be hard-pressed to escape death if he stayed for another moment. Although Edwin had broken through Florida's spell, it had taken him some time to do so. When Edwin then cleared away the remnants of the magic, he discovered that Florida had once again disappeared. Florida was wavering through the sky in flight at this moment due to expending too much mental strength. However, the valley had finally appeared in front of him, and he'd be able to make it to safety before long. No matter how much the Cairo and Rainbow Sickle mercenary bands were at odds with each other, the Cairo mercenary band still had to follow the rules of the valley. So once Florida entered the valley, whoever tried to kill him would face the attacks of all the assembled powers. Add to that the fact that most of the Rainbow Sickle band was stationed within the valley, Edwin would be able to do nothing to Florida once he made it inside. However, when he saw the border of the valley, Honshuo's coldly smirking figure appeared at the same time and blocked the way that he needed to take, obviously not planning on letting him make it inside alive. Chapter 202. Chapter 202, I'll remember you. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val? If a person expressed the attitude of wanting to kill you at all costs, then the only way for you to live was to kill him before he killed you. Han Shuo and Florida hadn't seen eye to eye from the very beginning, and the matter with Phoebe had magnified this enmity even more so. Not only had Florida expressed his desire to kill Han Shuo from the very beginning, he'd also taken actual action. Han Shuo would naturally not sit there and patiently await his death. A day's worth of pursuit had now extended into the depths of the night. The bright moon hung high in the sky like a giant, a cold eye looking down on everything beneath it. Strong gusts of chilly wind shook the towering trees and blew away the thick snow cover on the ancient branches, the falling snow whispering in people's ears. Han Shuo was standing in the air, carrying the demon slayer edge in his right hand with a cold expression on his face. His gaze stern and emotionless, he seemed to be a lofty mountain range obstructing Florida's path of hope. Florida only had the chance to live if he made it past Han Shuo. If you step aside now, I promise to never go up against you in the future. Caught in the throes of a magical backlash, Florida had greatly expended his energy in his desperate flight for life. His injuries were now severe and his strength far depleted. A tinge of resignation colored his words as he looked at Han Shuo. A charming smile was plastered across his face, yet Han Shuo's laugh was as cold as an icy cavern. He looked meaningfully at Florida and shook his head. I'm sorry, I think your corpse is much more reassuring than your promise. When he heard those words, Florida knew that there was no way out for him. His face darkened as he said, My grandfather is the Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light. There's nothing in it for you if you become enemies with me. Even if you can kill me today, my grandfather will never let you off the hook. Even if Florida was injured, he still tried to create the illusion of strength with these words. But for Han Shuo, with his current strength, not only was he unafraid of Florida bringing out his grandfather to threaten him, he was now even more certain that Florida had nothing left in his tank otherwise, Florida wouldn't have wasted all this time talking to him. If I don't kill you today, I'll face danger from both you and your grandfather. But if you're dead, I only need to face your grandfather. Therefore, go die. His words icy, Han Shuo readied himself to kill. A pile of stark white bones appeared beneath the pristine moonlight as Han Shuo chanted. Gleaming coldly, the bones quickly assembled into a bone prison that was 3 meters wide and 4 meters tall, contracting rapidly around Florida. Han Shuo suddenly shot towards Florida with a merciless expression when the bone prison had completely formed, moving through the night sky like lightning. Even if his strength was greatly spent, Florida was still a light major archmage, particularly as he'd also dual majored in thunder magic. Han Shuo had seen everything quite clearly in the distance when Florida had faced off against Edwin, and knew that his strength was quite frightening. Therefore, with Han Shuo's advantage in magical cultivation, the smartest thing for him to do was to close the distance between him and Florida. No matter how strong Florida was, Han Shuo was confident that he'd be able to kill him if he was within close combat range. A light major spell suddenly exploded out with Florida as the epicenter. The eye-piercingly strong light brought with it the pure, divine strength of light. The spell formed sharp ripples as it crashed onto the bone prison in front of him. Light Major had always been a natural counter to necromancy magic. When the pure and divine strength of light collided with the bone prison, the originally gleaming white bones seemed to undergo 100 years of corrosion as they started to crumble. The strong defenses had become so brittle that they wouldn't even be able to withstand the slightest blow, and so exploded into pieces when Florida struck fiercely with his magic staff. Although he'd broken out of the cage, Florida's face was even more drained of blood than before. It was obvious that he'd expended too much mental strength and had taxed his body beyond its limits. At that moment, Han Shuo suddenly appeared next to him, the demon slayer edge sparkling with a murderous light. He slashed at Florida's neck, utterly determined to end his life with one deadly strike. The magic staff in Florida's hand suddenly exploded with white light as an enormous power within suddenly erupted. Florida hurled his staff at the demon slayer edge. A metallic clang rang out as the two connected, and the magical Yuan-infused Demon Slayer edge ripped a large hole through Florida's staff of unknown materials. However, the power within the staff obstructed Han Chuo for a slight moment, making him falter involuntarily in the air for a moment. On the other side, frothy blood was now running down from Florida's mouth, trailing down his neck to dye his chest a vivid red. His handsome face was now as pale as paper, and the blood by his mouth made him appear even more frightening. At this point, he wasn't so much flying to the Valley of Sunshine, but swaying his way to it instead. High-quality magic staffs could store a portion of the caster's magic within it and release it at critical moments. Florida's actions just now had obviously been that. The magical elements within the staff had acted as a catalyst to cause an explosion and make Han Chuo pause for a second. By the valley's fence, the Cairo mercenary band's vice chief Harris seemed to have received some sort of message and was looking in that direction with some of his experts at his side. They had long since seen the battle going on outside, but was casting a dispassionate eye upon things and hadn't intervened. Everyone in the valley knew of the enmity between the Cairo and Rainbow Sickle mercenary bands. The Cairo mercenaries had an obligation to interfere as long as Florida set foot within the valley. However, Han Chuo and Florida's fight was taking place outside the valley at the moment. Additionally, with Harris's hatred of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, he likely was passionately wishing for Han Chuo to kill Florida. Pausing for a moment, Han Chuo saw that Florida was about to enter the valley. Behind him, Edwin had once again reappeared as well. Han Chuo immediately circulated his magical yuan to its utmost and shot across the sky, leaving a smoke trail as he made for Florida. Suddenly, a fire dragon rose into the air and shot out from the valley's fence, churning towards Han Chuo. Han Chuo had wanted to kill Florida, but was forced from his path in order to evade. He first used the dark mist spell to create cover and then summoned a zombie to substitute for himself in the face of the fire dragon's wrath. Han Chuo looked down at the dark mist and noticed that a fire mage had appeared by the valley border. There was a rapidly approaching cavalry troop in the distance wearing the uniform of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries as well. Damn it, why are they here? Harris growled in anger. Chief, are you all right? The Rainbow Sickle mercenaries immediately surrounded Florida when they drew nearer and asked anxiously. Florida was still suffering from immense shock and fright, and finally breathed a huge sigh of relief at the sight of his own people. He turned his head to point viciously at Han Chuo, "Kill him." Florida's body fell into a dead faint as soon as he'd finished speaking. It looked like the trials he'd suffered along the way had caused him great trauma. The appearance of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries made Han Chuo understand that he no longer had any opportunities to kill Florida. However, since Florida had fainted, Han Chuo understood that even though he hadn't died, he was half dead anyways. It would take him a long time to recover from this. Han Chuo didn't wait for the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries to make their move, but shot into the valley from above and landed a few meters in front of Harris. According to the valley's rules, even if one had the ability to fly, one couldn't enter the valley using flight. However, Han Chuo's earlier fight with Florida had been completely witnessed by those in the Cairo mercenary band. The enemy of one's enemy was a friend, and so not only did Harris very magnanimously forgive Han Chuo's actions, but immediately gestured for his men to form a wall in front of Han Chuo. "I'm sorry, now that he's entered the valley, fights cannot occur in the Valley of Sunshine, or our Cairo mercenary band would intervene." Harris's expression was calm as he grasped his double-headed battle axe tightly, radiating a willingness to explode into battle at any moment. Chief Florida's grave injuries were a large blow to the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries, not only in terms of strength, but also reputation. The eyes of the mercenaries all spat fire as they looked in Han Chuo's direction, but Harris had expressed his intention to abide by the rules, and so they were caught in a dilemma. "Let's stabilize the chief's injuries first. They'll pay as soon as the chief is all right." The fire mage who had attacked Han Chuo earlier cast a glance at Florida's face and suddenly opened his mouth to speak. This person likely had a very high position within the mercenary band, as no one else said anything after his suggestion. They all glared furiously at Han Chuo, leaving quickly with Florida in their care. "Friend, you must be more careful. Florida will not let you off easily after he wakes up. Although our men patrol all over the Valley of Sunshine, we still can't fully prevent people from making some mischief. I think you know what I mean." Harris's attitude was much warmer compared to the first time he'd seen Hanchuo. The cold lines of his face had softened as he spoke a word of warning to Hanchuo. Florida's grave injuries greatly benefited the Cairo mercenary band, and as Florida's rival, Hanchuo was the Cairo mercenary band's friend. No wonder Harris's attitude was so friendly towards Hanchuo. The Cairo mercenaries were on patrol all throughout the valley, but their energy was limited. It was impossible for them to keep an eye out all the time. When the fuming Florida woke up, he would absolutely pursue revenge at all costs. Even if he was in the Valley of Sunshine, he would likely pick the perfect time to make his move, so Han Shuo wasn't truly safe within the valley as well. Nodding, Hanchuo spoke with a slight smile, "Thank you, it's not that easy to kill me either." Edwin had also made it over at this time and landed on the ground near the border. His gaze fixed itself tightly on Hanchuo as he said, "I want to enter the valley, what procedures do I need to take care of?" Hanchuo's head began to throb at these words. The arrival of such an old freak was an even greater threat to him than Florida. However, the Valley of Sunshine had its rules as well, and they wouldn't turn away such a god of wealth. "Kid, you're called Brian, aren't you? There are fewer and fewer people who can inflict injuries on my body as the years go on. I'll remember you." Edwin rubbed his aching back as he went through the appropriate procedures. He threw a ghastly smile at Hanchuo, the various crevices and motes on his face scrunching together to appear quite stern. "You should forget me instead, I don't want to see you again." Hanchuo smiled ruefully in response, walking into the valley nursing a headache and thinking of how to prepare appropriate measures. Edwin came from the Calamity Church and had the strength of a dark Grand Magus. He was a significant force to be reckoned with across the entire profound continent. That such a character hadn't been immediately killed meant that he would have an almost unimaginable amount of trouble in the future. Hanchuo was now besieged with an enormous headache and wanted to leave the valley immediately. Everything could wait until he returned to the cemetery of death through the transportation matrix. The end of the night had arrived unknowingly and Emily was rather sleepy when Hanchuo returned to the dark mantle. When she saw Hanchuo reappear in front of her, the slightly confused look in her eyes slowly cleared up. She said gleefully, "You're all right. Did you see Trunks?" Nodding, Hanchuo said with surprise, "How did you know Trunks is here?" "The Dark Mantle has a small intelligence network within the valley. Trunks entered the valley by himself shortly after you left. I know that the two of you are close, so I had a chat with him when he entered the valley. When he learned that Florida was making a move against you, he immediately left again and rushed in the direction of Valen City. I didn't go with him because I had to stay here and wait for news from my superiors." Emily explained. "Elaine's dead. I fell victim to a trap and almost got killed." Hanchuo sighed and sat down. When she heard of Elaine's death, a sad expression appeared on Emily's beautiful face and she grew very quiet. After a while, she sighed heavily and softly said, "Although big sister Elaine didn't know how to fight, she was very capable. She'd operated her small hotel in Valen City for many years and supplied us with valuable advice many a time. She's helped us so much, but died because of us." If Hanchuo and Emily hadn't appeared, and if they hadn't given Belinda over to Elaine's care in their rush, Elaine wouldn't have died either. It was because Hanchuo didn't have a deep relationship with Elaine that he wasn't hit with any particularly tragic feelings. When he saw Emily's grief-stricken expression, he patted her shoulder lightly and spoke a few words of comfort. Emily's mood improved as Hanchuo comforted her in a low voice. It was then that she remembered the true task at hand, just what happened. Hanchuo recounted the events in great detail, making Emily shudder in fright when she heard of the dangerous happenings on this trip. She cheered for Hanchuo's escape and prayed for him during his dangerous encounters. Emily was still caught up in the shock from what had happened after Han Shuo had finished, and lifted his pant leg to see the now clotted wound. Don't take such risks in the future. If Belinda's arrow hadn't landed here, then you would have been in a lot of danger. Don't worry, if the direction of her arrow was more dangerous, I naturally wouldn't have sat there just to be hit by it. I would have immediately evaded and escaped as far as possible. His actions had brought certain results in the end. Although Edwin's back injury wasn't as severe as Florida's, it would be enough to cause him grief for some time. We're in trouble now. Florida is already a tough person to shake off, and now we have Edwin to deal with as well. He has a high position in the Calamity Church and is quite vicious and brutal. You've even hurt him. I don't know whether to be proud or worried for you. Emily sighed with a look of worry on her face. Don't worry, if it comes down to it, we can return to the cemetery of death. As long as we stay in a place where no one can find us, we'll be able to defend ourselves or attack after we set up the transportation matrix. Han Shuo held a rather optimistic view as he smiled to comfort Emily. At this time, the old man looking after the Dark Mantle stronghold walked over and knocked on the door. Mistress Emily, Chief Lord Eden of the Cairo Mercenary Band requests that you and Master Brian pay a visit. Understood, Grandpa Camby. Emily responded lightly and looked at Han Shuo. It looks like we may have allies. Chapter 203. Chapter 203, Forcing a Fight. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. The sky had completely brightened and the air had grown cooler. The sun, the size of a disk, was slowly rising in the sky. A resplendent sunrise stood tall and upright over the inky blue clouds and sparkled with a soft red light, ripping apart the clouds covering the heavens. Small groups of people traveled on the morning streets in the Valley of Sunshine as they wandered out of the dens of temptation from the various alleys off the streets, yawning with sleepy expressions. It was apparent that they'd expended great effort on the bodies of women last night. There are truly so many disgusting fellows with no taste. Emily wasn't in the best of moods as she flicked a cold glance at those walking out of the alleys with untidy clothing, speaking with a look of distaste on her face. Han Shuo wasn't overly tired by the chase that had lasted all night. He looked around interestedly and didn't respond. Oh, right, Phoebe came to find you last night. I said you were out of business. Emily drew her coat together tightly by the neck and turned her head to speak to Han Shuo. She didn't say anything. Han Shuo started slightly and thought of what Phoebe had gone to do. No, she likely doesn't have anything to say to me. Emily responded, paused, and suddenly drew close to Han Shuo in a gossipy fashion. She lowered her voice, did you do that to her? Shaking his head, Han Shuo was all business as he said righteously. How could I do that? We've only met for a few months. Am I someone in that much of a rush? Pfft, you violated me the day you met me through raping me, you shameless villain. Emily was quite disdainful of Han Shuo's response and snorted with contempt. Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh at her words. He didn't feel awkward, but rather retorted, our circumstances were rather special. Besides, you were so alluring, how could my hot-bloodedness withstand your temptations? Villain! All you know is how to talk nonsense. Emily's breath was caught in her anger, but was rather satisfied by his answer and she didn't continue the conversation. When he saw that some happiness was marking Emily's brows, Han Shuo knew that she wasn't actually angry. He suddenly thought of a problem and asked, oh right, how did the Cairo mercenary band know of that place? Is it that they know the Dark Mantle controls the shop? Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Emily actually nodded her head. She explained when she saw his look of befuddlement. The Valley of Sunshine is different to a town or city of the Empire. The Cairo mercenary band holds control here. Since there is limited land here, they'll thoroughly investigate any comings and goings. It's a completely unrealistic thing to want to stay here and remain a secret. However, although they know that we're the Dark Mantle, they don't interfere with our operations at all. because we target those with designs against the Lancelot Empire and won't purposefully make trouble for them. Brian. Han Chuo and Emily were walking towards to the Cairo mercenary band when they heard Trunks' voice at this moment. Han Chuo turned his head to see the Manticore riding Trunks appear from the direction of the entrance to the valley. There were some indistinct traces of blood on him and the Manticore. Behind them, the Rainbow Sickle experts had on looks of anger. It seemed like they'd come off worse in a fight. Han Chuo patrolled sharp-eyed over Trunks' bodies, but didn't discover any traces of ripped clothing on him. It looked like the fresh blood on him and the Manticore were from those of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. "Are you all right?" Han Chuo asked with a slight smile when Trunks had made it over on his Manticore. "Just a few cowardly traitors, how could they possibly harm me?" "Oh right, how did it go on your side? Did you kill that pathetic Florida?" Trunks responded confidently and looked closely at Han Chuo. Spreading his hands out with resigned expression on his face, Han Chuo sighed, "His men saved him at the entrance to the valley. However, I think he'll have to spend at least a month or two to fully recover from his injuries." "Haha, that's good enough. I came to the Valley of Sunshine for his life this time, and it looks like you've already done half the job for me, I thank you." Trunks laughed heartily and then looked back at the Rainbow Sickle members behind him with a coldly imposing expression. "Traitors, go back and tell Florida that I, Trunks, have returned again. I must take revenge for Annie this time, he'll die in my hands." The Rainbow Sickle mercenaries all had looks of hatred and anger when they heard these words, but they seemed to know that Trunks wasn't someone to be trifled with. They only snorted coldly a few times and circled past Han Chuo and the others, moving towards another direction. "Trunks, why are you here, and what enmity do you have with Florida?" Han Chuo couldn't help but ask at this point. The merchants had already awakened on the streets of the valley and the streets began to bustle a bit. Trunks looked around with a slightly dismal expression, saying, "This isn't a place to speak. Let's find a place where we can chat and I'll tell you in greater detail." "All right." Han Chuo nodded. "Wait, Lord Eden of the Cairo mercenary band has reached out to us. Why don't you have a good chat after we return?" Emily couldn't help but speak up in reminder when she saw that Han Chuo and Trunks seemed to want to immediately find a quiet place to chat. Han Chuo only reacted after Emily had spoken and said to Trunks apologetically, "Lord Eden of the Cairo mercenary band sent people to find us early this morning, asking us to pay a visit. Why don't we chat later?" Nodding understandingly, Trunks walked side by side with Han Chuo and said dashingly, "Let's go, I happen to know Lord Eden as well, let's go together." "You know him?" Han Chuo started and asked Trunks with surprise. "Of course, I spent some time in the valley back in the day and I know many people here." Trunks responded matter-of-factly. Emily revealed a surprised expression and looking thoughtfully at Trunks. There were no established streets of shops within the valley, just a few soaring cliff faces and some towering trees that blocked the sky a bit. Trunks seemed very familiar with this area as he led Han Chuo and Emily inside. The terrain is quite precarious within the depths of the valley, but there's a vast expanse of plains after making it through a narrow tunnel in the cliffs. The strongest power within the valley has always lived there. It used to be the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band living there a few years ago. If it wasn't for Florida's evil scheme in killing the old chief, the Cairo mercenary band can only live elsewhere at this moment. Trunks started introducing the area around them as they walked. There were members of the Cairo mercenary band standing guard at certain intervals along the path. However, the distance between the guards were a bit far away and they weren't afraid of others hearing their words. "Right, Trunks, just what kind of enmity is there between you and Florida?" Han Chuo couldn't help but ask when he saw that the surroundings were quiet enough. "I was actually part of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band to begin with, and I was a senior swordsman then. The old chief had always taken care of me and the chief's daughter Annie treated me like a brother. I was very comfortable in those days until Florida appeared. The young Florida brought with him a dazzling aura and enjoyed special treatment as soon as he joined. Not only did the old chief value him highly, but even Annie quite admired him. I myself had good relations with him as well. If you're not reading this on Volari translations, then this chapter has been stolen. It costs nothing to support the original translator. So why support theft? It's incredibly demoralizing to the translator. However, Florida's goal in coming to the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band was to fully control it. Even though the old chief had already given Annie over to his care, but he still felt that the old chief had too many days in front of him. He colluded with robbers and revealed our movements to them, causing great losses to the band. The old chief died when surrounded by the robbers, and Annie vanished as well. It's likely that she met with a bad downfall as well. I was lucky enough to escape and personally witnessed the conversation between Florida and the head of the robbers. That was when I understood everything. From that moment forth, I made up my mind to get rid of Florida sooner or later. Sadly, when Florida took control of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries, he also invited a source of power from the Church of Light and consolidated his influence over the situation in an exceedingly short amount of time, thoroughly grasping the mercenary band. I was only a senior swordsman then and attempted to assassinate Florida with some injured mercenaries loyal to the old chief. We ended up being thoroughly defeated and fleeing for our lives. Many of my closest friends died in that battle. I entered the dark forest to train myself, nursing the determination to take revenge. I waited for 3 years, and when I heard that the fight over who is the strongest in the valley was about to take place, I knew that Florida is one who is unwilling to be left out. He will certainly contend with the Cairo mercenary band. I think this is a chance, and so I've come back. Trunks distantly regaled the tales of times gone by as they walked. His expression was very remote from beginning to end, as if describing something that had nothing to do with him. However, as the audience, Hanchuo and Emily could discern from the events themselves the endless hate deep within Trunks' heart. When Trunks had finished, Hanchuo looked deeply at Trunks and flashed a brilliant smile. It looks like we can team up again. I think Florida is dead without a doubt this time. Of course. He's definitely going to die. Trunks said confidently, and then looked at Emily interestedly, switching his gaze to Hanchuo afterwards. He asked a bit oddly, and what's the deal with the two of you? If I recall correctly, this lady was captured by you, but why are the two of you walking together now? Chuckling heartily, Hanchuo winked at Trunks and said, sometimes, it's an easy thing for enemies to become friends, particularly between men and women. I understand, haha. Trunks burst out laughing and nodded in understanding. Two silly fellows. Emily was a bit angered and embarrassed by their words. She rolled her eyes at them and huffed. They'd passed through a narrow tunnel as they chatted, arriving in an open plain. Black boulders were in abundance here, and many tall buildings had been erected. These buildings were neither exquisite or beautiful, they were just all extremely practical. They seemed durable, sturdy, and would hold up well beneath ramming. There was a large parade ground on the way to the buildings and several muscular mercenaries were practicing with various weapons. Some mages were releasing spells in a dense forest not too far away, and there were others meditating in the distance. This place is large enough and the buildings sturdy enough. Because there's only one path leading here, it's very safe, and has always been the valley's last line of defense throughout the years. Trunks kept explaining on the way over here. Trunks, what are you doing back here? Harris of the Cairo mercenary band was standing on the parade ground in great spirits, seemingly waiting for Hanchuo and the others. He was quite surprised to see Trunks and couldn't help but call out. Harris, long time no see. You look even more fierce now. But Florida is still thriving throughout these years, it looks like you didn't get your revenge. Trunks spoke to Harris from afar with some mockery on his face. Humph, you also fled with severe injuries, what right do you have to talk about me? Harris's expression was stiff as he said irritably. Forget it, I have nothing to say to you. Let's go, take me to Laurentin. Trunks frowned as he twitched his lips, urging Harris to lead the way. Harris led the three of them through the parade ground to a tall building. Rumbling crashes traveled from the inside of the building, and the three of them were greatly surprised by the scene in front of them when they walked in. A bald, fierce man about 2 meters tall was wearing only a pair of shorts. The muscles of his naked upper body were raised upwards, each as tough as iron ore. The blood vessels over his body throbbed as they were filled with frightening explosive power. There was a black boulder the size of a small mountain on his back. It was 3 times the size of him as he stood shouldering the boulder. He backed up rapidly so that his body sent the boulder crashing against a stone pillar that was as thick as 3 people wrapping their arms around it. Sweat flowed like rivulets down the lines of his muscles as his dark skin sparkled with healthy vigor. His gleaming head didn't have a single strand of hair on it. His body trembled continuously amidst the thunderous collision sides, and the entire building shook from the violent impacts, making one worry that it would collapse at any time. After Han Shuo and the others had arrived, he collided 5 more times before finally throwing away the boulder on his back away to the side. The ground trembled like an earthquake had struck it, and the thunderous roaring sounds suffused the building. He raised his head and focused his eyes in their direction. A strong bout of forceful presence charged towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo's heart couldn't help but seize a bit, seeing how strong this person's body was. He had used only external training methods to train his body to the point where it naturally produced such a thick, forceful presence. This fully explained the frightening aspects of this person. "Trunks, what are you doing back here?" A strange light shone in the big man's eyes as he looked askance at Trunks. "Long time no see, Laurentin. It looks like your physical body has almost been trained to the utmost. You could become berserk twice over previously. It looks like you've improved even more. I wonder if you can become berserk thrice over to reach the legendary 3rd realm of the berserks." Trunks revealed an interested expression as he stared at Laurentin. Grinning oddly, Laurentin didn't respond to Trunks' question and switched his attention to Han Shuo. "You're the fellow who almost killed Florida." Nodding, Han Shuo smiled faintly. "That's right, what might Chief Laurentin be summoning me for? I want to discuss a spot of business with you, but you need to eat one of my punches first so I can measure up your strength and see if you're worth me handing over that shop to you." Laurentin laughed loudly as a fist the size of a fan came crashing down on Han Shuo with a fierce, dominating aura. Han Shuo was slightly startled and realized that this punch encompassed a berserk force when it arrived in front of him. This greatly shocked him, and what was even more surprising was that when this strength surged forward, it blocked off all his avenues of retreat, making it so that he couldn't dodge at all. Han Shuo was struck dumb with amazement as he immediately focused his concentration and deployed his magical cultivation to the maximum, planning on directly taking this punch. Chapter 204. Chapter 204, My Own Power. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. An iron fist swung over with the momentum of wanting to cleave through mountains and split open rocks. The strong force rippled audibly through the air as an unbounded dominance spilled forth like the tides, making Han Shuo's hairs stand on end. Han Shuo took a deep breath in and circulated his magical yuan to his right hand, deploying his magical cultivation to its extreme and turning his hand into the color of black jade. His very bones seemed to be made of black jade as his hand sparkled with a faint light. A cloud of purple magic circulated in the palm of his right hand, appearing as spell fire. Trunks and Emily had been shocked by the sudden development and was about to intervene when they saw Han Shuo's right hand suddenly change. They all stood there, flabbergasted, and didn't say a word. After his hand had changed, Han Shuo suddenly shot out from his defensive position at an unparalleled speed. He then pulled his right hand back and materialized a purple-black streak of lightning, smashing it into Laurentin's oncoming punch. A thunderous crash that was even louder than when Laurentin had crashed into the pillar with the boulder sounded, the collision reverberating throughout the entire hall. An overwhelming force traveled up Han Shuo's right hand into his body. The strength was beyond his imagining. If it wasn't for the perverse level of durability his body was at, his right hand would have absolutely shattered and exploded from this touch. Even so, his body couldn't help but fly backwards and crash into a black boulder in front of the hall doors with an audible crack. His body sagged to the ground, as Chief Lord Eden stood firmly rooted like a boulder. However, an icy cold presence spread from his fist throughout his body and froze the small trickles of sweat running down his body into gleaming, translucent pearls. White smoke rose from his body as the frosty air covered him. "Are you all right?" Emily flashed over to Han Chuo in the blink of an eye, reaching to help him up. His arm was numb from his fist up to his shoulder, and it was still trembling lightly even now. Han Chuo panted heavily as his heart filled with shock, full of astonishment at Lord Eden's strength. "Lord Eden, it looks like your strength has improved once again. Don't think I can't tell even though you've held back some of your strength. You may have already materialized the level of being berserk thrice over." Light danced in Trunks' eyes as he stared at Lord Eden's body. Han Chuo had been about to comfort Emily when he heard Trunks' words. The shock in his heart grew even greater. From Trunks' words, Han Chuo knew that perhaps that blow just now may have been fierce, but it still hadn't been Lord Eden's true strength. Based on the domineering strength from that blow, Han Chuo was certain that Lord Eden wasn't any less inferior to Earth Rider Clark or Sword Master Phoebe. This wasn't even his true strength. If Lord Eden truly brought his full strength to bear, then it'd be even more astonishing. No wonder he was the chief of the Cairo mercenary band and controlled the Order of the Valley of Sunshine. Ice had covered Lord Eden's body when cracking sounds suddenly sounded over his body. The frozen beads of sweat scattered down from his body down to the floor like gleaming pearls, shattering into shards of ice when they came in contact with the stone ground. Shivering involuntarily, Lord Eden sneezed and wrapped a fur cape around himself tightly, then looking at Han Chuo with surprise. "What kind of technique was that? I couldn't sense any fighting aura or magic, but why did it have the power of the two combined? I couldn't feel any ripples of fighting aura or magic from you either, but your strength isn't any less than a sword master and his fighting aura. This is nothing to be shocked about." Han Chuo shrugged and responded with a smile. "Us berserkers have a special way of training, and a very specialized method at that. You're not a berserker, how can you do this? This is truly very strange." Lord Eden looked askance and shook his head. "All right, I think this wasn't your point in inviting us here." Han Chuo walked leisurely to the front and sat down on a stone seat not too far from Lord Eden, also calling out to Trunks and Emily as well. After the blows they'd just exchanged, Han Chuo understood that Lord Eden was likely stronger than himself. The Cairo mercenary band's greatest enemy currently was the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries, so Lord Eden definitely hadn't invited them to come so he could act against them. Therefore, Han Chuo was quite at ease. Emily and Trunks also walked over carelessly when they saw Han Chuo so relaxed, pulling over a stone stool each for a seat. "Harris, what's Florida's condition now after returning to the Rainbow Sickles?" Lord Eden revealed an approving look at Han Chuo and the other's nonchalance and lifted his head to look at Harris. "Florida suddenly fell into a coma at the door in front of the valley and was brought back to the Rainbow Sickles. According to our reports, he should still be comatose, so we don't know his condition right now either." Harris displayed an appropriate amount of respect in front of Lord Eden and responded quickly. Nodding, Lord Eden rubbed his gleaming, bald head and seemed to contemplate something. He looked at Han Chuo after a while and said loudly, "Your strength isn't bad, I'd hoped that you would consider joining our Cairo mercenary band, but since you know Trunks, you likely won't be willing to. I know Florida's strength, and I tested you just now. I think it'd be impossible for you yourself to harm him to that degree, not to mention that he had some experts by his side. Can you tell me what happened?" "An enemy helped me. Edwin, who entered the valley today, happened to be enemies with Florida's grandfather. Florida bumped into Edwin along the way and the two fought first. I just happened to take advantage of the situation." Han Chuo responded honestly since the truth was easy enough to decipher, and there was nothing worth concealing about it. "Edwin. Dark Archmage Edwin of the Calamity Church. That old monster has entered the valley." Lord Eden was startled and he turned his head to look at Harris. That would be him. Another masked woman entered the valley after a while and is staying with him for now. Harris nodded and responded to Lord Eaton. This person is very difficult to handle, he's your enemy. Lord Eaton smoothed over his gleaming head again and appeared a bit troubled. Lord Eaton, I haven't heard that you were afraid of anyone all these years. Can it be that an old man is frightening you? It looks like the stronger you are, the more cowardly you've become. Trunks seemed to know the meaning behind Lorden's head rubbing and couldn't help but mock him. I'm not afraid of him, I'm afraid of the Calamity Church behind him. This is the most evil cult in all of the Profound Continent, and they never adhere to any rules or logic. Their power is incredibly vast as well. They won't rest if you provoke them, and all the kingdoms on the continent are quite scared of them, not just our Valley of Sunshine. Lord Eaton rubbed his head and spoke with some worry. The Calamity Church was the disaster and nightmare of the entire continent. They nursed some unreasonable, fervent ideals and tried to use their power to destroy all those who didn't agree with them. Even the Lancelot Empire would react as if facing an oncoming enemy when they heard of the Calamity Church, not to mention a mid-sized mercenary band. From this point alone, it was apparent to see that the church was very terrifying indeed. Edwin is my enemy and Florida's as well. Now that he's within the valley, I think he'll be making a move. Not much expression could be seen on Han Shuo's face as he opened his mouth to speak dispassionately. I've heard that Miss Phoebe of the Booze Merchant Guild is buying a shop for you. That shop is in a forbidden zone within the Valley of Sunshine. It's rumored that it's been cursed by an evil god. Any who've bought that shop in recent years have all died from having their blood drained. Do you really plan on buying it? Lord Eaton didn't keep asking about Edwin as he raised the next topic of interest. Indeed, I've never believed in any curse from an evil god. I hope Chief Lord Eaton will sell that shop to me. Han Shuo admitted and responded. Brian, why do you want that shop? I've heard of that place as well. Many died there when the Rainbow Sickles were in charge. We even made an investigation once, but found nothing. That's an unlucky place, don't take that risk. Trunks was quite startled when he heard this and immediately turned back to frown at Han Shuo. Emily was also startled. She turned to fix her stare on Han Shuo. No, don't take the risk. I've heard of that place too, there's an incredible curse there. You can't take that. This chapter has been stolen if it's not on Volari novels. Don't support theft. There are still some unclaimed shops within the valley. I just want to know, why that one? Lord Eaton obviously didn't care about Han Shuo's well-being. He only wanted to know Han Shuo's motivations, which was why he was questioning Han Shuo. I have no comment about this, why I hope you can give the shop to me. I'll pay you a reasonable price. Han Shuo could understand from Lorden's words that Phoebe hadn't succeeded yesterday. Lord Eaton looked all brawn and no brains, but Han Shuo knew that he certainly wasn't as simple as he appeared from the surface. If he was, he would have sold that cursed land to Phoebe a long time ago. Of course, I have no right to interfere in your personal matters, but I have power over the shop in the valley. I have the authority not to sell it to you. Lord Eaton put on a dashing air and laughed heartily. Taking a deep breath in, Han Shuo said, All right, I won't push it if you don't want to sell it to me. I think we can leave if there's nothing else. It looks like there's not much left for us in the Valley of Sunshine, we should be leaving now. Perhaps you do need to leave, but Trunks will likely stay. Heh, is that right, Trunks? Lord Eaton looked at Trunks with a look of confidence on his face. Snorting coldly, Lord Eaton had indeed touched up on a matter important to Trunks as the latter threw out a ferocious glare. Han Shuo was absolutely confident in obtaining the place of extreme water. He'd pretended he was going to leave only because he wanted to haggle with Lord Eaton. However, it seemed like Lord Eaton had seemed to understand something and had seized on Trunks' weak point. Lord Eaton had been observing Han Shuo and Trunks' expression since they'd walked in and was certain that they had a deep friendship. When he'd tested Han Shuo, Lord Eaton had mentioned the matter of the shop. Han Shuo had then taken out his full strength in response. This made Lord Eden understand that Han Shuo cared a great deal about this shop. I said in the very beginning that I wanted to talk about a spot of business with you. I tested your strength just now, you do indeed have the right to sit down and talk with me. Now with Florida in the mix, this matter will be a bit easier to handle. This is a win-win situation, I wonder if you are interested. Lord Eden was completely unafraid that Han Shuo wouldn't accept as he chuckled. Speak, what kind of business? Han Shuo sat down lazily on the chair and flicked a glance at Lord Eden. Very simple. You continue about your business, which is to kill Florida. Our Cairo mercenary band will supply intelligence and can also guarantee that the Rainbow Sickles won't send forth their troops against you. After the deed is done, you can get that shop for free and Trunks will have gotten his revenge. There will also be one less threat to us. Isn't this great joy all around? Lord Eden raised a very alluring proposal. It seemed like a win-win-win no matter how one looked at it, with no one being the worse off. However, Han Shuo still didn't immediately agree to it. Rather, he remained silent for a while and suddenly said, you need to provide men as well to help us handle Edwin. Otherwise, our safety isn't guaranteed with this person around. Friend, don't ask for too much. Actually, if we go find Edwin, we may have a better partnership effect with him. Lord Eden shook his head and declined with a darkened expression. All right, then go cooperate with Edwin. Han Shuo spread out his hands and couldn't seem to care less. The Calamity Church wasn't made of kind people. Anyone who cooperated with them had to worry about going up in flames, particularly as Edwin was a dark archmage. If Lord Eden cooperated with him, it wasn't completely assured that Lord Eden could maintain control over the situation. In addition, the Calamity Church had always been an organization on the continent that was hated by men and gods alike. If the Cairo mercenary band cooperated with Edwin, this would be a lethal blow to their reputation if this matter was leaked. All of the merchants within the valley would surely be incensed then, and the Cairo mercenary band's position within the valley would be subject to great challenge. Han Shuo had said this because he'd deduced this point. We can't help you fight Edwin as it's not a wise move to offend them for Florida's matter, but we can use our advantage in the valley to supply you with intelligence of Edwin's movements. We'll tell you in advance no matter where he wishes to go. This way, your safety will increase as well. This is the best we can do, otherwise we really have no deal. Lord Eden said slowly. All right, then it's settled. Han Shuo understood that this was the most that Lord Eden could do. The threat from the Calamity Church was so great that the Cairo mercenary band wasn't willing to make enemies of them. Very happy to be working with you. If you're willing, please stay for lunch first. Lord Eden seemed to be in a great mood having settled the matter, and he made this suggestion with a hearty laugh. No thanks, we have other matters to discuss. Han Shuo demurred and then walked out with Emily and Trunks. Brian, are you familiar with Miss Phoebe of the Booze Merchant Guild? Trunks' expression was a bit strange on the way back, and he suddenly stopped in a quiet corner to ask Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo said, that's right, our relationship is very good. She's my girlfriend, what of it? Trunks' handsome face revealed a strange light to it beneath the rays of the sun. He looked deeply at Han Shuo. Brian, look. The Valley of Sunshine is a marvelous place. You can start your own power if you have enough ability, and if we develop using the Valley of Sunshine as our center of operations, we can have our own faction as well. You have Miss Phoebe as your friend, and so you'll definitely have enough gold. I have some seasoned mercenaries on my hand. We can absolutely use these resources to form our own mercenary band and form our own power. If we hold greater power in our hands, we'll be able to obtain more and won't have to be restrained by others anymore. Honestly, with Lauren's strength, he doesn't need to fear that old monster Edwin. Add to that his Cairo mercenary band, it's not difficult if he wants to kill Edwin. He fears the Calamity Church behind Edwin. He's also on his guard against Florida, not because of his own strength alone, but the Rainbow Sickles that follow him as well. After all, one person's strength is insufficient to contend with the factions. As long as we work hard, with the combination of our advantages and the peculiarities of the Valley of Sunshine, we can absolutely form an independent power. This way, no matter where we are in the future, the volume that we speak with will be different if we have this power in hand. This suggestion was filled with a fervor that filled Han Shuo's mind like the finest cream. He suddenly understood something, as a heart that had never been willing to be ordinary suddenly started beating even more fiercely. You mean that the two of us should build a power that belongs to us along? Han Shuo's voice sounded a bit emotional, at complete odds with his usual indifference. Nodding his head firmly, Trunks continued. Indeed, some of the original Rainbow Sickle brothers are stabled in the mountain ranges around the valley after receiving my news. However, although their talents are extraordinary, life has been a bit difficult for them because they've lost the halo of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. However, the strength and quality are without a doubt the best. I've been hunting all sorts of magical creature cores in the dark forest these years and have created a small stash of wealth with my greed. However, it's still a bit difficult to satisfy the needs of the operations of a mercenary band. But you have a deep relationship with Miss Phoebe, and if we obtain the support of sufficient gold, we can absolutely form a mercenary band with my current network. When our operations are large enough and we have our own reputation, not only will we not need additional gold, but we'll be able to amass our own wealth through various missions and methods to slowly strengthen our power. If our mercenary band can take control of the valley like the Cairo mercenary band to protect the profits of the merchants, we'll have several 100,000 gold coins in fees every year. With such a power in our hands, our identity will be different in front of any person or country. Brian, Trunks' suggestion is sound. The organization won't mind another identity. In fact, the stronger your other identity is, the more use you are for the organization. The speed of your promotion will be faster within, it's a good compliment. If you reach a certain scale, then maybe the upper levels will send someone to help you so you have even more power. Emily was also an ambitious woman and her voice had become charged with emotion the more the conversation progressed. Come, let's go back and thoroughly discuss this. Han Shuo's decision had already been made. He spoke lowly with a strange smile on his face. Chapter 205. Chapter 205, then call it Soul Destroyer. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After a short conversation, Han Shuo understood that Trunks had already gathered several dozen original Rainbow Sickle mercenaries to take on Florida. These people hadn't entered the valley yet, but were staying in a mountain cave on the outskirts of the valley and waiting for Trunks' orders. Trunks was part of the Rainbow Sickles before and had a treasure trove of experiences being a mercenary. He was well versed in the operations of a mercenary band, and only lacked the funds to register a mercenary band and to maintain its daily operations. Phoebe controlled the Booze Merchant Guild, and there were many opportunities to earn money from that guild alone. In addition, the Booze Merchant Guild was quite well off and it could certainly temporarily fill in the gap of capital. Emily had an enormous intelligence network within the Dark Mantle. With her position and role, she could absolutely supply much valuable information to Han Shuo and Trunks. Not only was Emily quite excited about their conversation, but so was Phoebe highly interested as well. Han Shuo was well acquainted with Trunks' abilities and strength. Han Shuo knew that once the mercenary band was created and running, their business wouldn't be too poor. Trunks, give me an estimate of how much gold you're still short on. Han Shuo looked at Trunks and asked. Han Shuo and Phoebe had both expressed strong interest up to the point. As the owner of the Booze Merchant Guild, it wasn't difficult for Phoebe to resolve the issues with lack of funding. Now that Trunks heard Han Shuo ask the critical question, he responded with some excitement. Registration depends on the number of members, and each member's salary, equipment, weapons, and horses, as well as the band's facilities will need gold coins. Only 50 to 60 people have currently come forth to the Valley of Sunshine. They were all the key members of the Rainbow Sickles before. Using them as a base to form a new mercenary band, we'll need to put forth only 20,000 gold coins in the beginning. We may need to add to that in the future according to member strength and numbers, but once our mercenary band's reputation is set and we have stable partners we work with, not only will we not need to further invest in more gold, we'll be able to save money and slowly increase our strength. Han Chuo looked at Phoebe and then at Trunks, smiling faintly. I had great gains during our last trip in the dark forest. I think I can set up the mercenary band with the wealth I amassed last time. Han Chuo had obtained large amounts of gems and crystals from the dark elves and lizard men during his trip to the underground world. Not to mention his last haul of jewels from the forest troll's sacred ground, which had been even greater than the last batch he'd handed over to Phoebe. When Han Chuo took out all the wealth he'd collected during this time, Phoebe, Emily, and Trunks were all stunned and flabbergasted. The many splendid colors sparkled from the gems and beautiful jade beneath the light of the lamps. There was a small mountain's worth of wealth, and even wealthy folk such as Emily and Phoebe were momentarily stunned by the sight. "Oh, my gosh, where did you get all this?" Emily cried out in astonishment as shock was written all over her face. "You already offered a pile of treasure last time, and this time's has been even greater. Exchanging this amount of treasure into gold coins would net you 50,000 gold coins at a minimum. Where did you get this from?" Phoebe was similarly surprised. After being momentarily stunned, Trunks shook his head with a wry smile. "I spent 3 years in the dark forest and hunted hundreds of magical creatures, but only made less than 10,000 gold coins. You kid are certainly impressive. Change all of this into gold coins for me, then take 30,000 as the initial investment into Trunks' mercenary band. Keep the rest with you so that you can collect the items I need." Han Chuo smiled faintly and spoke to Phoebe. Han Chuo had already quite trusted Phoebe before they'd confirmed their relationship, and now that they'd had touched each other intimately, he naturally had even fewer reservations. Phoebe also felt that Han Chuo's trust was quite par for the course, and nodded in acceptance. She laughed softly, "Don't worry, I'll handle everything for you. The Valley of Sunshine is the best place to conduct transactions. I'll turn all these items into gold coins for you over the next 2 days." When Emily saw that Han Chuo had handed over such an enormous amount of wealth without reservation to Phoebe, she became noticeably jealous. But she knew that as the owner of the Booze Merchant Guild, it was most reasonable for Phoebe to undertake this matter, so there was not much else she could do. Where did you get this bow?" Trunks suddenly walked over with an odd expression on his face as Phoebe was putting all the items away into her space ring. He picked up a bow with bizarre patterns and turned to ask Han Chuo. Han Chuo suddenly remembered that this bow was from the Dark Elves when Trunks posed this question to him. The original holder had expended all his life force to shoot one arrow and cause great injury to Gilbert. After Han Chuo had obtained this bow, he didn't come to any conclusion after some research. Ad taught that his lack of desire to expend his life force in shooting the bow, he'd thrown it into his space ring without further question. "I got it from the hands of a dark elf family in the underground world. This bow is quite odd, it seems to be able to absorb one's life force to shoot a frightening arrow." Han Chuo explained. "Oh my gosh, legends speak of a bow cursed by Rose, that should be it. The legends say that the evil goddess Rose of the Dark Elves once cursed this bow so that it would absorb the life force of the wielder to shoot out an arrow of terrifying force. Usually, only perverse folks who wish to seek revenge at the cost of their own life would use it." Emily exclaimed as she'd heard of the legends of this bow. "Indeed, this is the bow. However, I heard that this bow was a marvelous treasure that could increase thunder magic before it was cursed. If thunder mages held the bow, they could use it to shoot out astounding electricity with great power." Trunks explained to Han Chuo as he held onto the bow. "Keep it, maybe someone will be able to cleanse it of its curse in the future. If the curse is removed, then this bow will become a treasure that thunder mages fight over." Emily thought for a moment and said to Han Chuo. It wasn't likely that many would dare buy a bow that absorbs the wielder's life force anyways. As a magical cultivator, Han Chuo would be able to use his own magical yuan to create formations and forge magical weapons as his strength increased. Perhaps he'd be able to cleanse the curse on it in the future. Therefore, Han Chuo nodded to Emily's words and put the bow away. All right, perhaps we can possibly use an altar in the future to communicate with the evil goddess so that she'll remove it. Let's try and he future. After obtaining Clarendon's memories, Han Chuo understood a bit about communicating with evil gods. The basic principle was that as long as you could supply something that the evil god wanted, you'd be able to receive a corresponding boon from the evil deity. This was actually just a sort of business transaction. The sparkling and gleaming jewels had been stored into Phoebe's space ring in a short span of time. Han Chuo thought for a moment and took out another set of dwarf-forged weapons, handing over a heavy battle axe to Trunks. Han Chuo smiled, "What do you think about this quality?" Trunks' eyes had already started gleaming when Han Chuo had taken out the weapons. He picked up the battle axe without another word. As he waved it around once, a howling sound emitted from the battle axe's shining surface. There was a natural wave of cold killing intent emanating from the battle axe as Trunks held it in his hands. "This is great! Where did you get it?" Trunks was delighted as he looked at Han Chuo. "The dwarves forged all of these weapons. Perhaps there will be something within this pile that's suitable for our comrades." Han Shuo smiled faintly. "Haha, I think they'll like it. Dwarf-forged weapons are renowned in the lands. I knew these were no ordinary items when you took them out just now." Trunks happily accepted these weapons and placed them into his space ring. He was quiet for a bit and then looked seemingly carelessly at Han Chuo, smiling, "Chief, everything is ready now, and we just await a striking name from you." Han Chuo started after hearing these words, then smiled and waved his hands. "I just need to be vice chief, that's enough for me. The real chief should be you decide the band's name." Trunks had been wreathed in smiles just now when he suddenly grew serious and declined gravely, "You must be the chief of the mercenary band. This matter isn't open for discussion. I'd rather decline your good intention if you refuse, and nothing we've talked about before will count for anything." Emily and Phoebe had actually wanted to ask a long time ago who was the owner of the mercenary band. However, it wasn't the thing to do to actually open one's mouth and discuss this, so they'd kept things in and had planned on taking some time out to discuss with Han Chuo. To the two girls, they would only help the mercenary band if the band was Han Chuo's. They were unfamiliar with Trunks, and naturally didn't have any relationship with him. Although Han Chuo and Trunks seemed close, they were naturally unwilling to put their lives on the line for Trunks. The two girls paid a great deal of attention after Trunks brought up what was troubling them. Their beautiful eyes looked between Han Chuo and Trunks continuously, anxiously waiting for their decision. "Trunks, I know nothing about the formation and management of a mercenary band. It's a bit inappropriate if I'm the chief." Han Chuo truly didn't know what a mercenary band needed. "No worries, you just need to give general guidelines orders. I can take care of everything else for you as vice chief. Brian, Miss Phoebe, and Madam Emily will help me only if you're the chief. I don't have the charisma to obtain their support." Trunks self-deprecated and winked at Han Chuo. Since this is the case, don't continue to decline." Emily wasn't awkward at all, as if Trunks' words had been quite ordinary. Phoebe also nodded with a remote expression and turned to Han Chuo, "That's right, I'll only help this mercenary band unconditionally if you're the chief." "All right, men should be more decisive. Hurry and decide on the mercenary band's name so I can go register it and officially give my brothers a new home." Trunks looked at Han Chuo and urged him onwards. Han Chuo was actually more aware than anyone of the circumstances at hand. When he saw that all that needed to be taken care of had been decided, he no longer hesitated and nodded his head in agreement. "All right, then call it the Soul Destroyer Mercenary Band. You're so fake. You even thought of the name already and said you didn't want the position. You had to make a show of declining, so shameless." Trunks couldn't help but laugh and yell at Han Chuo when he heard Han Chuo immediately give out a name. Emily and Phoebe both looked askance at Han Chuo. They too hadn't expected that Han Chuo would think of a name so quickly. They then understood that Han Chuo had long since had intentions of taking control of the mercenary band, and he'd put on a show of declining just now. He's always been this shameless. Emily and Phoebe both deeply agreed with Trunk's words and actually opened their mouths to say the same thing. When they finished speaking, they discovered that they'd actually voiced the exact same words. This made them quite amused as they started giggling softly. "All right, let's call it the Soul Destroyer Mercenary Band. I'm going to go about my business now, you guys can too," Trunks said. Chapter 206. Chapter 206, Transformation. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Once things were settled, the hotly fired-up young folk with money started to move very rapidly. Florida's injuries were quite severe, and news from the Cairo mercenary band indicated that he was still in a coma. Edwin's every move and gesture was under close surveillance after entering the valley. He stayed within the hotel, seeming to want to take care of the wound in his back first. Trunks left the Valley of Sunshine after he'd had settled matters with Honchuo, saying that he wanted to discuss future plans and the good news of Florida's injuries with his brothers. Phoebe moved about the Valley of Sunshine the next couple of days after receiving Honchuo's enormous wealth. She called upon her connections to talk to several merchants and also helped Honchuo collect materials to refine the wood and water elite zombies. Emily stayed within Dark Mantle and seemed to be communicating with the executives. The senior levels of the Dark Mantle seemed to want a large operation this time to take down Bob Asher. As someone in the know, Trunks was the one busying about forming a mercenary band. There wasn't much for Honchuo to do after the issue of funding had been taken care of. He used the 2 days of downtime to return to the Cemetery of Death. Honchuo wasn't actually too worried about Edwin's threats. After all, he had a dark dragon in the Cemetery of Death as backup. Through some communication, Honchuo understood that if Gilbert wanted to recover quickly, he'd need to absorb some creature cores. It was because he understood this, and that he did indeed need Gilbert's strength, that he'd brought Gilbert along with him over the past 2 days into the dark forest to hunt down some high-level magical creatures. The two killed 7 wind-blade wolves, 4 frost eagles, and 1 Medusa in 2 short days. With Honchuo's current strength and Gilbert's help, the high-level creature Medusa was defeated after the two joined forces. Gilbert mostly recovered from his injuries after absorbing these creature cores as well as the Medusa's valuable blood, and his strength was no longer affected by his injuries. Gilbert had absorbed all the cores but had left behind the teeth, skin, and flesh. Honchuo took all those and threw them into one of the warehouses in the Cemetery of Death. On the eve of the second night, Gilbert stayed within the Cemetery of Death to digest the cores. As for Honchuo, he left to visit the broad and swift-moving waterfall near the cemetery. The waterfall dived down like the universe emptying itself, bringing with it a ferocious strength that swept away all obstacles in its path. It seemed to be falling directly from the heavens. Honchuo sat down cross-legged underneath the falls, positioning himself close to an enormous boulder near the center and enduring the crushing force of the waterfall. The parts of his body exposed to the waterfall had all turned a bright red. Honchuo had seemed to become part of the boulder as he sat there without moving an inch. He seemed to be a lifeless sculpture. However, the magical Yuan was circulating with the speed of 10,000 horses galloping ahead. All muscles, tendons, and bones in which the magical Yuan circulated past were refined over and over again. The demon infant started bouncing slightly in his abdomen as a small figure exactly the same as Honchuo emanated vigorous life force. Honchuo had continuously achieved new heights during this time. He'd finally completely absorbed all of Johnny's soul. Bits of information floated randomly through Honchuo's mind. All sorts of disordered memories were in the mix as well, appearing as clouds of mist that no one could see clearly. Honchuo understood that these scattered bits of information were the memories that Chu Qinglan had left in his mind. Honchuo had been only able to obtain small parts of this information before reaching the true demon realm and having his brain fully developed. The majority of the information had been locked in his mind. Now that he had reached the true demon realm and his mind developed, Honchuo had seen great increases in his memory, comprehension, and thinking abilities. Those previously hazy, indistinct, and scattered memories were swiftly casting off their veil and becoming clearer beneath Han Chuo's full examination. All sorts of bizarre secret magical arts, parts of profound incantations, refinement methods to create magical treasure, demon generals and formations were running through Han Chuo's mind at high speed. They were becoming part of Han Chuo's memories that would never be destroyed. He suddenly awoke after who knew how long. There was hard to conceal excitement, pride, and confidence in that pair of eyes beneath the rush of the waterfall. It was as if he'd been reborn, as he was filled with a heretofore unseen confidence. The solid realm, open passages realm, molded spirit realm, true demon realm, bloodlust realm, separate demon realm, carnal realm, 9 changes realm, and omen realm were the 9 levels of cultivation that would enable a mortal to ascend to a level of existence that was as omnipresent as the gods. A frightening strength that could cleave open the heavens and earth, would grow to being able to move mountains and oceans, as well as grant the holder immortality in the end. Drew a magnificent and mysterious blueprint in front of Han Chuo. The blueprint had been unfurled now, and Han Chuo was the brush, able to trace his unbounded future according to his desires. This power that could reforge, fly through the heavens and earth, be indestructible, and surpass the wheel of rebirth truly did exist. A thought struck him as all the pores of his body expelled gouts of dark grey, murky air out of his body. This murky air had been the dredges from Johnny's soul, and had remained in Han Chuo's body after the demon infant had absorbed the strength from the former's soul. Han Chuo's body wavered as he took off, shooting across the sky. He landed solidly atop an enormous tree, put on a warrior's dark green outfit and flew towards the cemetery of death. Master, you seem a bit different from normal. Gilbert looked askance at Han Chuo as soon as the latter had returned to the cemetery of death and couldn't help but speak out. Oh? What's different about me? Han Chuo looked at Gilbert and smiled faintly. Shaking his head, Gilbert said, I can't express it. Your eyes seem a bit more mysterious and your aura as well. You seem more confident, the confidence of having grasped the situation and being assured of victory. Han Chuo understood. After obtaining all of Chu Kinglan's memories, he now knew many magical arts like the back of his hand. He'd be able to take on Edwin even without Gilbert's help now. But because he lacked sufficient strength, it'd be a bit troublesome for him to do so. Since your injuries have healed, leave with me. Wonderful. Are you taking me to do some sneaky and underhanded things again this time? Shut up, do what I tell you. Master, I seem to have seen that patch of dirt shift slightly after you left today. Gilbert first pouted and then suddenly remembered something as he pointed at the area where the Earth Elite Zombie was being refined. Han Chuo started and turned back to look at the place of extreme Earth. He suddenly discovered that the center had indeed sunk in. The earth chi that had been circulating the area had all vanished without a trace. Overjoyed, Han Chuo laughed heartily, very good, it looks like he's thoroughly absorbed all of the earth chi. He'll be able to emerge from the dirt after a few more days. Humph, just a zombie, what's so good about it? Gilbert flicked a dismissive glance over and grumbled. Just as Gilbert finished speaking, the place he was standing on suddenly collapsed as an enormous crack appeared out of nowhere after a series of earth-shattering rumbles. It caught Gilbert unawares and closed on him. The crack seemed to be alive as it kept closing, squeezing Gilbert's body and making him curse loudly. Original and most updated translations are on Volari. If you're reading this anywhere else, you're supporting a thief. Alright, let him go. Han Chuo could feel the Earth Elite Zombie's dissatisfaction from deep within the ground and knew that he must be behind all this. The originally retracting crack suddenly sprang open like a spring. When the immobile Gilbert discovered that the earthquakes and shifting of the ground was due to the Earth Elite Zombie below the ground, he couldn't help but wear an expression of extreme shock on his face. He hastily climbed out when the crack loosened. He was formed here and has been absorbing the earth chi here. This place is his territory. He's able to deploy strength several times his own as long as he's here. He can move the earth and mountains, crack the ground, form the earth into a cage to trap you, or coalesce an earth dragon to attack you. This is all incredibly easy for him. Remember, don't fight him in his territory. He's basically invincible deep in the ground. He may not be able to manipulate everything according to his will when he leaves, but any bit of land here can be transformed into his weapon. Han Shuo looked at the scrambling Gilbert with a supercilious smile as he explained faintly. The elite zombies would be able to greatly increase their strength in the area that they were formed. Whoever irritated them in their own territory was committing a foolish action. Gilbert had offended him with a word and the Earth elite zombie had immediately struck back tit for tat, allowing Han Shuo to understand that the Earth elite zombie wasn't a low-level zombie that could only listen to his commands. It looked like it was the same as the little skeleton, having gained his own sentience. When he saw that Gilbert was behaving himself after clambering out of the crack, Han Shuo spoke in the Earth elite zombie's general direction, refine the Earth Chi well and emerge sooner rather than later. A beam of thought was sent into Han Shuo's mind. The Earth elite zombie had obviously heard his words and sent over understood. Come, let's leave. Han Shuo walked towards the center of the cemetery of death as he looked as Gilbert. When he passed by the Yin Demon Cave, he noticed that there were only 5 wraiths left. It seemed like the 3 Yin demons would be formed soon as well. Just what's with that zombie, why is he so strong? Gilbert couldn't hold back the questions in his heart when they'd left the Earth elite zombie and arrived at the transportation matrix. You wouldn't understand even if I explained to you. He's just different from any other zombie warrior you know. His existence began to change the moment he started absorbing the Earth Chi. Remember, you should try to avoid provoking him in the cemetery of death. He's much stronger than you can imagine in here. Han Shuo smiled faintly and instructed Gilbert. Han Shuo pushed Gilbert into the middle of the transportation matrix as he spoke and then activated it, returning to the Dark Mantle's stronghold in the Valley of Sunshine. Han Shuo put the 6 magical sticks away when he walked out of the secret room and lifted a piece of wooden floor above him. A hallway leading upstairs appeared and the two walked up. Brian, you're back. Emily suddenly called out when she saw them emerge. Hi, beautiful woman, we meet again. Gilbert smiled at Emily in greeting when he walked up and was greeted with an enormous eye roll from Emily. What's wrong? After receiving all of Chu Yanglan's memories, Han Shuo was now full of confidence about the future. He believed that if he worked hard enough and advanced his magical cultivation, he'd be able to obtain strength that would make everyone respect him. It was because of this that he hadn't terribly minded some of the difficulties and setbacks that he was encountering and asked Emily rather carelessly. The Cairo mercenary band just sent word that Florida has awoken, and that he called for a meeting as soon as he woke up. He plans on moving against us with no thought of anything whatsoever, and wants us to be on our guard. In addition, Edwin and Belinda seems to have made a trip to the Cairo mercenary band these days. This is information we gained ourselves. No one from the Cairo mercenary band told us about this. Emily responded quickly. Nodding his head in understanding, Han Shuo thought with a furrowed brow and then smiled slightly, we'll deal with things as they come up. If Florida Dare comes to his death, then I'll make sure he doesn't get off easily. Don't worry about Edwin for now. I think Loredan won't be so silly as to create trouble for us now. We're something he can leverage now. He'll wait until Florida is dead before creating trouble for us. In my estimations, Edwin went to meet with the Cairo mercenary band possibly to obtain some information about Florida, but Loredan may not have necessarily agreed to help him against us. He also won't choose to cooperate with Edwin against us. Don't be too bothered by it. What we need to do now is to defend our current stronghold. Emily was stunned momentarily by Han Shuo's words, and then looked at him oddly. This was when she discovered that Han Shuo had worn a remote expression on his face all along, as if no danger would shake his confidence. His eyes were even more profound and mysterious, and his entire demeanor had changed. He was full of an unexplainable feeling, making Emily feel a bit surprised. What? Why are you looking at me so oddly? Han Shuo rubbed his nose and laughed when he saw Emily stare at him unblinkingly with her beautiful eyes. "Brian, has something happened to you these past 2 days? Why do I feel like you're different from before?" Emily didn't conceal the thoughts on her mind and asked directly. "Indeed, Master is a bit different from usual. I've discovered it as well." Gilbert also couldn't help but murmur loudly at this point. His eyes kept looking over Han Shuo, trying to figure out what was different about him from usual. "Heh, nothing much, just that I've received a large amount of memories over these past couple of days. They've helped me understand a lot of things." Han Shuo wore a mysterious expression on his face as he explained to Emily. Emily still felt Han Shuo was mysterious beyond belief, and that the things that happened to him were marvelous and illogical. He had a little skeleton that wasn't afraid of dark magic, could fly without making use of magic and fighting aura, and had an amazing weapon that moved according to his thoughts. These were all out of Emily's range of comprehension. "Forget it, I wouldn't understand if you explained either. I just need to know that you're all right." Emily shook her head and gave up further questioning. She suddenly remembered what Han Shuo had said last and asked, "Oh right, you said you wanted to defend our current location. How are you going to?" Han Shuo paused silently with a mysterious expression, then voiced a word that Emily was completely unfamiliar with: formation. Chapter 207. Chapter 207, 100 Ghosts in a Frenzied Dance. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The ability to set up a formation that could seize the wonders of the heaven and earth using the mystical rules of nature and a few special ingredients, was a secret skill that all magical cultivators could grasp. Han Shuo was no longer content staying passive after digesting all of Chu Kinglan's memories. Even if his current cultivation level wasn't up to par, he'd be able to take a more active role by using some magical formations. Using a strategy of acting first and reporting later, Han Shuo took over the shop with the place of extreme water. He used Florida as an excuse to fob off Harris when he came by later. The Cairo mercenary band was in charge of everything in the Valley of Sunshine, so they weren't afraid of Han Shuo getting up to any tricks. The shop would unconditionally be returned over to Han Shuo anyways, once Florida was dead. Han Shuo was just taking possession of his property earlier. A storefront wasn't the same as other items, capable of being taken away and easily stored. If that had been the case, Harris probably wouldn't have been willing to hand over the store that early, since he would have been concerned that Han Shuo would have taken the items away. But since the store was immobile, this concern didn't exist for Harris. Not to mention, the deed was still in his hands. Thus, Harris didn't say anything after listening to Han Shuo's explanations, tacitly approving of what Han Shuo had done. The storefront rumored to be cursed was larger than Han Shuo had imagined. It was roughly 400 square meters and had an 80 square meters courtyard. There were many small and large rooms, including various tables, chairs, beds, lamps, and assorted furniture. It was because this was an ill-omened place that all of the items inside had become unlucky after the owner had died. No one would take anything from this store and potentially bring trouble down on their heads. Apart from lacking blankets and other daily necessities, as well as a thick layer of dust due to lack of occupants for a long time, there wasn't much that the storefront was missing. Han Shuo had already explained the peculiarities of this storefront earlier when talking about forming the mercenary band. Although Emily and Phoebe didn't quite understand his explanation, they understood that Han Shuo had already cleaned out the unclean thing within this store. Out of their trust for Han Shuo, although the two girls were a bit uncomfortable with this place, they didn't protest and allowed Han Shuo to take up residence within. Since he'd decided to set up a formation, he had to make the necessary preparations. Han Shuo made a list and put Emily and Phoebe in charge of collecting some necessary items of gold to form the foundational materials. Due to consideration of their safety, Han Shuo had Gilbert follow behind them. With such a strong and extraordinary dark dragon following behind, and the two girls being an archmage and a sword master respectively, they likely wouldn't come off worse for the wear if they ran into Edwin. Once everyone had been sent on their way, Han Shuo chanted a necromancy magic spell and summoned 10 skeletal warriors. He gave an order, and they all picked up brooms and dustbins and started sweeping from room to room. The Ashura Soul Formation was a formation that trapped victims in a realm of illusions. This formation needed the death auras from 100 ghosts to support it, as well as the bones from lands of cold to form 6 Shura pillars, and the blood of virgins as ink. Once magical glyphs were written onto the pillars, a piece of floating rock infused with 5 drops of blood essence from the caster would form the eye of the formation and complete it. Once the formation was formed, any enemies who didn't understand formations would be attacked by the death auras of 100 ghosts as soon as they walked in. They would become disoriented and see illusions, discovering a spectral clone of themselves that wanted to kill them at all costs. Fear would cause him to sink into madness in an instant. Furthermore, no matter how strong their heart was, it was a very difficult thing to triumph over one's heart. The well in the middle of the place of extreme water had been slightly modified by Han Shuo so that he could make full use of it. He was using the well as the eye of the formation and had added some of the materials he'd picked up these days to form a small-scale Kelpie possession formation. Each wraith had been planted with a jellyfish and had been transformed into a Kelpie in the well through use of secret arts. Anyone who neared it would be possessed by the Kelpies and dragged into the well. After setting up the 2 formations, Han Shuo suddenly reflected that he'd been wise all right, to combine the use of Chu Kinglan's magical cultivation and the necromancy magic of this world. It seemed that they did indeed give rise to unforeseen effects when combined. The Ashura Soul Formation ghosts could be replaced by wraiths, and the Bones of Cold could be replaced by ordinary skeletal warriors. The Kelpie Possession Formation also made use of wraiths. If Han Shuo hadn't known necromancy magic, he'd have to collect all the materials himself from cemeteries. However, with the identity of a necromancer, he merely needed a few chance to collect all the materials. It saved him no end of effort. After busying about for a day, Emily, Phoebe, and Gilbert were quite surprised by what they saw in front of them when they returned to the shop late at night. 6 stark white bone pillars were stuck in 6 different corners of the courtyard. Cold aura wafted from the center of the courtyard. There were clouds of foggy wraiths in the air, posturing and making faces as they danced through the air. A sinister feeling filled the surroundings. Several white, foggy clouds were floating intangibly around the well in the center, forming leering and grimacing faces. A blood-red stone was placed within an indentation next to the well. Some of the wraiths floating through the air were circling around the stone, with their bodies dyed red as a result. Han Shuo was sitting down cross-legged in front of the stone, with beams of black splendor emitting from the palms of his hands. His hands had turned into an inky black as hazy light circulated around his body, making his entire being appear quite evil. The doors to all the rooms around the courtyard had been opened, and all the dusty rooms had been thoroughly cleaned. The light within them was cozy and inviting, with none of the cold air in the courtyard drifting into the rooms. "Oh, my gosh, what did you do?" Emily exclaimed in surprise as she turned on the spot. Curiosity filled her eyes and she reached out a hand to touch one of the Shura pillars. "Don't move." Han Shuo suddenly opened his eyes and called out softly to Emily. Emily's jade hand had been about to touch the pillar when she hastily yanked it back, as if she'd been frightened. Phoebe and Gilbert were still a bit flabbergasted at the moment. They'd never have thought that this place would have been transformed so utterly within the span of a day. A strange presence suffused the courtyard, making them instinctively uncomfortable. They'd never seen this setup of straight things, and had no idea what they were for. Their minds were full of questions at the moment. Smiling faintly, Han Shuo stood up from his cross-legged position and dripped a drop of bright red blood into the stone. The breezy courtyard whipped up even stronger whines as the wraiths danced and howled with the addition of the blood. Bouts of cold air of death made everyone feel incredibly frightened. "Did you get everything I wanted you to purchase?" Han Shuo smiled faintly. "Ask him, he was the one who collected the most important thing." Phoebe pointed at Gilbert with a reddened face. "Gracious master, why are you collecting the blood of virgins?" You are too shameless and dirty. Gilbert griped and looked at Han Shuo with a disdainful expression, yet he appeared quite excited. Oh, shut up, did you get it? Han Shuo glared angrily at Gilbert. Ha, I did. There's nothing that can't be settled without gold coins. I spent only 50 gold coins and took a spin around the small alleyways of the valley to get what you needed. Gilbert took out a bottle the size of a palm as he spoke. Emily and Phoebe both snorted coldly when he took out that bottle, splitting off into two directions and heading for the rooms. Original and most updated translations are on Volari. If this is being found anywhere else, it has been stolen. Don't support theft. Why are you two snorting at me? I wasn't the one who wanted to do so, it was all Master's orders. Did you think I wanted to? All those stupid women inside looked at me like they were looking at a huge pervert. If I hadn't taken out the gold coins, I probably would have drowned from them spitting at me. Gilbert appeared quite aggrieved when he saw that both Emily and Phoebe were looking down on him, and couldn't help but complain loudly. There were some crudely wealthy customers within the red light district who liked to be waited upon by virgins. In order to lure these customers, those in charge would spend a great deal of money to purchase virgin slaves. Han Shuo had sent Gilbert there precisely because he knew this. Although Han Shuo had a thick enough skin, he still couldn't set aside his face enough to purchase these things. After all, if someone with no idea of what was going on saw his actions, they would think his actions were dirty enough indeed. All right, go about your business, don't bother me. Han Shuo rather understood Gilbert's complaints, but didn't bother comforting him. Han Shuo had used the Demon Slayer edge to carve various complicated drawings on the 6 Shura pillars. He now hauled a bucket of spirit water from the place of extreme water and diluted the bottle of virgin blood within it. He used a spoon made from the wood of a peach tree to stir it, then picked up the bucket and flew upwards, landing on top of the first Shura pillar, and poured the liquid on top of the pillar. Emily and Phoebe exited their warm rooms when they saw Han Shuo start his work. Their clear eyes were full of curiosity about Han Shuo's actions. The reddish liquid flowed down the pictures that Han Shuo had carved earlier. Amazingly, none of the liquid dripped to the ground. They filled the cracks within the pictures as if being tightly attracted by a surge of power. Han Shuo threw the empty bucket away to the side after he poured the liquid over the 6 pillars. He then flew to the blood-red stone next to the well and sent black sparkles soaring up from his palm, forming a magical formation and branding it into the center of the blood-red stone. The 6 pillars suddenly glowed with a red light as the faces of all sorts of howling and wailing ghostly faces appeared in the pictures carved onto the Shura pillars. The 100 wraiths that had been flying around the courtyard sped towards these pictures as if sparrows returning to a nest. The originally intangible wraiths melded with the twisting shapes of the ghosts as they sank into the Shura pillars. The ghosts seemed to come alive as they started thrashing and dancing on the Shura pillars, revealing fanged and bloodthirsty mouths. Successive blood-curdling wails of desperation rang in the night sky, terrifying the nearby people. This is bad. Han Shuo was greatly startled. He hadn't thought that such frightening screams like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves would sound after the formation was complete. He immediately formed another spell and threw it into the floating rock that had absorbed 5 drops of his blood essence. In that instant, all the wraiths were sucked into the Shura pillars, and the pillars that had hundreds of ghosts dancing madly over them became lifeless, as the wraiths within seemed to be frozen in the drawings of the ghosts. Give me the rest of the materials. The formation should be completed first. Even if that old monster Edwin pays a visit, I'll make sure he doesn't get off easily. Han Shuo laughed madly as he spoke to Emily and Phoebe. Their 2 faces were full of shock at the moment. When they heard Han Shuo's words, they handed over the items of gold that they'd purchased in a morass of confusion. When all the materials had been collected, Han Shuo started flying rapidly around the courtyard amidst the 3 people's befuddled gazes. It was then that the 3 discovered that many large and small ditches that could perfectly hold all of the items in Han Shuo's hands. Han Shuo retreated from the courtyard when all was ready and summoned Gilbert to his side, where he was standing next to Phoebe and Emily. He gave a mental order and a beam of red light soared to the sky from within the courtyard. Wind howled in the courtyard for a moment as an extreme feeling of cold from the 100 dancing ghosts on the pillars suffused the other three's hearts. The three understood that a simple courtyard had turned into a place of lethal danger after Han Shuo's preparations. Everything will be flawlessly perfect as soon as we erect a soundproof force field around the area. Han Shuo turned to look at Emily with a mysterious smile. Leave that to me. Emily understood his meaning and released a dark magic. Magic ripples suddenly appeared over the courtyard, coming down like a formless dome. What happened? Did the curse of the evil god flare up? Harris's call suddenly sounded from outside as hoof steps echoed. Harris and others of the Cairo mercenary band appeared in front of the store on horseback, with Harris knocking on the door and calling out. As the eye of the formation, the floating rock also had 5 drops of Han Shuo's blood essence on it. Therefore, Han Shuo could easily control the entire formation through the floating stone with a simple thought. When he heard Harris's shout from the outside, Han Shuo slightly changed the formation and made it revert back to normal. There were no other changes apart from the 6 Shura pillars. Nothing much. Has Mr. Harris come by to tell us of some news? Harris opened the door to let Harris in as he responded easily, beaming widely. Harris looked around with his sharp eyes after entering, sweeping them through every corner of the shop. He asked Han Shuo with a bit of confusion, why have 6 strange pillars suddenly appeared? Oh, we plan on making this a long-term residence, and created this 6 pillars for support because there's no place to hang anything out to dry. What brings Mr. Harris by? A bloody light flared just now, and others in neighboring shops heard frightening wails come out from here. They said that they were terrified and wanted us to come over to look at the situation. I was also worried that something had happened to you, so I came by to take a look. Laughing easily, Han Shuo joked, these people are quite cowardly. We were just practicing magic just now. We've several people here and wouldn't be afraid even if the curse kicked in. Don't worry. The fellow collecting virgin blood is also your friend. Harris nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly discovered Gilbert. He couldn't help but ask Han Shuo. You could say that. Han Shuo felt a bit awkward as he turned back to glare at Gilbert. The latter was about ready to erupt in anger, when Han Shuo indicated for him to be quiet and then turned back to explain to Harris. Why do you have this kind of friend? He's so disgusting. Harris looked at Gilbert with extreme disdain and seemed unwilling to stay longer as he hastily took his men and left. The hell? It's all master's orders, what the hell does it have to do with me? Gilbert finally couldn't keep it in after Harris left and roared, smoke coming out of his orifices. Chapter 208. Chapter 208, The Purple Demon Eye. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After Han Shuo's actions, the storefront had indeed turned into an incredibly dangerous place. Anyone who tried to enter without Han Shuo's guidance would be attacked by the formation. Those who lacked a sufficiently strong will would try to kill themselves as their minds grew confused. After thoroughly remaking the store, Phoebe, Emily, and Gilbert all stayed there that night. Having seen the oddities of the yard, the three were on edge all night long, deathly afraid that something bad would happen to them as they slept. Fortunately, all was fine that night and Trunks returned at noon the next day. He had learned from the Cairo mercenary band as soon as he set foot into the Valley of Sunshine that Han Shuo had actually moved into the cursed storefront. When he swung by, he noticed the 6 starkly white pillars that had appeared in the courtyard. He was quite surprised, and had no idea what was going on. I heard Harris say that something out of the ordinary had happened here yesterday. Did you guys run into something? Trunks asked after sitting down in the living room of the storefront. Smiling faintly, Han Shuo explained, we did run into a few things, but it was something I cooked up rather than the evil god's curse. There's no need to worry about anything. There's lots of rooms here, I left you one. Forget it, I think I'll be safer elsewhere. When I was in the Valley of Sunshine a few years ago, I saw many owners of this store suddenly die spontaneously. Although you've already defused the danger, this place still makes me uneasy. Trunks noticeably had some psychological trauma from this location and waved his hands with a wry smile. Who is this kid? How dare he not trust the master? Gilbert was already ticked off from being labeled a pervert. When he heard Trunks hem and haw and refused to take up residence within, he couldn't help but speak up. And who are you? Trunks started and suddenly looked at Gilbert. Trunks had been acting a bit oddly since he'd come in on the back of his manticore. The manticore had been unafraid of anything beneath the heavens and on the earth, but was instinctively on his guard against Gilbert and tried to keep his distance from Gilbert. The manticore was a sentient being and could naturally sense the enormous presence of the super-ranked dark dragon. Even though Gilbert was currently in human form, the manticore still didn't want to draw close to Gilbert. It was the fear brought about from the difference in levels. As the owner of the manticore, Trunks had spent many years with the manticore and was well acquainted with its temper. When he saw the manticore's abnormal behavior, he started keeping an eye on Gilbert and couldn't help but question now. I am of the mighty dragon race, their future king, Gilbert. Gilbert had an arrogant look on his face as he proudly proclaimed this with the tones of a ringing bell. Just like your manticore, he's my magical pet, a perverted little black dragon. Han Chuo quelled Gilbert with a warning look and explained to Trunks. Trunks was incredibly shocked when he heard that Gilbert was a dark dragon. He couldn't help but sigh, you've got some skill all right. I'd thought taming a manticore was something to be proud of. To think you could tame a dark dragon. It looks like you're stronger than me. It's nothing to do with me, I just so happened to get lucky. It's this dark dragon who shamelessly begged me. Han Chuo shrugged and said humbly. He then paused and changed his tone, asking Trunks, right, you didn't run into any trouble on your trip out of the valley this time, did you? How did everything go? Trunks' expression also became serious when he saw that Han Chuo was chatting about serious matters. He responded lowly, don't worry, I'm more familiar with the terrain of the valley than even Loredan or Florida. It won't be easy for most people to hurt me within the valley. I met some of my old friends and they were highly interested in forming a mercenary band. I've already sent someone to register the name of Soul Destroyer. We'll be able to have our own official name before long. Nodding, Han Chuo said, that's for the best. This will be our stronghold in the future. I'm sure that with Florida's ability, he'll be able to find out where we are soon. We don't need to be a rush, we just need to wait for him to attack us. Since the formation had been set up, Han Chuo just wanted to test it out using Florida's men, and see if it was as magical as he saw in Chu Kinglan's memories. Surprisingly, whether it was Florida or Edwin's men, no one came to bother them over the next 2 days. Han Chuo and his crew stayed here both days and only shopped a bit on the busy streets during the day. All the materials to refine the wood elite zombie had finally been collected. Phoebe used these couple of days to discuss some transactions with some of the merchants. She turned 2/3 of the jewels and crystals that Han Chuo had given her into 40,000 gold coins. He very trustfully gave all 40,000 gold coins to Trunks and allowed him free rein over this sum to form the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Han Chuo trained silently in his room. He hadn't left the store at all over the past 2 days. After a low incantation broke the silence, the bright sun was suddenly covered by black clouds, and the entire courtyard was plunged instantly into darkness. The sinister black clouds completely blocked off the sun's rays, and a strong sense of death spread rapidly throughout the courtyard. The wraiths sealed within the pillars seemed to sense this marvelous presence and wanted to stir to action. This particularly dark magic spell could cause the presence of death to permeate the surroundings. Dark creatures that were located within it would have their attacks greatly strengthened, and enemies caught in the range of the canopy of necromancy would be weakened thanks to the effects of this spell. At this point, not only had Han Chuo fully grasped all the spells that an adept mage should know, he could also use them skillfully. If he returned to the academy and made use of this strength, Han Chuo was confident that he could easily advance to adept mage. When he thought of Fanny's promise with him and the right he'd have to go out with her once he advanced to Adept Mage, Han Chuo felt quite excited by the thought of a steamy night with Fanny. Although he already had Emily and Phoebe now, his feelings for Fanny were something that the two would be unable to replace. Han Chuo had never become lax about his magical cultivation, but the stage that Demon Infant was at meant that it needed the strength from souls to become stronger. Hard training alone wouldn't be enough to obtain improvement within the short term. Therefore, Han Chuo had also been waiting for an opportunity to obtain some stronger souls to nourish his Demon Infant. The sun was setting, and Han Chuo suddenly heard the little skeleton's call in the midst of his cultivation. An anxious, panicked feeling suddenly traveled from a plane far away as the little skeleton's urgent cry for help brought with it overtones of a hasty flight for life. After last time's experience, Han Chuo immediately knew that the little skeleton must have met with some danger again. He didn't give it much thought as he immediately chanted the incantation, attempting to summon the little skeleton from the far-away plane with the connection they shared. When the incantation was complete, the air in front of him tore open as if a knife had sliced through it, and a little gleaming skeleton with 7 flapping bone spurs shot out of the crack like lightning. The figure of an enormous 6-meter-tall knight, mounted on a flaming horse and wielding a 2-meter-long broadsword, was suddenly illuminated in the crack behind the little skeleton. An enormous rotting air spread from the enormous figure, as an overwhelming presence of death suffused the area, making one's heart palpitate. The dark creatures of the other dimension were bound by the laws of space. They could only display an enormous shadow. When the little skeleton was standing in front of Han Chuo, the crack in the air went back to normal and the enormous presence vanished without a trace. The little skeleton had yet to recover as he clutched his bone dagger in his left hand and the eye patch in his right. After losing the eye patch, the purple demon eye from the statue of Datara sparkled with purple light as the little skeleton looked dumbly at Han Chuo. An enormous strength suddenly exploded out of the little skeleton's purple demon eye. This power suddenly surged out with the purple demon eye as the center. It entered the little skeleton and Han Chuo's body, attempting to take over their bodies. Just like in the forest troll's sacred place, the power from the purple demon eye was full of a violence that wanted to ravage everything. This power would always awaken after the eye patch was removed, like Datara had truly left a bit of his consciousness behind in the eye. "Put the eye patch on, hurry!" Han Chuo roared out violently as his body trembled in the throes of pain as several sharp knives seemed to stab his brain. The little skeleton was likewise rolling on the ground in pain. After receiving Han Chuo's order, his hand bone shook as he slowly lifted the eye patch. Miraculously, the enormous power that had invaded the two vanished without a trace when the eye patch was placed back on. However, just as Han Chuo was breathing a sigh of relief and was looking at the little skeleton, he saw purple light shoot out of the little skeleton's left eye as the eye patch that had been covering it ignited, going up in flames. Chapter 209. Chapter 209, The Purifying Strength of Soul. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When the eye patch that sealed the purple demon eye had burnt to ashes, the eye embedded within the little skeleton's eye socket once again discharged an eye-piercing purple light. In that instant, that soul-wrenching pain once again invaded Han Chuo and the little skeleton's body. The bone-deep pain made both Han Chuo and the little skeleton tremble all over. Han Chuo couldn't help but let a growl under his breath, and the little skeleton's stark white jawbone also clattered together as the two were invaded by a mysterious power. Suddenly, the demon infant residing in his abdomen surprisingly generated an enormous suction power. Han Chuo had the sudden impression that the demon infant had turned into a black hole in that instant. His entire body seemed to turn into a great spider web, with the demon infant at the center, and all his meridians had turned into the durable fibers of the spider web. Thanks to the absorption force, the force that had invaded Han Chuo's body streamed towards the demon infant along the meridians of the spider web, like streams returning to the ocean. The heart-wrenching pain decreased by quite a bit when his body morphed into this state. The invading power in Han Chuo's body was sent to the demon infant. Just like how Johnny's soul had once been digested and absorbed, this power was being turned into nutrients to aid a crazy rate of development for the demon infant. As the pain in his body slowly came under control, Han Shuo saw that the little skeleton was still rolling continuously on the ground. He struggled to make it to the little skeleton's side, and aimed the palm of his left hand at the skeleton's left eye socket, releasing the demonic art of assimilation. Magical light suddenly sparkled from his left hand as beams of faint purple light flowed into his body through Han Shuo's arm. They were sent via the meridians to the demon infant, just like the surge of power in his body had been treated. This was when Han Shuo was certain that the power from the purple demon eye was one of the soul. Judging from the close relation between the forest trolls and their protector Datara, this might very well be the vestiges of soul power left by the demon Datara on this plane. Compared to Johnny's soul, the soul from the purple demon eye was even stronger. The violent, rampaging presence held within was met with no resistance from the demon infant. Instead, the demon infant circulated the power from that soul madly, slowly purifying it. Looking in on the demon infant, Han Shuo could see that the demon infant now looked like a sun burning with black spell fire, sending out piercing magic light in all directions. At the moment, Han Shuo's body was also glowing with light, as beams of a violent, chaotic, and evil magical aura wreathed his body. From the distance, it looked like Han Shuo had suddenly gained countless black arms that were dancing wildly around him. After who knew how long, Han Shuo suddenly relaxed as a crisp cracking sound rang out. Something seemed to have broken in the purple demon eye as it suddenly lost its light. A cloud of purple smoke leaked out from the little skeleton's left eye as the demon infant kept furiously circulating the power from the soul. The power that he'd gained from the purple demon eye was heads and shoulders above the amount that they'd obtained from Johnny a few days ago. When Han Shuo felt that all the power had been absorbed into the demon infant, he gave the little skeleton an order to protect him. After that, Han Shuo sat down cross-legged to enter a meditative state to digest everything. The power within the purple demon eye had been completely absorbed by the demon infant. The little skeleton sat dumbly on the floor for a while when he was released from his agony. After the mysterious power had vanished, the purple demon eye embedded within the little skeleton's left eye socket rolled around adroitly, giving the little skeleton a trace of life. What's going on? Emily and Gilbert detected that black magical aura had exploded out of Han Shuo's room, and they couldn't help but come forth to investigate. The little skeleton had been sitting on the floor when he heard the knocks from outside. He straightened his calf bones and stood up, walking to open the door as his eye rolled a bit. When Emily and Gilbert saw that a short, white skeleton had appeared in front of them when the door was open, and that there was a purple eyeball in his left eye socket whirring busily, both of them hastily took a few steps back in their fright. Reaching out to point his left finger at Han Shuo, the little skeleton's eye rolled in a circle as his hand reached for his mouth and made a shushing gesture. His meaning for Emily and Gilbert was that, he needs quiet, don't disturb him. Emily and Gilbert stared dumbly back at this little skeleton that was telling them to be quiet. They instinctively felt that the scene in front of them was too much of a challenge for their minds. A dark creature had made such a human gesture in front of them, and there was even an lifelike eyeball rolling around in his left eye socket. All of this seemed unimaginably fantastic. It was a good thing that it wasn't Emily's first day knowing Han Shuo. When she'd fought Han Shuo, she'd come up short against this little skeleton. Thus, when she looked carefully at the little skeleton and noticed the 7 bone spurs on his back, she immediately understood that while the bone spurs' color had changed, this little skeleton was still the same marvelous skeleton that had been immune to most dark magic and had relentlessly chased her. I think your master must be having some sort of marvelous advancement this time again. We won't disturb him then. Taking a deep breath, Emily shook her head at Gilbert and indicated for him to leave with her. After the Earth Elite zombies' sudden rage in the Cemetery of Death, Gilbert understood that his master's dark creatures were different than the ones that he knew. If there was a zombie could form a large crack in the ground to attack him just for one sentence, then it wasn't too difficult to understand a small skeleton that made such human gestures. I think it'll be very interesting to follow such a master. Gilbert looked at the little skeleton curiously and waved his hand goodbye, turning to speak to Emily after closing the door. I think so too, but you must continuously improve yourself, or you might find one day that you can't even defeat one of your master's dark creatures. Emily had learned from Han Shuo that the dark creatures he refined had the unlimited potential to evolve by themselves. She'd been a bit skeptical at first, but was a firm believer now that she'd seen the little skeleton's performance. Han Shuo had been wholly unaware of Emily and Gilbert's visit. The enormous power from the purple eye was making him focus his concentration to the utmost, and he was impervious to all distractions from the outside world. Some magical cultivators needed to find an exceedingly quiet area to mediate behind closed doors when training some sort of secret art or refining some treasure. They would also set up multiple layers of heavy defenses, in order to prevent disturbances. So much caution was taken because this was when a cultivator was most defenseless. Not a single bit of distraction could happen during this process, or one would run the risk of a cultivation deviation or waste of previous effort. 2 days and nights passed. Han Shuo stayed within his room during this time, and Phoebe, Emily, and Trunks all busied themselves with setting up the mercenary band, or continuing to talk business into selling more of Han Shuo's jewels. On that night, the crew was staying within the store and discussing how best to use the gold as well as the most efficient way to handle the mercenary band's affairs when a member of the Cairo mercenary band suddenly knocked to say that a group of people were on their way over. The mercenary left immediately after delivering this message, saying that they needed to report this to the chief or vice chief of the Cairo mercenary band. He warned them to be careful, and informed them that their men would arrive in half an hour. It looks like the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries are on their way over. Brian can't be disturbed at the moment, and we don't know when he'll wake up either. We're in a bit of trouble now, Emily said with a small frown when the mercenary left. We'll give whoever dares come a thorough beating if they dare trespass. Gilbert was obviously not thinking much of this matter as he blustered offhandedly. They're not that easy to take care of. Florida's experts are as numerous as the clouds, and the Church of Light has sent some reinforcements as well. You may not be able to win even if you turn back into a dragon. Trunks also said with a deep frown. Brian can't be disturbed right now. The dark creature is protecting him right now, so he probably can't leave. We must protect him if he's here. As long as we can stall things for a bit so that the Cairo mercenaries come, then all should be fine. Phoebe thought silently for a bit and then responded. Dull hoofbeats sounded in the quiet night air. One could judge from the sound that the hooves of these batlests had been wrapped by cotton cloth or something soft. Be careful. Let's protect Brian's room first. Emily called out softly and said to the others. Chapter 210. Chapter 210, A Whirling Bone Dagger. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The enemies had come swifter than they'd thought. No sooner had hoofbeats sounded in the distance, did strange noises start coming from the roof. Go, leave the rooms. Go to the courtyard. Trunks maintained a calm expression as he hefted a long sword and walked towards the courtyard with the manticore. There was a wide courtyard in the middle of the storefront, with various large and small rooms around its perimeter. If the enemy attacked and pierced through the walls, and then used fire magic to set the rooms on fire, it would force Trunks and the others to be on the defensive. In addition, Han Shuo had once told them after he'd painstakingly made his preparations that enormous danger lurked within the 6 pillars. But if they stood in certain positions next to the pillars, they wouldn't be affected by the formation. The formation wasn't active now, but once the 6 pillars were violently attacked, the formation would have a natural reaction even without Han Shuo's orders. We're not familiar with the things inside the courtyard, so let's not make a thoughtless move unless we have to. If we really can't defend ourselves, we'll hit the pillars and then quickly hide into the 6 safe areas and gamble. Emily said to the other 3 while she took out her staff and walked into the courtyard. It'd been 2 days since Han Shuo had cast the canopy of necromancy, so there wasn't much of an effect left from it now. The starry sparkles were like diamonds embedded in the night sky, and the light from the myriad actual stars in the sky added a few traces of scattered light in the night. The light was just enough for those in the courtyard to roughly make out their surroundings. A sound suddenly howled through the air as a little bone dagger with a coldly flashing handle started traveling over the roof like a lost soul. The howling from the little bone dagger ripped through the quiet of the night sky. Its gleam was particularly eye-catching as it brought a cold, harsh presence of death. It flew over the tops of the roofs in a marvelous trail with no discernible pattern to it. Several soft sounds echoed from the dark corners that the little bone knife flew past. Suddenly, agonized screams rang out from those hard-to-view corners. 3 dark shadows then fell off from the roof into the courtyard in an exceedingly bedraggled manner. Trunks and the others immediately knew what had happened when they saw this. When they saw 3 people lying on the ground not far from them, bleeding profusely, they didn't even think before rushing up to finish them off. The 3 on the ground had been struggling to their feet when they were laid back down in eternal slumber beneath Trunks and Phoebe's 2 flashing swords. The group looked in surprise towards Han Shuo's room when the 3 were dead. They saw a corner lifted from the window blinds, and the whirling purple eye in the little skeleton's left socket, sparkling with a sinister purple light. There seemed to be a purple ball of ghostly flame dancing around behind the window. His sparkling clean hand bone waved continuously. The weaving bone dagger seemed to be manipulated by his hands as it danced around with no pattern whatsoever. Frightening little skeleton! Trunks looked and couldn't help but shake his head. Look over there! Gilbert suddenly shouted out. The other 3 looked over accordingly and saw that 3 clouds of grey mist were floating out of the 3 would-be ambushers' heads. The grey clouds seemed to be attracted by some sort of power as soon as they left their bodies and were soon absorbed by the 2 closest pillars. If I saw correctly, those 3 grey clouds were the souls of the 3 who'd just died. Ordinarily speaking, people's souls return to the earth after they've died, and most people won't be able to see them without the effects of magic. As a dark archmage, Emily's knowledge in this area was a bit more broad than others, and she explained to the rest with a furrowed brow. Then why can we see it, and why did the 3 pillars absorb the grey clouds? Phoebe asked in bafflement. Shaking her head with a wry smile, Emily turned to look at Han Shuo's room. How would I know the reason behind all this? If you want to understand everything, wait for him to wake up first. This courtyard is full of oddities, and it's all his doing. I don't think I'd understand if he explained it either. Phoebe was just as hard-pressed to understand Han Shuo's mysteriousness as Emily was. She shook her head ruefully after Emily's words. The little bone dagger was still twirling without rest as the 4 were chatting. The 3 who'd wanted to ambush them hadn't even clearly taken in their surroundings before they were counter-ambushed, and died ignobly. This had been so unjust. However, those 3 were just a scouting party. Although they had died, it didn't affect the enemies in the rear. When the dull hoofbeats suddenly quieted, Trunks and the others knew that the true battle was about to begin. The little bone dagger's howl suddenly grew more fierce. When the 4 looked over, the little bone dagger had already left the vicinity of the roof and was flying towards the sky in the distance. 2 faint figures slowly became clear in the direction that the bone dagger was flying in. They seemed to be 2 masses of floating clouds in the starry night sky, being sent on their way by the wind. It's 2 archmages, we need to be careful. Emily started and issued a grave reminder. A fiercely burning flame suddenly sprang up in front of the little bone dagger as soon as Emily had spoken. The dagger shone with even more of a cold light beneath the light of the fire, and it sent an eye-piercing ray in all directions. Several crossbow bolts suddenly came shooting from the front. 5 had been shot out, but only 1 accurately connected with the little bone dagger. The whirling dagger was knocked off its path and dropped down, landing with a clank on the streets not too far away. At that moment, the sound of the doors being broken down echoed as a fast patter of footsteps quickly approached. Roughly a dozen armored people immediately filled the courtyard, wielding all sorts of swords, spears, axes, and bows. 2 archmages floated down to the roofs. Now that the dagger was no longer a threat, they cast a cold eye down on the proceedings. Trunks, you're here all right. The cold voice of the fire archmage who'd saved Florida at the gates to the Valley of Sunshine last time sounded, one of the two standing on one of the rooftops. "Andy, you traitor, how dare you come see me? The old chief treated you well, and that staff in your hands was something that the old chief spent a great deal of money to get someone to refine for you. To think that you'd still be with that swine Florida after the old chief died." Trunks pointed the long sword in his hand at Andy and hectored coldly. "The old chief's death was an accident. He died at the hands of robbers in the surrounding mountain ranges, and had nothing to do with Florida. You envied Florida sitting in the seat of the chief of the Rainbow Sickles, that's why you're framing him." Andy looked disdainfully at Trunks and mocked him. "I think that with your intelligence, you'll be able to see what's really going on here. I've come back this time to make sure all you traitors pay the price." Andy first laughed jeeringly and then looked at Trunks with a gaze full of pity. "Today is when you'll die, you won't have the chance to in the future. Stop wasting time with him, Lorden's men may show up at any time. We need to kill them immediately." The other archmage who'd come with him said expressionlessly. There was the emblem of lightning on this person's magic robes. It looked like he was a thunder archmage. He seemed about 30 years old and had grey-brown locks. He was as thin as a bamboo pole as he paced back and forth on the roof. "I know," Andy said impatiently. He didn't seem to have cordial relations with this thunder mage. He then cast a slightly odd look downwards and said with an equally odd tone, "Do it." The enemies in the courtyard were comprised of swordsmen, knights, and archers. The weakest amongst them were sergeant knights or journeyman swordsmen. There was also one completely covered in a green robe, wearing a pointy hat. His features couldn't be made out in the darkness, but there was an enormous presence from him. Andy had been looking and not really looking at this person when he spoke earlier. His tone didn't sound like he was giving an order, but more like he was asking his elder's opinion. When Andy's question concluded, this person suddenly moved as an enormous, harsh silver sword aura suddenly emanated from his body. As he moved and the harsh sword aura cut through the air, the pointy hat on his head flew backwards, revealing a face that Emily and Phoebe were very familiar with. "Gabriel, it's you!" Emily couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Gabriel was Clark's master and possessed the extraordinary strength of a great sword master. He was Bob Asher's right-hand man, but had popped up here instead. Chapter 211. Chapter 211, The Formation Activates. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Gabriel flicked the long sword in his hand and sent silver fighting aura splitting through the air, accompanied by a vicious, icy killing intent that pierced one down to the bones. As Emily gasped in shock, Trunks and Gilbert had already charged to intercept Gabriel. Trunks had an inscrutable expression as he brandished his sword on the back of his manticore, forming a round, milky white fighting aura circle in front of him. Gilbert held a dark long spear in his hand. He had no martial arts foundation, and so flung his spear forward with the inborn strength of a dark dragon tribe descendant. There was a string of metallic clangs and explosions. Trunks grunted and evaded swiftly with the manticore. Gilbert's spear was broken into two as his chest was marked by the fighting aura, revealing a large patch of dark skin. Great Sword Master Gabriel refocused his attention, his impassive face like it was carved out of stone. He was in no hurry to attack, but turned his gaze to where Han Chuo and the little skeleton were. The howl of the bone dagger suddenly grew in intensity, and a gleaming bone dagger shot out from the direction Gabriel was looking in. The little skeleton behind the curtain had focused his purple eye on Gabriel and was waving the 5 finger bones of his left hand. Trunks was heavily panting, and Gilbert had been shocked into a cold sweat as they both reacted to Gabriel's strength. A simple swing had forced Trunks to dodge and evade like he'd faced an avalanche of attacks. The immensely strong Gilbert had simply thrown out a spear because he hadn't understood any martial techniques, only to have it hacked into two by the silver aura. If he hadn't shifted in time, his chest would have been cut open by the fighting aura as well. Just as the two were fretting over how to handle Gabriel, support from the little skeleton arrived. Gabriel couldn't help but treat this gleaming dagger carefully. The ability to deploy a magical treasure was an incantation unique to magical cultivators. Gabriel had obviously been shocked by this incredible attack, which was why he'd given up the chance to further beat down on Trunks and Gilbert and had turned his attention to fully sensing how the little skeleton was manipulating the bone dagger. The silver fighting aura was radiant and stunning, and it seemed like glorious clusters of fireworks beneath the starry sky, erecting an impregnable defense around Gabriel. The little bone dagger circled around him, emitting ear-piercing howls as it tried to give Gabriel a lethal blow. Small collision sounds continued to sound around Gabriel along with sparks, and the little bone dagger's path became more and more unpredictable. "What are you standing you there? Attack!" Andy suddenly roared from above. The mercenaries had been staring, flabbergasted, at the little bone danger's unbelievable attacks. They were finally awakened to their senses by this yell and either raised their bows to find their targets, or wielded their swords, circling past Gabriel to charge at Trunks and the others. Andy and the other Thunder Mage on top of the roof also got to work when they saw the swordsmen and knights start charging below. They too used magic to attack Emily and the others. In the span of a moment, 3 fiercely burning fireballs as big as records started descending down to where Emily and the others were, rolling violently with the heat of their flames. Several bolts of lightning also ripped through the sky and crashed down, sparks flying everywhere. "Oh dear!" Emily exclaimed and released a dark magic spell she'd prepared in advance. An enormous, oily green net appeared over people's heads as she chanted. When the net formed, it delayed the 3 enormous fireballs, but the thunder attack went through the holes in the net and still came crashing down. Emily and the others kept continuously ducking and weaving, evading the lightning strikes. The ground within the courtyard kept crackling and popping as 2 of the Shura pillars were also hit by lightning, piercing the darkness with light. A clang sounded from Gabriel's direction. He'd gotten a grasp on the bone dagger's pattern of attack and used his sword to connect solidly with the bone dagger, sending it clattering to the ground. "The friend within the house, your marvelous techniques are quite amazing, but your preferred style of hiding yourself and ambushing others is a bit shameful. Since you have such a marvelous technique, you should walk out forthrightly from the house and meet with me in battle." Great Sword Master Gabriel naturally thought it was the reclusive Han Shuo manipulating the bone dagger. Although he too had seen the little skeleton and his somewhat bizarre hand motions, he wasn't willing to believe that such a wondrous method of attack originated from a lowly dark creature. However, the little skeleton's next moves completely wrecked his understanding of the world. The little skeleton's purple eye flared with light as he jumped out of the window with a twist of his body, landing to face Gabriel's provocation. He curled the 5 fingers of his right hand and the bone dagger lying on the ground suddenly flew upwards, landing in his hand like lightning. Gabriel couldn't react for a moment as he stared incredulously at the little skeleton, his mind short-circuiting for a bit. An even more stunning thing happened as this moment as the little skeleton bent over slightly, making the 7 bone spurs on his back suddenly fly out and shoot towards Gabriel like 7 bolts of lightning. "Oh my gosh!" A cry of astonishment that only Gabriel could hear flew out of his mouth. He was once again forced to become passive, defending himself by concentrating his silver fighting aura onto his long sword and expending all his focus on parrying the 7 bone spurs' aerial attacks. The little skeleton raised the bone dagger and crashed into the attacking mercenaries in a mass of flailing limbs. He revealed his cruel side as he bent and flexed his leg bones, landing into the group of mercenaries like a flash of lightning. He shot out his empty left hand and connected with a soft splurting sound, ripping out 5 bloody gorges in the chest of a journeyman swordsman and creating a bloody fountain. His right hand brandished the bone dagger and flourished it wildly, sending a nearby mercenary's head flying off his neck at high velocity. Bloody sprayed everywhere from the severed neck, dyeing the little skeleton's clean skeleton in an eerie red. 2 crossbow bolts whistled and dinged into the little skeleton's back and chest with metallic sounds. The 2 bolts clattered to the ground as 2 white traces appeared on his bones. The 2 bolts hadn't harmed the little skeleton, but he had indeed been affected as his originally swiftly moving body couldn't help but waver a bit from the crossbow bolt attacks. Some of the mercenaries nearby took advantage of this opportunity to send their spears and swords at the little skeleton. Multiple dings rang out from his skeleton as these strings of attacks seemed to daze the little skeleton, and his control over the 7 bone spurs also suddenly ceased. The bone spurs had been flying around Gabriel and attacking him whirled uncontrollably and crashed into a nearby Shura pillar. It was as if a powerful inhibition had been triggered. Winds gusted through the courtyard and a thick sense of death suddenly spread to all 4 corners. The night sky was covered by this deathly aura, and not even the slightest hint of starlight made it through this shroud. Only a beam of evil red light rose to the sky from the center. The stark white pillars had been deathly quiet until now, when horrifying wails and screams suddenly rang out. The cries of ghosts and howls of wolves drilled into one's brain, making the scalps tingle with numbness. It was like a vicious ghost was crouched next to one's ear, sticking a tongue out of its blood-red maw to lick at one's earlobe. The ghostly drawings on the pillars abruptly came back to life as they all capered and caterwauled. The pillars seemed to turn into demons with hundreds, no, thousands tentacles that continuously waved around, attacking all life around them. "Hurry and take cover!" Emily shouted when she saw that the formation had been triggered. The others had actually already started moving before Emily's shout. They hastened to stand in the safe spots that Hanchuo had told them about before. Footsteps once again sounded outside, as the couple dozen Cairo mercenaries, originally surrounding the shop on the outskirts, couldn't help but charge into the courtyard when they saw that Hanchuo's group hadn't taken care of the attackers after so long. On a large tree 3 shops away, the dark Grand Magus Edwin and female alchemist Belinda of the Church of Calamity stood atop a large tree. They looked at the blood-red light in the distance, and the center of the location where 100 ghosts were wailing and screaming while strange winds were blowing. Can it be that the legendary evil god's curse has truly taken effect? Belinda's eyes were filled with shock as she spoke to Edwin. "I don't know, the presence within is quite odd, even I don't know what's going on. Let's not draw near for now and see what's going on first." Edwin shook his head with some confusion. Chapter 212. Chapter 212, Slaughter. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val? What's going on? What's going on here? I can't see anything. Someone's attacking me, what's going on in this courtyard? Everyone be careful, this is the most sinister place in the Valley of Sunshine. It must be the evil god's curse taking place. Retreat, everyone leave the courtyard. No one can leave this place alive when the evil god's curse takes effect. Panicked screams rang out from the mouths of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries who'd entered the yard. These people had all heard of the legend of the store, and when they saw abnormalities happen, they all tried to immediately leave in great haste. However, when the formation had been activated, the first formation of illusions had already taken effect. Apart from Emily and the others standing in safe zones, all the other mercenaries who'd brashly intruded could see nothing of their surroundings as the thick sense of death permeated the air. Several foggy shadows suddenly shot out of the well in the center of the courtyard. When the Kelpies sensed the presence of living humans nearby, they began to attack the mercenaries without hesitation. In an instant, the mercenaries suddenly felt their bodies grow cold, and it seemed like something liquid had entered their bodies. Their minds were hazy and befuddled as a voice seemed to take control of them, forcing them to wander involuntarily to the well and jump in. 3 splashes echoed, as the mercenaries plummeted into the well amidst disorientation. The ice-cold well water immediately restored their minds' clarity, but their efforts to crawl out of the well at any cost were stymied. Their bodies were no longer under their control as they began to sink slowly into the depths. 3 despairing screams suddenly rang out from the well. As their voices filled with terror and despair, the scalps of all the other mercenaries in the courtyard grew ever more numb. It was then that they finally realized there were many unknown dangers in this courtyard. This flash of enlightenment caused them give up any further thoughts of aggression, as they frantically tried to navigate the courtyard according to their memories, attempting to leave this evil and dangerous place with the fastest speed possible. However, the modestly sized courtyard seemed to stretch on for an eternity in every direction. They retreated according to their memories, and their speed should have taken them out of this area a long time ago, but they never seemed to be able to find its end, and cries of agony rang out in succession next to their ears. The illusion suddenly changed as another them suddenly appeared in front of them. These apparitions were wielding sharp weapons and leering at them, attacking the real one mercilessly. The fear brought about from this phenomenon destroyed their willpower in an instant, thoroughly defusing their fighting spirit. Screams of fear and helpless sobbing echoed as all the mercenaries sank into a state of frenzied violence, randomly flailing their weapons about. Even the most stout-hearted mercenary found it hard to accept a double attacking them ruthlessly, and they were all equally scared, lashing out at everything and anything. And like this, all the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries who had entered the courtyard went insane in a matter of moments. They fought against each other enthusiastically as cries of mental breakdowns, anguish, pain, and the clang of weapons rang out from all corners of the courtyard. Emily and the others in the safe zones had their lines of vision affected by where they were, so they couldn't see what was going on in the courtyard. However, the various sounds and shouts from those trapped within allowed them to understand that the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries were caught in a situation that they would find hard to forget for the rest of their lives. Whenever a whale cut off suddenly, it meant that another life had been lost. They would then see another wisp of grey sucked into the Shura pillars next to them. As each soul vanished, the souls inhabiting the Shura pillars would provide more evil power to the pillars, making the wind howl even more fiercely within the courtyard and spreading the presence of death even more quickly. Andy and the Thunder Mage could do nothing but watch the changes in the courtyard. The thick presence of death obscured the sky, and apart from a blood-red beam rising into the sky from the center, there was nothing else that entered their eyes. Like Emily and the others, the cries of helplessness and despair rang continuously in their ears. Contrary to the feelings of Emily and the others, Andy and the other mage felt their scalp grow numb as their hearts palpitated in fright. They didn't dare randomly cast fire and thunder spells because they couldn't see the situation clearly. They could only stand anxiously on top of the roof and scratch their heads, attempting to find a more appropriate way to help. Although everyone's vision had been affected, the little skeleton was standing in the center of the courtyard, with his purple eye sparkling fiercely like an elegant gentleman. He walked leisurely, as if taking a stroll through the ballroom, and walked with light steps with the bone dagger in his hand. He ambled at ease through the courtyard of madness, walking at the side of the mercenaries randomly waving their blades. He made a grasping motion with his left hand bones and created bloody gouges in the mercenaries or just directly twisted their necks. The bone dagger sparkled with cold light as it drew beautiful arcs, cutting off agonized wails and reaping yet another life. When the attacking mercenaries had all fallen one by one, the great sword master Gabriel had become the little skeleton's final target. Gabriel was much more difficult to handle than he'd imagined. Silver fighting aura filled the area around him as his brows jumped up and down on his face. It was obvious that he too was feeling the effects of the formation, but he was in no hurry to attack his surroundings and had focused on defending his area instead. It was because of these conservative actions that only the weakest attacks had drawn near him. Those mercenaries that were closest to him were all blocked by the fighting aura, but these mercenaries were all busy killing each other or had been easily slaughtered by the little skeleton. Apart from the enormous drain of his fighting aura, Gabriel hadn't suffered at all from the formation. The little skeleton drew near to Gabriel and wanted to keep using the same easy method to reap his life, but it wasn't that easy. Since Gabriel was holding on to the mindset of being willing to forego achievements as long as he could protect himself adequately, he'd used his silver fighting aura to form curtains around him, thoroughly defending himself. The little skeleton couldn't penetrate the great swordmaster's method either when he arrived. The little skeleton rubbed his head in frustration as he stood by Gabriel's side, his purple eye rolling around busily as he tried to figure out the best way to handle the situation. Who dares ignore the presence of the Cairo mercenary band and attempts to commit murder in the Valley of Sunshine? Lorton's explosive roar crashed in from the distance like a great wave from the sea. Heavy hoofbeats sounded from afar with his shout. "This is bad, that lore monster is coming. We need to retreat." The Thunder Mage on the rooftop suddenly said lowly. But, Gabriel is still down there. Andy also had a panicked look on his face as he looked anxiously downwards. No time for all of that. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to when Lore Monster makes his way here. But if you want to die that badly, I won't make you leave either. The Thunder Mage said coldly, without a glance at Andy. He used a levitation spell to lift himself up and flew off into the distance. Andy looked blank for a bit and finally shook his head with resignation. He stomped his foot and also used a levitation spell to float upwards, vanishing into the night behind the Thunder Mage. When Andy and the Thunder Mage had left, Edwin and Belinda also left their post from a great tree not too far away and followed them soundlessly. At this moment, the 6 Shura pillars quickly sucked in the presence of death and ill winds within the courtyard. In a couple of moments, starlight once again shone down onto the courtyard. As the formation's effects withdrew, it left behind only a ground littered with bodies and Gabriel, still waving his sword around. "Kill him!" Gilbert yelled and grabbed a battle axe from the body nearby, charging towards Gabriel. Phoebe and Trunks also knew that this opportunity was uncommon as they too brandished their weapons, charging towards Gabriel with the fastest speed possible. They combined their efforts with the little skeleton to issue a strong attack towards Gabriel. Gabriel reacted very swiftly as soon as the formation's effects wore off. He took a quick look around and understood that his operations this time had failed completely. He moved without hesitation and leapt for the rooftop. Gilbert and the others' attacks arrived at this time, only to be met with a rock from the roof as Gabriel's long sword flicked with a silver flash of fighting aura, batting it into the path of the attacks coming at him from behind. An explosion sounded as the flying battle axe was halted by the large rock. The bone dagger howled as it broke apart the rock, directly threatening Gabriel. Gabriel swept his long sword in an arc and finally sent the little bone dagger flying to the side. However, Trunks and Phoebe's fighting auras also arrived in front of Gabriel at this time. A ghastly scream spilled from his lips as his swiftly flying body suddenly paused, with a criss-crossing pattern of blades appearing on his back. It was obvious that he'd suffered great injury. As he fled in a panic, he spat out great mouthfuls of fresh blood. Emily used the levitation spell to fly upwards and was about to chant a dark magic to give him the final blow when a fierce arrow flew out of nowhere like cold lightning. It brought with its speed a frosty chill, something that she felt before it even drew near her. Emily choked off her incantation halfway through and suddenly dropped out of the sky. However, that cold arrow still doggedly clung to her path and shot towards her neck like a lethal flash of lightning, embodied with a fearful chill and ruthlessness. There wasn't even enough time to chant a spell at this moment. Gilbert and the others were all within the courtyard and had just sent forth an enormously vicious blow. Whether in terms of personal speed or fighting aura, there was nothing that anyone could do for Emily at this time. The person who had sent out this arrow had an exquisite grasp of timing, understanding the right moment to strike. They'd melded ice magic into this arrow, and the swiftness and cruelty of this shot was one that greatly frightened onlookers. Despair filling her face, Emily's hopes vanished at this moment. There was only one thought in her mind. Was she going to die like this? However, nothing is ever absolute in life. In that moment of certain death, a red light ripped through the dark sky and appeared next to Emily, crashing into that lethal arrow with irrefutable accuracy. The missile broke apart on contact, and the frosty air scattered as it was unable to concentrate into one place. Emily had snatched her life back from the jaws of death, and the glee of living after a disaster filled her heart. When she focused her eyes to the front again, she saw the demon slayer edge flying in front of her. In that moment, an indescribable feeling of bliss filled her heart like an enormous wave. In that instant, the love that she had for Hanchuo was as deep as the boundless ocean. "You won't be that lucky next time." A clear shout traveled from exceedingly far away. A thin figure danced on top of some rooftops like a swan elegantly dancing on a lake. Trunks and the others were enraged as they all leapt up to land on the roofs, planning on taking down this extremely dangerous female archer. "Don't chase her!" Han Chuo's low shout traveled from within the house at this time. Original and most updated translations are on Volari. If you're reading this anywhere else, it has been stolen from the translator. Don't support theft. The room door was open as a sinister-looking Han Chuo stepped out. Blood-red light emanated from his body as a thick killing aura condensed around him. His eyes were blood-red, and his expression sinister and filled with the utmost cruelty. It was as if he was a demon from hell, having endured millennia to break through his shackles and arrive in the world of humans. Emily and the others were absolutely shocked by Han Chuo's current appearance and aura. They subconsciously halted their footsteps and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Han Chuo. The current Han Chuo's presence and expression were all much too malevolent. He was simply too different from usual. Chapter 213. Chapter 213, A Bloodthirsty Urge. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo took a deep breath in and slowly repressed his aroused desire for blood. A slowly stirring urge to engage in slaughter was slowly calmed after a few deep breaths. Under the gaze of Trunks and the others, Han Chuo's original distant and bloodthirsty appearance started to slowly revert to normal after he took in a few deep breaths. The blood-red light and that cruel aura all slowly disappeared until he returned to the form they were familiar with. What happened to you? Emily finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Han Chuo return to normal. Her beautiful eyes looked anxiously at Han Chuo. My techniques were elevated to a new stage just now, and this new stage is incredibly difficult to control. I'm not that familiar with this new stage yet and lost my composure. Han Chuo revealed a faint smile when his mindset returned to normal and explained to the others. I was so frightened. Your expression and aura earlier were really evil and scary. Even I felt terrified. Trunks looked deeply at Han Chuo. His heart was pounding even now. Of those present, only the little skeleton wasn't reacting out of the ordinary. He started caporaing happily when he saw Han Chuo appear, and pointed at the corpses on the ground every now and then, seeming to be relaying his battle score to Han Chuo. Chuckling lightly in gratification, Han Chuo could feel the little skeleton's desire to show off, excitedly awaiting for Han Chuo's compliments. Hey you brat, see mir. Well done. Beckoning his hand, Han Chuo stroked the little skeleton's gleaming skull when the latter walked over docilely with his bone dagger. The little skeleton's purple eye rolled around as his jawbone clattered together, appearing quite at ease. Honored master, you're truly prejudiced. You've never treated me this kindly. Gilbert complained when he saw Han Chuo drown the little skeleton with love. The little skeleton had been by Han Chuo's side when the latter was still an errand slave. He'd started off throwing trash away for Han Chuo, and took care of a lot of random, irritating matters. When the little skeleton had grown stronger, it had protected Han Chuo a few times. This were deeds which Gilbert couldn't measure up to. Flicking a glance at Gilbert, Han Chuo was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and turned his eyes to the entrance. Lord Eaton of the Cairo mercenary band walked in through the doorway like a metal tower. Harris and a group of experts followed close behind him. Lorden's body was built very robustly, and he was likely even a bit heavier than a bat-lest. His footsteps echoed dully on the ground as he walked. What's going on? Where are the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries? A voice that rang like a bell sounded from Lorden's mouth. Pointing at the corpses littered over the ground, Han Chuo smiled faintly. Aren't these them? Lorden's brow drew together as he looked at the ground, listing out names as though he were counting up his family's treasures. Angelo, Tolai, Jelena. Shock blossomed on his face as he spoke. When he finally lifted his head to look at Han Chuo, shock was all that was left on his face. You guys killed all of them. Possibly. Or maybe it was the curse of the evil god that helped us. Han Chuo smiled mysteriously and shrugged his shoulders as he answered carelessly. These people are indeed of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, and some of them are their core members. To think you've managed to kill so many of them, this is a big help to us. Harris was hard-pressed to conceal his joy after he walked in, and his voice seemed more emotional than usual. What's going on here? Lord Eden was thoroughly confused by Han Chuo's response and could not help but ask. Lord Eden, you came too late. You only arrived after the fighting had finished. Looks like the efficiency of the Cairo mercenary band isn't as good as we thought. Trunks flicked a glance at Han Chuo and spoke before the latter could speak. Trunks, you also know that there are many areas in the valley that need to be protected. Our mercenary band can't possibly station that many of our men here. Lord Eden said and then snorted coldly with an irritated expression. To ignore our existence like this, Florida has become way too cocky. The ones who launched a sneak attack on you didn't even conceal their features. This is an obvious dismissal of us. Chief Lord Eden, I hope you guys can be more timely next time. The matters here have already ended and there's probably nothing here that's worthy of your attention left. Han Chuo said and then suddenly remembered something. Amongst those who attacked us this time was a great sword master called Gabriel. This person works for Bob Asher, chief of the Griffin Legion in nearby Valley City. I don't know if the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band is in leagues with Bob Asher. I hope you'll keep an eye out for this. Great Sword Master Gabriel. Lord Eden exclaimed in shock as he obviously didn't know of this matter. His expression grew grave. Nodding, Han Chuo said, that's right. This person is the master of Bob Asher's eldest son, Clark, and has always been by Bob Asher's side. I hadn't thought that he'd leave Asher's side this time and be with the Rainbow Sickles. Don't worry, I'll investigate things thoroughly. All right, we'll be leaving now, if there's nothing else. Lord Eden seemed to be contemplating something with a darkened face as he spoke rather anxiously. Wait, I've been away from the valley for too long and don't know enough about Florida's strength. You should give us detailed information about all the experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries and their strength. A Thunder Mage appeared today, as well as a female archer with amazing shooting skills. One of our companions was almost injured this time. We need detailed information on the Rainbow Sickles. Trunks hurriedly said when he saw Lord Eden about to leave. Female archer. Lord Eden cried out once again and said gravely, that would be the female elf Maxine. She's a sharpshooter versed in the water, thunder, and wind magics. She can combine all three magics into her shooting and send out incredibly frightening shots. This woman is very difficult to deal with. It's said that she's the fiancée that Florida's grandfather located for him. She's very mysterious, and doesn't seem to have good relations with Florida. She's rarely in the valley these days, but will always help whenever the Rainbow Sickles meet with danger. It looks like she's come back. Who was the Thunder Archmage? It was Emily's turn to ask this time. His name is Asa. He only joined half a year ago and I'm not too sure of his background. Vicious and cruel, he gets along well with Florida. He's taken care of most of the band's underhanded dealings this past year, and is deeply trusted by Florida. Lord Eden was quite familiar with the experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and began to explain in great detail without hesitation when Trunks and Emily asked him. Apart from these two, have any other experts joined the Rainbow Sickles these past few years? Trunks continued to ask. Lord Eden's brow creased as he thought silently for a moment, then turned his head to look at Harris. Give him a copy of our intelligence. Harris started and then nodded, taking out a scroll from his space ring and handing it over to Trunks. The information regarding the Rainbow Sickles in here is likely going to be more detailed than what Miss Emily has. It looked like Harris and the others already knew of Emily's identity. They were the ones who held true power within the valley, and the identities of those they watched over would naturally not escape their eyes. Trunks nodded after scanning this scroll, then smiled at Lord Eden. Very detailed. We'll take care of Florida for you before the struggle for power begins. If this is the case, I will thank you all greatly. Not only will this shop be unconditionally yours, Miss Phoebe's guild shall be exempt from all taxes in the valley in the future. Lord Eden laughed heartily and strode outside with great steps. Harris, who followed closely behind Lord Eden, looked at Trunks and reminded, the terrain of the Rainbow Sickle quarters is drawn behind the scroll. There are detailed descriptions of their open and hidden outposts. Destroy this scroll after reading it, don't let it fall into the hands of others and give rise to unnecessary trouble. Trunks nodded understandingly and laughed coldly, don't worry, I know what to do. Harris and Trunks were old acquaintances and naturally knew that Trunks and Florida had a death feud. Harris left with the parting words, good luck. When Lord and the others had left, Han Chuo said lowly, Lord is trying to take advantage of us. But we want to find our footing in the valley as well, so we won't move according to his plans. The Cairo mercenary band and Rainbow Sickles aren't the only powers within the valley. There are some others that aren't weak either, and I'm sure they would love to replace the Cairo mercenary band and hold power in their hands as well. Trunks blinked and asked Han Chuo, what would you like to do? Chuckling sinisterly, Han Chuo looked at the sky and murmured to himself, the winds are strong and the night dark today. The Valley of Sunshine has been chaotic for a while now. Let's make use of this opportunity to make things even more messy. Chapter 214. Chapter 214, The Four Great Powers. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Apart from the strongest Cairo mercenary band in the Valley of Sunshine, there were two other slightly weaker factions of the House of Menlo and the Qatar Orc tribe. The House of Menlo had originally been a minor noble family in a small kingdom. They had their own private army and had attempted a coup, but had failed when their plans were revealed. They'd fought with the royal army of the small kingdom and fled, discarding their armor along the way. They'd finally arrived in the Valley of Sunshine with vastly decreased strength. They only possessed 300 soldiers then, but the House of Menlo had made off with quite a sum of riches from the small kingdom during the chaos of civil war. They used this fortune when they arrived in the valley to attract 1,000 experts of various professions, and their strength was now second only to the Rainbow Sickles. The House of Menlo was now the richest power within the valley, and the head of the House Sawyer Menlo always dreamed about becoming the most powerful within the valley, recruiting more soldiers and going back to their home, obtaining the authority over that kingdom. The Qatar Orc tribe was a small tribe that had originally lived in frosty desolation. They'd overcome countless hardships to immigrate to the Valley of Sunshine and take up residence within one of its mountain ranges. There were only 600 orcs within this tribe, but all of them were highly capable warriors that were tough to take on. The orcs of the Qatar tribe mainly functioned to protect the merchants and put their earnings towards taking care of their family and elderly. This faction wasn't weak, but the chief of the tribe was also constantly thinking about controlling the valley in order to gain more benefits and gold. The Cairo mercenary band, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, the House of Menlo, and the Qatar Orc tribe were the four strongest forces in the Valley of Sunshine at the moment. This information wasn't hard to obtain. Han Chuo had just arrived in the valley not too long ago before learning all of this from Emily. Everyone was aware that the four powers had uneasy relations, and that each of them wanted to take over the Valley of Sunshine to leverage its resources and quickly increase their own strength. The Cairo mercenary band had only had 1,000 people to begin with. After they'd taken control of the Valley of Sunshine, their numbers had doubled in just a few years. This was all because they'd obtained enormous amounts of gold after controlling the Valley of Sunshine and attracted even more numbers of experts to join. To the Cairo mercenary band, it was a wonderful trade if they could immensely decrease the Rainbow Sickles without harming their own strength. A mere storefront compared to the entire valley, it was a worthwhile trade no matter how one looked at it. It was because Han Chuo understood the situation within the valley that he was full of ambition and began to think for himself, trying to plot a profitable path for the mercenary band he'd just formed. Trunks, take your old comrades and go for a walk around the House of Menlo tonight. Conceal your faces and cause some trouble. Kill some people and set some fires. Han Chuo looked at Trunks and smiled slightly. You mean, make the House of Menlo think that another faction did it? Trunks' expression changed as he asked. They won't suspect us anyways when they're attacked, because we don't have the strength and have no reason to be enemies with them. They'll suspect the other three factions in the end. Han Chuo explained. Trunks nodded and a sinister smile appeared on his face. I think I can do this well. I was used to the covert and open struggles between the factions when I was still in the Rainbow Sickles. Then good, be careful and don't expose yourselves. Cause as much destruction as you can. Trunks made use of the night and said nothing else, leaving hurriedly. It looked like he was planning on making some moves tonight. After Trunks had left, Han Chuo said darkly to Emily and the two others. Since the Rainbow Sickles have already made a move against elves, we can't take that long down, can we? Come, let's go take a walk ourselves and see if we can kill some people at the Rainbow Sickles. Han Chuo's group now enjoyed exceedingly good relations with the Cairo mercenary band. It was very convenient for them to enter and leave the valley. However, they didn't exit from the main entrance this time, but made use of Gilbert's flight ability to fly out of a quiet corner in the valley. There were rules in the valley as well. Under ordinary conditions, even archmages who could fly couldn't levitate themselves in and out of the valley. If they were discovered by the Cairo mercenary band, they would be immediately detained for questioning. The moonlight shimmered like water as it cascaded down over the white ground. The accumulated snow had yet to melt, and the snow-covered mountains and towering trees were inordinately beautiful beneath the rays of the moon. The Rainbow Sickles were located within a small mountain valley to the north of the Valley of Sunshine. When Han Chuo's group arrived, they could see a row of low houses made of red tiles when they peered into the mountain valley. There was a sizable hot spring cluster within the valley, and hot mist was arising from the waters, shrouding the mountain valley in white mist. There were many fresh flowers and grass planted around the hot springs, and because of the heat from the springs, the flowers and grass in the surroundings weren't afraid of the bite of winter. Many vibrant flowers were blooming all over the area. Stout-looking mercenaries were stationed at outposts all over the mountain valley. They were looking around alertly, always on their guard against the intrusion of enemies. Han Chuo had Gilbert stop on a cliff over the valley and looked downwards. Han Chuo smiled coldly, someone else may be making a move before us this time. Phoebe and Emily revealed confused expressions after his words. They looked in bafflement at Han Chuo, with Phoebe asking, "What makes you say that?" When we were at the storefront earlier, Dark Grand Magus Edwin and the female alchemist Belinda of the Calamity Church were observing not too far in the distance. I sensed their position before I stopped, and the two of them followed after Andy when he left. Edwin and Belinda were the first to break off from the pursuit, and then it was Gabriel and the female archer Maxine who left. Edwin and Belinda should in the mountain valley below now. If they're here to kill Florida, that will be a huge help for us. Han Chuo said slowly as he looked down into the mountain valley below. Then what should we do? Starting at some unknown time, Emily had already grown accustomed to Han Chuo deciding everything when he was present. Lifting his head to look at the sky, Han Chuo said, "Only half of this long night has passed. We still have plenty of time, let's wait for a while." Time passed quickly as roughly half an hour later, violent magic pulses suddenly emanated from one of the most magnificent red tile buildings. A metal golem in the shape of the three-eyed demon god abruptly appeared out of thin air beneath the cool moonlight. The golem began body slamming the magnificent building as soon as it appeared. Its thick metal tail swept across the scene and sent red tiles flying everywhere, shaking all the buildings as well. At the same time, strong magic pulses accompanied the rumbling sounds of the earth shaking and mountains moving. 3 hands of death appeared out of thin air and floated into the magnificent building through the windows, destroying its insides with abandon. "Edwin and the others have made their move, we can't sit idly by." Han Chuo chuckled coldly as the air of bloodlust gathered around him again. The evil and ruthless expression from earlier once again floated onto his cheeks. "What should we do, honored master?" Gilbert was once again excited as he rumbled in his deep dragon voice. "Bear them on your back and fly over the mountain valley. Destroy all the buildings in this valley to the best of your abilities, and spray out poisonous flame. If you run into any attacks that may injure you, fly away immediately and don't wait for me. No one will be able to stop me if I want to leave." Han Chuo laughed loudly with a grimace and a coldly stern expression. He rushed down like a diving hawk, a blood-red light emerging from his body as his eyes were turned a deep blood red. Will he be all right? Phoebe had already discovered Han Chuo's peculiarities before he'd flown down, and couldn't help but voice her concerns to Emily. Do as he says. Emily responded and kicked Gilbert in the sides. Dark Dragon, move out. A thin figure followed behind Han Chuo in this moment, floating downwards through the air. The little skeleton capered wildly as he flew like a kite with a broken string. When he reached halfway, the 7 bone spurs on his back shook consecutively and his body regained balance. He followed closely behind Han Chuo with a strange trail and dived down towards the mountain valley. Chapter 215. Chapter 215, A Frenzied Slaughter. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Cultivators easily became violent and angry in the bloodlust realm. One could only comprehend the wonders of this realm in the midst of bloodthirsty battle, and only through such slaughter could a cultivator understand himself better. Continued slaughter was the fastest shortcut to breaking through this realm. However, it was exceedingly easy for one to veer into a cultivation deviation during the slaughter. It was incredibly hard for a cultivator to regain their reason once they accidentally lost it, and they would become a crazed monster that only knew how to wreak mass slaughter. Therefore, this realm was quite difficult to exercise self-control in. Slaughter was the fastest way to ascend from it, but it was also a one-way path. As Han Chuo flew down from the cliff, his hatred towards Florida was infinitely magnified, including his anger towards the female archer Maxine who'd almost caused a fatal blow to Emily. His originally calm heart began to pound at a much faster rate than usual, and the magical Yuan filled the demon infant with a thriving life force. When the demon infant had absorbed the pure power of the soul held within the purple demon eye, it helped Han Chuo break through his stalemate in the true demon realm. When he'd reached the bloodlust realm, although he would occasionally have the thought of rampaging around killing everything in sight, his strength had indeed taken leaps and bounds forward. An inky black shadow landed from the sky amidst large rumbling noises. An thick sense of killing intent arose, one that couldn't be ignored by anyone. When the panicking Rainbow Sickle mercenaries, in the throes of gathering their men and horses to respond to Edwin and Belinda's threat, discovered the abnormalities in the sky, they sent arrows, spears, and javelins howling with lightning into the sky. However, none of the dozen or so attacks could approach the dark shadow. The descending figure swiftly recited a necromancy magic incantation, and a black light flashed through the skies. A troop of gargoyles appeared out of nowhere. They were wielding bone spears and lined up in a neat formation in front of the dark shadow, blocking all the arrows, spears, and javelins. Suddenly, an enormous black canopy expanded quickly from the dark figure. It covered the bright moonlight and enclosed a third of the valley in the canopy. A thick presence of death abruptly spread out. All those who moved around in its vicinity felt that their body was moving around much more stiffly than normal. The dark shadow landed in the valley beneath the cover of the canopy and dark creatures started popping into existence shortly thereafter. The moonlight was blocked by the black clouds, making one unable to tell time and not knowing how much time there was until daybreak. The canopy of necromancy was a spell that had been lost long ago, and it adversely affected the battle strength of all enemies caught within it. All dark creatures would be strengthened in the range of this canopy, and their strength and speed would be increased after absorbing the thick presence of death around them. This was an evil magic that wore away at the opponent's strength and increased the strength of one's own dark creatures. It'd been forgotten by humans on the continent since the cemetery of death had vanished. When Han Chuo's magic materialized, the dark creatures all began excitedly attacking their surroundings. Not only did the rainbow sickles feel the limberness of their bodies affected, their eyes also felt abnormally dry and their vision was likewise affected. Belinda, apart from Clarendon, has another necromancer come by this time? Edwin had been releasing dark magic when he saw the moonlight become obscured by the black clouds. He asked a gleeful question to Belinda, who happened to be manipulating her golems off on the side, when he saw the dark creatures enthusiastically attack the mercenaries. Shaking her head, Belinda's expression was perplexed as she responded, "Clarendon's already been killed. There should be no other necromancers other than him." Edwin started when he heard those words and smiled faintly, "Then perhaps our superiors sent more people over. Even I have never seen such mysterious necromancy magic. I don't think that there's any other necromancers apart from our Calamity Church who would grasp such magic. Of course, only our Calamity Church would have such mysterious magic. He must be one of our..." Belinda had full faith in Edwin's words. It would seem that they had an unswervable confidence in the strength of the Calamity Church. "I'm Edwin, which friend has come by?" When Edwin saw that the dark creatures were helping them after Han Shuo had appeared, he couldn't help but call out in a friendly manner when he saw the dark creatures head off some of the mercenaries. His enormous amount of mental strength had been mostly depleted after releasing the canopy of necromancy and summoning 50 to 60 dark creatures of different levels. When the dark creatures began to attack with wild abandon under the cover of the canopy, Han Shuo became a cruel shadow locked in the depths of bloodlust and began to vent his violence every which way. A craving for fresh blood cascaded down like the endless river waters, pushing Han Shuo into a boundless frontier of slaughter. Wherever the dark shadow passed, the mercenaries with insufficient strength were all hacked to pieces by the sharp demon slayer edge, and fresh blood splurted everywhere. His eyes dyed blood red. Han Shuo's hard-to-control desire to kill everything led him to kill all those in his path. He was as if a machine reaping lives, and all the mercenaries in his vicinity kept being subjected to frightful attacks. His body halted slightly after hearing Edwin's words, but he ignored them. When he looked around again, he discovered that apart from the little skeleton hot on his heels, there was no one else there. Now in the bloodlust realm, the durability of Han Shuo's body had reached its peak. He could instinctively sense the danger around him as he fought, and could even clearly perceive the fear and trembling of those far away. Whenever he killed someone, the fear of his victim upon imminent death and his resentment after death would form a cloud of air hard to be seen by the human eye, to be absorbed by the aura of killing intent around Han Shuo. As more and more mercenaries were slaughtered, the killing aura around Han Shuo became more and more thick. A strong scent of blood even began to emanate from his pores. Han Shuo's body and magical yuan kept being continuously refined in this process, and he could feel his strength increasing bit by bit in this process. In contrast, Han Shuo's mind became more and more torpid the more his body and magical yuan improved. When the fear and resentment caused from killing others was attracted to his vicinity, this enormous amount of information seemed to affect Han Shuo's mind, making the blood vessels on his brain pulse and giving him the feeling that he was entering a cultivation deviation. He realized that this was bad and scanned Chu Kenglan's memories, immediately realizing that in the bloodlust realm, once the brain had this kind of torpid sign and wanted to kill and destroy everyone and everything in sight, this was a sign of one about to enter a cultivation deviation. His tried and tested willpower proved to be useful now. Han Shuo recalled the demon slayer edge back into his storage ring and attempted to calm his rampaging heart whilst he still had some semblance of reason left. He ignored the chaos around him and sat down cross-legged. The little skeleton had been at Han Shuo's side and helping him reap lives when he suddenly saw his master sit down. His purple eye flashed as the little skeleton waved a hand at some of the dark creatures nearby. The purple eye flashed on and off with an evil, purple light like a broken light bulb. There seemed to be a mysterious power compelling the dark creatures. Several zombies and hate warriors walked over fearfully as the little skeleton beckoned to them, giving the little skeleton the respect that subordinates would give to their superiors. When they faced Han Shuo, they could only move stiffly according to instinct, due to being summoned by a spell. But when Han Shuo had sat down cross-legged and was summoned by the little skeleton, they displayed fear and respect when they carefully surrounded Han Shuo. They seemed deeply afraid that the little skeleton would be unsatisfied and become angry at them. They behaved like the most humble servants and slaves. This kind of performance seemed to indicate that they'd long since known the little skeleton, or heard of the little skeleton's dominance and wondrous achievements. Otherwise, in the vast and boundless other dimension, how would an ordinary skeletal warrior incite so much fear and respect from them? Perhaps, in the other dimension, the little skeleton with the 7 bone spurs, wielding a bone dagger and boasting of a purple eye, had already grown into his own and become a famous and illustrious character. Chapter 216. Chapter 216, Shock. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. A third of the mountain valley had been enclosed by the canopy of necromancy. Black clouds obstructed all light, and a thick sense of death floated everywhere, making the mercenaries within feel extremely uncomfortable. In the center of the canopy of necromancy, having undergone a slaughter, Han Shuo was finding his desires hard to control. The aura of killing intent around him created a scene in which his mind was starting to run out of control. Thankfully, his long-honed willpower hauled back on the reins at the most critical moment, forcefully halting his further descent into madness. He sat down cross-legged and ignored the chaos around him. Han Shuo calmed himself and concentrated, slowly placating his deep desires. 3 zombie warriors, 2 hate warriors, and 7 to 8 skeletal warriors stood around him. The little skeleton wielded a bone dagger as his purple eye sparkled. He was as if a general leading thousands. He stood with a puffed-up chest plate and looked towards the front, silently protecting Han Shuo. The most magnificent building in the valley finally collapsed with a roar beneath Edwin and Belinda's concerted efforts. The earth-shaking explosion shook the entire mountain valley. All of a sudden, whether it was mercenaries living further away in the valley, those meditating or practicing, or yet others sparring with each other, all members of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band realized that their old nest was under attack and surged towards the valley. In a place exceedingly far away, a knight wearing gleaming silver armor charged over on the back of a warhorse clad with silver armor whilst wielding a 3-meter-long javelin. A thin, black figure moved adroitly amongst the branches of trees with thick accumulation of snow, swiftly making up for her tardiness in arriving. A loose, black dress and several colorful ribbons concealed her face as she moved. Only 2 long, tipped ears indicated her identity as an elf. Andy and the Thunder Mage made use of the moonlight to fly through the air from another direction. They too were rushing over to render aid, panic and shock written all over their faces. Who dares come wreak havoc in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band? A furious roar shook the earth from the knight clad in silver armor. Even though his head was covered by a silver helmet, this roar still echoed throughout the entire valley. The Knights of Light are here. It looks like we should retreat. Belinda cast a look into the distance and turned to speak to Edwin. Edwin nodded and suddenly pointed at the horizon in shock. Who's that? Belinda followed the direction of Edwin's finger and looked at the sky. Although there was the cover from the canopy of necromancy, gouts of flame still enable the two to identify an enormous black figure through the light of the flames. It's that person's magical pet, a young dark dragon. To think that they followed us here as well. Belinda seemed to remember her earlier embarrassment and responded with a heavy tone. Then that's perfect, we don't need to be in a hurry to leave. If it wasn't for Gilbert and the others, then all of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries' attacks would have been targeted at Edwin and Belinda. Now that Gilbert and the others were here to divert attention away from them, they naturally wouldn't have to bear the brunt of the pressure. Gilbert made use of his fast flight speed over the valley to haul Emily and Phoebe around, spewing out red-hot flames at the buildings below and drowning them in a sea of fire. Gilbert would send a stream of green poison down to wherever a concentrated group of people were. The mercenaries all screamed in agony and dodged away to all sides. If any were splashed with even a hint of the green poison, they would lose their lives in the span of a moment. Lowly lives, you shouldn't have angered us. This is the punishment that I, Dark Dragon Gilbert, am visiting on you for your lowly actions. Gilbert's resonant voice sounded out as he passed over the mountain valley. He was dancing in his excitement and proud of the destruction that he had wrought. O noble God of light, hear my calls. Disperse all darkness, radiant glory. A wizened voice suddenly rang out in the chaotic mountain valley. All sorts of cries, shouts, and collision sounds were unable to bury this chant. An exceedingly strong beam of light ripped through the sky, and the pure, divine elements of light suffused the valley. The black clouds formed by the canopy of necromancy was diffused in an instant and vanished without a trace. The resplendent and stunning light scattered down over the valley, intermixing with the soft light from the stars. When the divine power of light shone down, the presence of death was swiftly banished and all the mercenaries in the valley were no longer affected by the darkness. Apart from the little skeleton being unafraid of the light, all the dark creatures that Han Shuo had summoned began to rot in an exceedingly short amount of time. They displayed expressions of great pain and hurriedly began to find cover. The dark creatures that had been protecting Han Shuo under the little skeleton's orders were also all in great pain, but they seemed to fear the little skeleton greatly. Although their bodies were fast decomposing, they didn't leave. They all looked pleadingly at the little skeleton, waiting for the little skeleton's forgiveness. The little skeleton finally waved his hand, allowing the dark creatures to disperse. They all hid beneath roofs or found a random hole in the ground to burrow into, attempting to evade the rays from the radiant glory. The injured mercenaries saw their wounds miraculously come under control beneath the radiant beams of light. They all recovered some of their energy like they'd been quickly healed. When the element of light filled the valley, it immediately turned the situation around. Shortly thereafter, an old man wearing the accoutrements of a priest of the Church of Light with graying hair but in good spirits, started patrolling the valley with a benevolent gaze in his eyes. "He's here all right. When Florida was injured so heavily, I thought he might go back. Let's go, Florida must have been transferred elsewhere. Otherwise, the building that he lives in wouldn't have had only that little bit of defense." Edwin looked viciously at the light archmage Ferguson as he stood in the shadows of a house and spoke lowly to Belinda. "Yes, we'll find it hard to leave soon if we linger any longer." Belinda understood just how strong Ferguson was. She didn't hesitate. The golem had already transformed back into a beam of white light as soon as she'd finished speaking, disappearing into her scroll. On the other side, the bellowing Gilbert fled swiftly into the skies without another sound when he saw that this old man had used a single light magic to change the situation as soon as he'd appeared. Ferguson frowned as he saw Gilbert about to leave and chained a basic radiant slash spell. The light element surrounding the mountain valley suddenly coalesced into 3 swords of light, swiftly shooting towards Gilbert. Gilbert turned his head back and spewed out a gout of flame, hauling 2 of the swords. Emily hastily released a hand of death and blocked the other sword of light. It was only after that that the dragon and 2 girls finally made it out of the mountain valley. After Ferguson had released the radiant slash, a strong purse of light magic formed, resulting in ripples of magic spreading out from the epicenter. The ripples screeched through the air as cracks grew swiftly in the ground. A building roughly 50 square meters was in the path of these ripples. It was instantly crushed to rubble and stone shards flew through the sky. "Edwin, old friend, I could feel that hateful presence from you from a far distance away. Come on out." Ferguson called out in the direction of his attack after releasing the light magic. It looked like Gilbert wasn't Ferguson's primary target. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so easily. As someone on his level and an opponent he was quite familiar with, Edwin was Ferguson's true target. "Heh, it's so good to see you. However, this place isn't suitable for me. Goodbye." Edwin's sinister laugh travelled from the pile of rubble as a dark figure slowly faded after these words were delivered, disappearing from the wreck. "I'll find you." Ferguson's face was calm. He didn't look happy or sad, and there were no ripples of anger in his voice either. "There's another one down there, and he actually looks unafraid of death." Thunder Mage Asa looked askance below and called out with surprise. There was a figure shimmering with a blood-red light in the center of the ruined mountain valley. He sat there like a boulder, as unmoving as a mountain, ignoring all that was going on around him. A figure that was slightly shorter, wielding a bone dagger with 7 bone spurs on his back and a purple left eye stood by his side, unswerving in his loyalty and looking like he was protecting the other. "It's him, the person who almost killed Florida at the border of the valley." The fire mage Andy immediately cried out after flicking a glance down. Everyone was shocked after these words. They all looked at Han Shuo, perplexed, not understanding why he hadn't left at this time. Could it be that he wanted to use his own power alone to fight against the entire Rainbow Sickles mercenary band? Didn't he know that there was a light Grand Magus in the mercenary band? Surround him, I want him alive. A trace of anger finally colored Ferguson's voice. It was unknown whether or not he was angry that Honshuo had injured Florida, or that Honshuo was ignoring all of them. Understood. The Knights of Light immediately surged forward from all directions after hearing Ferguson's order, surrounding Honshuo with 3 layers. Up in the sky, Archangels Andy and Asa as well as Grand Magus Ferguson and Sharpshooter Maxine also surrounded Honshuo as well. By this point, it was likely that only a Magister or a Divine Knight or Sword Master would be able to leave at will. Honshuo was obviously not at that level of existence. As everyone focused on Honshuo, a stunning light suddenly lit up Light Archmage Ferguson's eyes. His calm face was suddenly filled with a bizarre expression. His brows were knit together, the furrows in his forehead twitching as his mouth opened and closed. Incredible shock filled his expression, as well as a few traces of worry and fear. "Grandpa Ferguson, what's wrong?" Maxine looked at Ferguson with an odd expression not too far away. Maxine's features were comprised of an exquisite, flawless face like she was a perfect work of art. She had all the advantages that a beauty of the elves should possess. A long and limber body, an ethereal bearing, gleaming green tresses that were like a waterfall, and a heart-stopping face. All of this had come together in a marvelous combination to form an elfin beauty that would cause cities to go to war for her. On a cliff on the other side of the valley, where Honshuo and Gilbert had stood, Edwin and Belinda were now standing side by side. The expression on Edwin's face was incredibly similar to Ferguson and the others below. A stern light flowed out from his eyes, focusing on the little skeleton wielding his bone dagger. His expression encompassed a few gleeful traces of obtaining a heavenly treasure amidst unparalleled shock, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. "Master Edwin, what's wrong?" Belinda looked oddly at Edwin, asking the exact same question as Maxine. "That little skeleton isn't afraid of the radiant glory," Ferguson and Edwin said at almost the same time with exceedingly different emotions. "I don't know how that person has done it, but he must die now. He can't live for another second." In all these years, it was the first time that Ferguson had made up his mind to kill someone. An unquestionable resolution filled these words. On the other side, Edwin took a deep breath in and said gleefully, "He must stay alive no matter what." In the last 1,000 years, light magic has always been the bane of dark magic. If the dark creatures no longer need to fear the rays of light magic, then the Calamity Church will completely change the situation and the Church of Light will no longer be able to halt our footsteps forward. Belinda immediately woke to her senses after hearing these words as her eyes were also filled with shock and delight. She then looked at Edwin. "What should we do? We need to save him no matter what. He absolutely can't die," Edwin said firmly. He'd never wanted to protect someone as bad as he did now. Chapter 217. Chapter 217, A Bloody Explosion. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Knights of Light, kill them immediately. This person and dark creature cannot be permitted to stay in this world. Ferguson's expression was grim as he called out lowly. The group of knights who'd just surrounded Honshuo and were about to take him alive were rather surprised by this sudden change of heart. However, they only paused for a second, still intending on executing Ferguson's orders. Up on the cliff, Edwin didn't waste time hesitating, and shot down towards Honshuo with Belinda. He planned on saving Honshuo, whatever the cost, and get to the bottom of why that dark creature was unafraid of light magic. At the same time, Honshuo suddenly opened his eyes and swept a cold glance around his surroundings, revealing a bizarre smile. He chanted out a simple necromancy magic, and the little skeleton who'd stayed by his side all this time, vanished without a trace as a beam of black light broke through the skies. "Farewell, everyone." Honshuo smiled after the little skeleton had disappeared. The blood-red light that had been circling around Honshuo suddenly shot to the heavens after his words, and an enormous explosion rang out. Increasingly loud explosions, with Honshuo's location as the epicenter, began to shake the ground and skies. The entire valley trembled, and the knights closest to the center were blasted to shreds, blood and flesh flying out like shrapnel. Edwin and Belinda had been descending rapidly when they saw the sudden explosion from below, accompanied by the ear-numbing explosions. Waves of evil, blood-red light blasted towards their location in the sky, shocking the two of them. Edwin slammed on the brakes, skidding as he used the levitation spell to grab Belinda. They floundered around in the sky in order to evade the light, and then cast urgent looks to the enormous change down below. Stunned stupefaction filled their face as they looked down incredulously. When the dust had settled, an enormous hole 6 meters deep and 10 meters wide had appeared where Honshuo had been sitting down cross-legged. A thick sense of blood slowly floated out, along with dark red clouds of air. The only things left were a pock-marked surface and the mangled bodies of some knights by the hole. Honshuo had vanished without a trace, and no matter how grimly those remaining searched, they couldn't discover a single trace of him. Taking a deep breath in, Ferguson restrained his anger and said, "Stop searching. Although I don't know how he did it, that person's left already. Then what should we do now?" Thunder Mage Asa asked respectfully when facing Ferguson. "I need to know everything about this person as soon as possible. As detailed as possible." A trace of rare anxiety colored Ferguson's tone as he looked back at Asa. "Understood. We'll do this immediately," Asa responded. Female archer Maxine roughly understood why Ferguson had lost his composure thus at this time. That someone who could turn the situation around like this had appeared on the continent meant that this might bring nightmarish effects to the Church of Light. Therefore, as an important person in the Church of Light, Ferguson would be sure to use all resources available to kill this possibility before it even formed. "Nice going, kid, he's got some moves all right to be able to escape so miraculously." It was a good thing that Edwin had stopped his descent. Otherwise, he might have been embroiled within it as well. He was delighted to see Honshuo's miraculous escape and couldn't help but compliment him. "Master Edwin, this person is enemies with our Calamity Church. Clarendon died at his hands, and he even killed Johnny." Belinda couldn't help but speak up when she saw Edwin's attitude undergo a 180-degree change. "What do these grudges matter as long as he's willing to work with us? All humans have weaknesses, and we can give him whatever he needs. Not to mention that Ferguson's discovered his peculiarities today, the Church of Light will try to kill him at all costs. Ferguson himself will be helping us in making this person work with us." Edwin laughed heartily and took Belinda higher up in the skies, slowly leaving the mountain. There was a lake with a thick layer of ice roughly 10 li away from the Rainbow Sickle Mountain Valley. On this frosty winter day, the lake had been frozen into ice cubes, and the smooth mirror surface glistened beneath the moonlight. However, a bolt of red light streaked through the sky and descended from the heavens like a falling star crashing down to the earth, slamming violently onto the sturdy ice. The lake exploded outwards as a huge crater appeared on the mirror-smooth lake surface. The waters of the lake began to spurt through the cracks of the ice as the ice began to crumble under the impact. A slender figure shot out of the crater in the next breath. Honshuo was sopping wet as he landed on a piece of ice that hadn't cracked. He immediately sat down and began to adjust his breathing. Honshuo opened his eyes after roughly 15 minutes and huffed out lightly. Dark red, muddy air floated out of his pores like string, and vanished with the gusts of the chilly winter wind. Honshuo stood up from his cross-legged position and changed into a dry shirt. He once again took to the air and gathered his bearings, before flying swiftly towards the Valley of Sunshine. After fully grasping all of Chu Yanglan's memories and having reached the Bloodlust realm, Honshuo could now deftly utilize some secret arts. The blood explosion shield was an art that helped one escape. It was usually triggered with blood essence to form a series of explosions, enabling the cultivator to move their body and escape the place of danger in the ensuing sound and chaos. However, most cultivators wouldn't use this method that would consume a lot of blood essence if they didn't have to. That was because once this was cast, the cultivator would exhaust a great deal of energy due to consuming blood essence and would find themselves in a disadvantageous situation. However, this hadn't been the case with his casting this time. Having reached the bloodlust realm, Han Shuo's body had naturally produced a violent killing aura after engaging in the massacre in the mountain valley. The aura had naturally attracted the fear and resentment from the mercenaries he'd killed and concentrated it in his body. The stronger this power became, the harder it became to control. This impending lack of control was what had caused Han Shuo to immediately prioritize his mind's recovery, even in the middle of the battlefield. After suddenly awaking in the middle of recovery, he'd immediately understood that he was surrounded by a group of experts. At the moment, the violent aura around him was still disorderly and hard to control. He suddenly recalled the blood explosion shield in this moment of danger and a thought struck him. He turned this aura into energy and used the energy he'd absorbed as a foundation to cast this art. In this way, not only had he created a commotion that had shaken the heavens and earth, brutally killing some knights who hadn't had time to react, Han Shuo had also left unhurriedly from the encirclement of the various knights. At the same time, he'd been able to release a power out of his control, and he hadn't harmed himself at all. When he had again returned to the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo felt that his body had once again been miraculously tempered in the slaughter of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries. Perhaps it was because he'd cast the blood explosion shield and consumed the random, disorderly power, but there was a tiny bit of pure power left at the very end that had miraculously been absorbed by the magical Yuan. It looks like adventuring is needed in order to pick up the pace of improvement. Han Shuo couldn't help but murmur to himself when he felt the changes in his body thanks to the fight against the knights earlier. The metallic sound of battle caused Han Shuo to pay close attention to his surroundings. Coming to a halt in midair, he began to carefully investigate the situation around him. Having fully developed his brain due to magical cultivation, Han Shuo was quite familiar with the layout of the nearby terrain as he'd committed the entire map to memory. When he listened carefully, he quickly realized where the sounds were coming from, and where he currently was as well. The clashes were coming from the house of Menlo. This matter might even have something to do with Trunks and the others. I should go take a look at the strength of my unknown troops. Han Shuo murmured to himself and changed his flight path, making for the house of Menlo's territory. Chapter 218. Chapter 218, A Cry from the Heart. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The house of Menlo was located within a small mountain in the Valley of Sunshine. The center of the mountain had been hollowed out into caves, all interconnected to form a matrix of astonishing defense. Han Shuo came in from the air and stood on a towering tree tens of meters tall, looking towards the source of the noises. He saw the caves where the house of Menlo stored their weapons on fire, with thick smoke rising into the air. Tongues of flame flicked out from some of the entrances. It looked like everything was on fire. These caves each had many stone chambers hewn into them. Each was a room, with all the necessities of life inside. Many of them were even more luxurious than some of the shops within the Valley of Sunshine, so it was very normal for the whole thing to go up in flames once a fire dragon spell was lobbed inside. A group of masked people were moving swiftly around the entrance to the small mountain. There were some fire mages amongst them who occasionally chanted fire spells, sending gouts of flame towards the mountain entrance. Their movements were swift and highly coordinated. The fire mages would release fire, the wind mages call up winds to push the fire along, and several archers would force those of the house of Menlo who dared poke their heads out back inside again. Nevertheless, the small mountain was actually quite large after it had been hollowed out. With so many caves and stone chambers, this band of marauders could only target a section of the mountain. Once Menlo reinforcements arrived, they would immediately split up and conceal their movements, hiding into the surrounding shrubbery for cover. They were obviously very familiar with the surrounding terrain and well versed in these guerrilla tactics. They would quickly retreat whenever someone discovered them and then circle around, coming in from another side to continue wreaking havoc. Under normal circumstances, this group of people would have been dead without a doubt if they hadn't retreated after the first wave of attacks. However, the House of Menlo was completely preoccupied at the moment. This group of troublemakers wasn't the main target. Their main focus was on a group of heavily equipped robbers around 500 strong. The robbers' motives were unknown, but they were besieging the mountain and attacking anyone who walked out of it. These two sides were locked in heated battle. Han Shuo stood in the distance and looked out for a bit, doubled over in laughter as he saw Trunks' men taking advantage of the chaos and adding further confusion. He hadn't thought Trunks would be talented in this regard. The House of Menlo mission this time had only been to make this power suspect the other factions. Han Shuo was a bit surprised at how things had developed. Even more cavalry with gleaming armor, wielding sharp weapons, came galloping from a path in the distance. Their adornments clearly identified them as those of the House of Menlo. There were roughly 600 of them, each with an uncommon air to them. They were likely the elites of this house. The direction that this group was charging in happened to be where Trunks and the others were. Yet to detect the danger they were about to encounter, they were currently planning on causing another round of mischief. Han Shuo finally couldn't sit still any longer and flew to where they were. The sky was already lightening, and the stars had hidden behind the depths of the night at some point. It seemed like daybreak would come soon. Just as Trunks was about to start on his final round of mischief, a black shadow landed with a whoosh in front of him. He started badly, but breathed a sigh of relief when he discovered that it was Han Shuo. "What are you doing here? I happened to be passing by and saw that the elites of Menlo are about to return. They're going to pass through here. Let's hurry and leave." Han Shuo smiled slightly and explained the situation to Trunks without further ado. When he heard that the elites of Menlo were returning, Trunks shouted lowly and gestured at the mercenaries off in the distance. These fellows were covered from head to toe and immediately understood Trunks' hand gesture. They didn't gather together to leave en masse, but actually spread out even further and made use of the terrain to conceal themselves, slowly vanishing without a trace. "Let's go." Trunks didn't remain idle as he turned his head to smile at Han Shuo, darting into the thick undergrowth. Snow lay heavily on the branches of the towering trees, blocking the sky's light. The densely packed branches made it hard to trave, but Trunks wasn't the least bit bothered. He took Han Shuo down several twisted paths, emerging far away from the House of Menlo's mountain roughly half an hour later on the path to the Valley of Sunshine. Those were all old Rainbow Sickle mercenaries. "Everything within the valley was under our control when the old chief was still here, and we're so familiar with the terrain that we can navigate it with our eyes closed, so don't worry about their safety," Trunks said to Han Shuo when they'd left the mountain. Han Shuo had observed the group's operations when he was on high ground earlier. They showed a high degree of collaboration and were all quite strong. Most of them were journeyman swordsmen or sergeant knights, with a few adept mages and swordsmen mixed in. There were many of them with uncommon bow and arrow skills. It looked like things were as Trunks had said, they were the old mercenaries of the Rainbow Sickle Band. With such a group of people and Trunks' plans, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would have an easy path forward in the future. "Right, what happened with you? Why did robbers come knocking on the doors of the House of Menlo?" Han Shuo couldn't help but ask. Trunks couldn't hold his laughter in when he heard this question. "We happened to see this band of robbers on our way to the House of Menlo. They were about to rob a caravan. We pointed out the proper path after fighting with them, and they attacked the House of Menlo with our guidance. When they finally disturbed those guys inside, the robbers started fighting them. We took advantage of the chaos to create more havoc everywhere else. We'd thought that the robbers would be immediately defeated and had made plans to retreat early, but who would have thought that the elites of the House of Menlo were deployed elsewhere on some unknown business. When the robbers saw that the elites weren't surging out to attack them, they grew more bold and continued to attack. We stuck around a bit longer, and you saw the rest." "So that was the case. Are there many groups of robbers like those in the mountain ranges around the valley?" Han Shuo nodded and asked with a faint smile. "Of course. Since the valley sits where three nations' borders meet, many merchants seek to do business in the Valley of Sunshine. Therefore, there are many bands of robbers in the vicinity as well. 2 of them even number in the thousands, and they're made of wanted fugitives from the 3 nations. The leaders of the 2 bands of robbers are a man and a woman. The man is called Gustav, nicknamed the Butcher, an infamous criminal in the Kasi Empire. He kills without blinking and is exceedingly brutal. If a merchant caravan runs into his crew, then they're truly unlucky. If his mood is fair, all the goods and beauties will be taken away, but if his mood is ill, no one is left alive. Florida cooperated with Gustav that year to scheme against our old chief, killing him and causing my little sister Annie to disappear. I'm going to kill him sooner or later. There's another woman called Janet. She's basically inherited her father's business. Her father was a robber, her grandfather was a robber, and her great-grandfather was also a robber. They're a notable family of robbers in these mountain ranges. She's been raised as a robber as soon as she was born, and although she's not a kind sort, she still has certain principles. As long as the merchants who run afoul of her don't resist, they're usually able to retain their lives. Apart from these 2, there are about a dozen small to mid-sized robber groups in the mountains. Their scales of operation are smaller and they're not as famous as these 2. Trunks explained. Han Chuo listened for a bit and then asked further about the strength of the robbers before nodding. It looks like the robbers and mercenaries in the Valley of Sunshine mutually depend on each other. Whether it's the robbers or the mercenaries, both of these are vital for the ecosystem of the valley. What do you mean? Trunks asked. Merchants won't need protection if there are no robbers. Therefore, the mercenaries won't be able to make any money. Without mercenaries, the merchants wouldn't dare come here, and thus the robbers won't have anything to take. Therefore, it's completely logical that both mercenaries and robbers can be found within the valley. With the strength of the 4 factions in the Valley of Sunshine, they should have the ability to destroy the robbers. However, perhaps it's because they understand this that they haven't done so and have allowed the robbers to exist. Han Chuo smiled and explained. Trunks chuckled after his words. That's right, the old chief understood this back in the day, to think you'd understand that so quickly as well. Nodding, Han Chuo looked at the sky. Let's go, it's late. We should hurry back to the valley, I want to take a look at some things as well. Ever since the rainbow sickles had left, Han Chuo had felt a voice calling him from afar. He'd thought that it was the little skeleton running into trouble again at first, but after some careful probing, realized that this wasn't the case. When he focused his attention, Han Chuo discovered that the voice was coming from the dark forest. They weren't too far away from the dark forest, and the cemetery of death was within it as well. When he realized that this call was coming from the dark forest, Han Chuo immediately understood that the Earth Elite Zombie had successfully broken out of the Earth. However, it was confined by the boundary of the cemetery of death and couldn't find Han Chuo. It could only passively send out this message to its master. Chapter 219. Chapter 219, Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo and Trunks returned to the Valley of Sunshine. Gilbert, Emily, and Phoebe had already returned to the store that contained the place of extreme water. They were currently anxiously waiting for Han Chuo, afraid that some mishap may have befallen him. Are you all right? I didn't think that old guy, Ferguson, would also be part of the Rainbow Sickles mercenary band. Luckily, his main target wasn't us or we might not have returned so easily with Gilbert, Emily exclaimed upon seeing Han Chuo's safe return, a trace of fear lingering in her heart. Contrary to what you think, Ferguson minded the events of tonight very much. There is no way the Rainbow Sickles mercenary band will quietly endure the losses they suffered tonight. We must be more careful. Han Chuo understood that the Rainbow Sickles mercenary band were not weak. The reason the chaos in the valley had happened then was because none of their high-level experts had been present. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to stir up such a massive disturbance. What happened afterwards? Phoebe and the two others had left early, so they were unaware of what had transpired later. She couldn't help but inquire after seeing Han Shuo come back safe and sound. Nothing of significance. After you left, I also escaped under the cover of the chaos, Han Shuo replied. Continuous pleas tugged at Han Shuo's mind and heart, emanating from the distant dark forest. Since there was nothing else to address, Han Shuo could no longer resist his curiosity, so he said shortly, there shouldn't be any problems during daytime. Everyone has worked hard throughout the night. While the skies haven't completely brightened, take a short break. The moment these words left his mouth, Han Shuo hastily returned to his room. He recited a spell and the small skeleton that had been faithfully guarding him appeared before him, bone dagger in hand. Han Shuo gave a command and brought out the magic sticks that led towards the cemetery of death. He set up the formation and hastily set a foot inside, activating the formation with his mental strength. A brilliant flash of white light blinded him as the scenery around him shifted radically in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo stepped out into the hall of the cemetery of death, his eyes greeted by mountains of dirt protruding from the ground. Under the murky darkness of the sky, the dense earth element kept congregating in this bastion of extreme earth. Like the tumultuous ocean currents, the ground trembled softly as though it were made of waves. One by one, the mountains of dirt bulged and dissipated as the firm dirt turned as soft as sand. There was a deep hole in the center as the dirt seethed, as though an enormous mudfish was twisting and tossing. The cemetery of death was protected by a special boundary. Without the eye of darkness that Han Shuo grasped in his hand, there was no way for any person to enter or exit this place. The moment the Earth Elite Zombie was born, it followed its instincts to search for Han Shuo. As it turned out, Han Shuo's current location, the Valley of Sunshine, was not too far from the dark forest. Hence, the moment the Earth Elite Zombie sensed Han Shuo's presence, it immediately strove to get closer, but was unfortunately blocked by the barrier. Irritated at not being able to leave, the zombie had been churning the ground as though it wanted to use its special abilities to exit the cemetery through the ground. However, it was obvious that the cemetery of death was indeed a marvelous place with wondrous powers. Despite being a favored son of the earth and having the ability to travel through the earth as it desired, the Earth Elite Zombie could not overcome the restriction. This sufficiently proved that the status of the cemetery of death as a sacred ground for necromancers was definitely not a name given in vain. Come out! Han Shuo immediately called out after he stepped into the cemetery. Immediately after he spoke, a slightly yellow shadow abruptly emerged from the ground in the center and stood stiffly at attention in front of Han Shuo. It was still an ordinary zombie warrior, but its appearance had undergone quite a change after being refined by the secret arts of demonic cultivation. The original dark green of its face had faded to a yellow pallor, and its entire body was covered by armor slicked with yellow oil. A faint light flickered its way through it, and a thick sense of earth spirit emanated from the armor. The yellowish armor had slowly formed after the Earth Elite Zombie had absorbed the earth chi of the land and mixed the chi with several uncommon materials that Han Shuo had provided. The Earth Elite Zombie had refined the mixture along with his body, and so the armor covered all of its skin. The durability of the body was vastly greater than before, and he could use the earth chi to form all sorts of attacks. He could also fly through the earth to conceal his movements or suddenly attack enemies. The Earth Elite Zombie stood at 180 centimeters with an ordinary, unremarkable face. Its face was split into a wide-open grin at this time, revealing an odd smile that was a bit simple. It was looking delightedly at Han Shuo. Like the little skeleton, although the Earth Elite Zombie had a soul, it wasn't able to directly communicate with Han Shuo. He could only make use of the mysterious connection between the two to communicate. The Earth Elite Zombie grinned widely at Han Shuo and waved his enormous hands around, calming the furrows in the earth and restoring calm to the area. "All right, I know your abilities, stop showing off." It was like a mischievous kid, eager to show off its abilities. Han Shuo understood that the Earth Elite Zombie had just formed and that its intelligence was quite low. He'd need to keep infusing it with knowledge so that it would understand more. The Earth Elite Zombie moved its lips after Han Shuo had spoken and jumped into the center of his hiding place with a flip of his body. The ground shook slightly as the Earth Elite Zombie reappeared, clutching 3 vaguely shifting shadows. Oh, the 3 Yin demons have formed as well. Han Shuo was surprised and immediately activated the magical Yuan in his delight. He sent a beam of black light towards the vague shadows and shouted, "Yin demons, take your places according to my order." When the black light hit the 3 indistinct shadows, strands of black aura appeared around them, making their forms clearer and more distinct. They had long tails, sharp fangs, and was as large as vicious, wild monkeys. All 3 had 2 sharp horns and a pair of bat-like meaty wings. Their faces had evil, deep green eyes that sparkled with a frightening ruthless light. This was the true form of the Yin demons. When their forms grew clear, they flew out from the Earth Elite Zombie's hands and through the air like lightning. Their forms shimmered between tangible and ghostly, changing their shapes at will in the air and emitting soul-wrenching howls as they moved. The 3 Yin demons circled around Han Shuo once and entered his body through the back of his neck with a thought, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo then smiled and gave his body a shake. 4 Han Shuos appeared in thin air. Apart from his own body, the 3 were formed by the Yin demons. They were truly marvelously incredible. The Earth Elite Zombie hadn't the slightest clue of what had transpired and was obviously confused. He stood there unmoving, looking dumbly at Han Shuo. After a while, the Earth Elite Zombie grinned bashfully and moved his stocky figure, instantly standing next to the leftmost Han Shuo. It reached out a left index finger to point at Han Shuo, meaning "I found you." There was a marvelous connection between the two, so Han Shuo didn't find it odd that the Earth Elite Zombie could identify him. As he watched the Earth Elite Zombie look at him with an honest smile, Han Shuo's thoughts moved again as the 3 Yin demons transformed back into 3 beams of black light and returned to Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo continued to practice quickly transforming the 3 Yin demons into replicas of himself. He repeated this a dozen times until he had a solid grasp on this technique. The Earth Elite Zombie needed quite a bit of time to identify Han Shuo, but when Han Shuo kept practicing, the Earth Elite Zombie used the connection between the two to identify the real Han Shuo with lightning speed as soon as replicas appeared. The Earth Elite Zombie thought that Han Shuo was playing a fun game with him and ceaselessly identified the real Han Shuo, not feeling tired or bored at all. It kept grinning with a silly, honest grin and didn't possess the cold ruthlessness that a zombie should have at all. This made Han Shuo some worry about whether or not the zombie could develop quickly. Han Shuo wasn't Chu Kenglan, so he couldn't bring this zombie warrior around with him wherever he went and attend all sorts of events. Therefore, Han Shuo thought for a moment and decided to send the Earth Elite Zombie to the dimension that he'd come from. He wasn't worried about the Earth Elite Zombie's strength. After refinement from his secret arts, the Earth Elite Zombie was certain to become a very useful helper to him. However, it'd just been born from the Earth right now and seemed a bit naive and simple. It would need to grow quickly. The little skeleton seemed to have grown into a strong, omnipotent presence in the other dimension. Even Han Shuo wasn't sure of how strong the little skeleton was now. Eventually, one would run into some enemies that one would have to hide from, so it might actually be a very good idea to send the Earth Elite Zombie back home. "I'm going to introduce a friend to you. He has my presence on him, you'll definitely like him." Han Shuo thought for a moment and smiled at the Earth Elite Zombie. Han Shuo then used his connection with the little skeleton to chant an incantation, summoning the little skeleton. Once he arrived, the little skeleton and the Earth Elite Zombie stared silently at each other. The purple eye in the little skeleton was glimmering with vitality, and he seemed quite interested in the Earth Elite Zombie. He walked up to it and reached out a stark white hand bone to pat the honest zombie's shoulder, and used the other hand to pound his own chest, making a hand gesture to Han Shuo. He seemed to mean that, "I'll take care of him, don't you worry." Please support GDK on New if you like the novel. Chapter 220. Chapter 220, Saving Up for a Rainy Day. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Both dark creatures had Han Shuo's life essence, so they naturally felt a sense of affinity towards each other. He could see threads of empathy slowly begin to flourish between them. The little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie were staring at each other, seemingly in the midst of a broken conversation. After a short moment, they both turned to stare at Han Shuo anxiously. "All right, I will send you guys back." Han Shuo smiled slightly and replied when the two guys simultaneously expressed their desire to leave. With a spell, the small skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie vanished without a trace. After the two of them departed, the cemetery of death fell back into silence. The ground settled into stillness, and with the birth of the Yin demons, the Yin demon cave stopped operating. Han Shuo looked around and realized there was nothing of further significance in this place. He ruminated briefly before walking towards a valley where the dwarves resided. "Han! What brings you here?" As soon as he entered the dwarfs' valley, these guileless little dwarves displayed their passion and showered him with a continuous stream of friendly greetings. The last time Han Shuo had come here, the dwarves had obtained a large amount of food and daily necessities from him. Now, all their elderly and young were adorned in thick, cold-resistant cotton-padded clothes, had cozy stoves to warm themselves and enjoyed an abundant food supply to relieve their hunger. Not even the freezing ice storms of midwinter were scary anymore. Along the way, Han Shuo could detect the satisfaction and contentment brimming in dwarves' faces. When these dwarves saw Han Shuo, their faces exuded thankfulness and welcoming as they bellowed to one another, spreading the news of Han Shuo's arrival. "Uncle Han, this is for you." When he made his way to the center of the valley, a 6-year-old, snot-nosed dwarf kid ran up with a sugar hawthorn stick in hand. The kid presented a piece of barbecued meat, roasted to glistening perfection, in his delicate voice. "Thank you, dear child." Han Shuo smiled as he bent down and patted the head of the dwarf child, who was only a few dozen centimeters tall, while taking the piece of meat with his other hand. The adult dwarves surrounding them all smiled kindly. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious, attesting to the deep sense of goodwill they bore towards Han Shuo. When Han Shuo entered the center of the village, he saw the familiar faces of the dwarf warrior Bennett as well as the village chief Calvin. He smiled and asked, "Elders, how has everything been recently?" "Dearest Han, you've taken the cold away from this winter. Everyone has warm clothes and enough food. No one will starve to death this winter." Chief Calvin's face was filled with gratitude. He faced Han Shuo and expressed his debt using dwarven etiquette. In the beginning, Han Shuo hadn't helped these honest dwarves out of the goodness of his heart. But the more he got to know them, the more he understood that these stubborn dwarves were actually very easy to get along with, and their generosity towards friends was unbelievable. He had won their friendship at an unknown time, but the way they went about their business had also won them his goodwill. He'd planned on just using them in the beginning, but now treated them as good friends that he could depend on. "That's good, good. Let me know if there's anything you need. I'm going to go back to the world of humans soon, and I'll be able to bring you whatever you need." Han Shuo had a kind smile on his face as he spoke leisurely with Calvin. Calvin waved his hands, touched. "No need, we can easily make it through this winter already. We'll use our own efforts to repay you when spring comes. You know that we're a hard-working species. Children need to be raised thus since young, and we need to avoid instilling lazy habits in them." Nodding understandingly, Han Shuo said, "I see. Ah, yes. I'd planned on asking you to refine some weapons and armor for me this time. Would that be inconvenient for you, Elder?" "Han, you're speaking like an outsider. We're friends, why would anything be inconvenient? Prey is scarce in winter, and there are very few places in the dark forest that we can freely move around in. Forging weapons is our hobby, it would be very fun to make use of our idle time to forge more weapons. This is no problem at all." Calvin didn't hesitate at all when he agreed, and he looked rather happy as well. "Truly, Han. We've been wondering how to repay you during this time. Asking us to forge weapons for you now means that we no longer have to rack our brains anymore. Bennett laughed heartily, expressing the dwarf's sincerity to Han Shuo. When he saw that the dwarves were still filled with gratitude at Han Shuo bringing them provisions, as well as their desire to not take advantage of their friends, Han Shuo felt a bit shamefaced at the dwarves' kindness and honesty. He'd approached them with ulterior motives at first, and was now rather embarrassed by their outpouring of genuine emotion. You don't need to do anything for now because I haven't thought of what kind of weapons I need. I'll bring the raw materials over next time when I think of what weapons I need. Han Shuo said. After departing from the Dwarves' Valley, Han Shuo didn't linger in the dark forest but returned to the Valley of Sunshine through the Cemetery of Death. When he retrieved the magic sticks and walked out of the room, he discovered that it was completely empty. He was a bit taken aback, and unsure of when everyone had left. Han Shuo had completely handed over the matters of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to Trunks, and matters of money to Phoebe. Emily was in charge of all the random Dark Mantle affairs, and Gilbert was Phoebe and Emily's bodyguard. The setting sun on the horizon left the clouds in the sky afire as dusk loomed. The Cairo mercenaries were everywhere in the valley, taking care of security in shifts, so Han Shuo wasn't too worried about everyone's safety. Seeing he was the only one left in the storefront and he had nothing else to do, Han Shuo took out the thick tome of necromancy from the Cemetery of Death and slowly started studying it. He'd deployed the lost art of the Canopy of Necromancy to great effect on their trip to the Rainbow Sickle hideout last night. If it hadn't been for Light Grand Magus Ferguson's timely arrival, the dark creatures in the vicinity of the spell would have been able to continue wreaking havoc and destruction, displaying uncommon battle strength. Even after absorbing the memories of Necromancer Clarendon from the Calamity Church, there had been no knowledge of the Canopy of Necromancy. He didn't have any knowledge of reviving corpses either. This meant that the Tome of Necromancy in the cemetery was the pinnacle of necromancy magic. There was a vast amount of knowledge and spells contained within, including ones that had been lost. These items were exceedingly useful to Han Shuo. After receiving Clarendon's memories, Han Shuo's understanding of necromancy magic had already reached the level of Archmage. He could understand many of the obscure and profession-specific sentences within, and had no need to consult Fanny about anything anymore. Time always passed by so swiftly when he was studying magic. The sky had grown completely dark in the blink of an eye, and soft footsteps from outside jerked Han Shuo from his reverie. His thoughts raced as he sent the 3 yin demons flying outwards. His hasty surveillance revealed that it was Trunks and Gilbert returning together. "Brian, good news. I think you'll be very happy," Trunks said happily when he walked in. Starting, Han Shuo was surprised. "What good news? Remember Odysseus and the 6 others who adventured with you in the dark forest? What about them? I saw them enter the valley when I was returning today. Their strength is exceptional, and they have a deep relationship with you. Our mercenary band has only just formed and needs people like them. I think they'd want to join us if you invite them." Han Shuo was delighted when he heard Trunks' words, good news indeed. Odysseus and Gordon are 2 senior swordsmen, with Aphrodite being a water archmage. The thunder journeyman mage, and the elven female archer Nia as well make up an altogether strong team. If they join us, I think our band's strength will be rounded out immediately. It looks like we are indeed quite lucky, heh. They seem to be protecting someone this time. I spoke with them and they said they'll come by tomorrow and catch up with you. It looks like there will be no problems." Trunks smiled. Han Shuo's brow suddenly furrowed as he listened to Trunks. He looked at a tree not too far off in the distance and said lowly, "Mr. Edwin, since you're already here, come inside for a chat." Chapter 221. Chapter 221, Refusal to the Face. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The yin demons had been released into the surroundings, so no movements around the storefront would escape Han Shuo's notice. Even if the other was a dark Grand Magus, it would be impossible for him to move about within Han Shuo's territory with no one the wiser. When Edwin and Belinda had landed on the tree in the distance, Han Chuo had already used the yin demons to mark their movement, which had led to him calling them out without hesitation. Even if Han Chuo had been alone in the shop, the formation in the courtyard would allow him to be completely fearless in front of Edwin, let alone the presence of Gilbert and Trunks by his side. Edwin and Belinda were obviously stunned by Han Chuo's frightening perception. Dumbfoundness filled Edwin's face as he revealed himself through the thick cropping of branches, looking at Han Chuo in the yard. He called out, "How did you discover me?" "Nothing is impossible," Han Chuo shouted back coldly. He then shot a look to the two by his side, revealing a calm smile. He pointed elegantly at a few of the empty seats in the yard and threw his head back to say, "Since you two have the mind to, why don't you come over for a chat? I don't feel any killing intent from you, so it doesn't appear that you're here to kill me this time." Having reached the bloodlust realm, Han Chuo now had a keen sensitivity to the natural killing intent that would emanate from experts, perhaps also a function of his own increased desire for blood. Up in the tree, Edwin and Belinda were casting curious and cautious looks into the yard. Their expressions were calm with no hint of killing intent. Edwin was even more astonished after Han Chuo's words. His look at Han Chuo was full of surprise and shock. He kept trying to read something from his face. Edwin revealed a wry smile after a while and shook his head, "I'm here with sincerity this time, but I can't see if you harbor an intention to kill me or not. Your yard is too dangerous, so I won't come down for now. Otherwise, I may die thanks to this group of young but frightening children." He brought Belinda with him when landing softly on the shop roof, seemingly very concerned about the strangeness within the yard. The two of them didn't dare draw near the courtyard and seemed to be on their guard against any kind of sudden ambush. To be honest, Han Chuo did indeed wish that the two of them would land in the courtyard. He could then use the formation as well as Gilbert and Trunks' strength to kill them, and save himself the effort of always being on his guard against an ambush from Edwin. It was a pity that Edwin was a sly old fox and wouldn't easily fall into his trap. Edwin had already investigated the happenings in the shop of the previous night and deeply understood that this shop was fully capable of swallowing people. This was why he didn't dare land inside. Since his plans had failed, Han Chuo didn't continue his good attitude towards them. His face dark, he said impatiently, "If you're not here to kill me, are you here to cooperate against Ferguson? He's a heavyweight in the Church of Light and is now diametrically opposed to you. You're his true target. You're wrong. Perhaps you don't even know yourself, but you've become the hated enemy of the Church of Light. They'll spare no cost to make you disappear from this world now." Edwin looked deeply at Han Chuo and said lowly, "Oh? Is that so? Ferguson doesn't represent the entire Church of Light. I think my grudge with Florida isn't so deep as to make the entire Church of Light move against me. You're just saying frightening things to raise an alarm." Han Chuo mocked. Looking at Han Chuo with a pitying expression, Edwin said slowly, "Your miraculous performance last night made the Church of Light realize your terrifying aspects. Your little skeleton being unafraid of the radiance of light created even more trouble for you. Ferguson will make a move against you even if not for his grandson Florida now, because your existence strongly threatens the Church of Light." Han Chuo fell silent after these words. He wasn't stupid, but had simply never thought about this matter seriously before. When Edwin reminded him of this, Han Chuo recalled that the last couple of times necromancy magic had fallen, the Church of Light had seemed to play an important role every time. Light magic had a fatal effect on the dark creatures of necromancy magic. When necromancy magic was at its peak, hordes and packs of dark creatures had ravaged the lands. The Church of Light had then sent out large numbers of believers to use the simplest of light magic to deliver a devastating blow by bathing the dark creatures in light magic. Han Chuo thought carefully and quickly realized the truth in Edwin's words. He'd refined the little skeleton and zombies from his secret arts, making them impervious to light magic attacks. This was an intolerable truth to the Church of Light. It looked like he'd unwittingly become embroiled in enormous trouble. When Edwin saw Han Chuo remain silent, his brows deeply knitted together, and his face becoming darker and darker, Edwin understood that Han Chuo had realized how serious things were. He smiled faintly and reached out a finger to point at Han Chuo. He spoke with an extremely bewitching voice, "I'm sure you know how influential the Church of Light is in the profound continent. Apart from the Calamity Church continuously fighting against them, there are very few powers that can withstand them. Don't hesitate. As long as you join our Calamity Church, we can forget all our previous grudges. Our necromancer's study of dark creatures will reach unparalleled levels as soon as you join. Large armies of dark creatures will then raise and loot all the Church of Light strongholds, making everyone and everything fall under our rule. And you will become the most respected person in the Calamity Church. You can have anything you want. Wealth, women, and power will all be within your grasp. What a wondrous thing! I'm sure that with your intelligence, you'll be able to imagine the glorious future ahead. Honored Master, he makes a lot of sense. Agree." Gilbert became incredibly excited when he heard about wealth and women. "Shut up!" Han Chuo glared fiercely at Gilbert and then looked back at Edwin. "My apologies, although your suggestion is tantalizing, I don't think I can agree. The Calamity Church has an awful reputation. I don't want to become a public enemy." The Calamity Church was a power that everyone hated on the continent. This church hid in the shadows and was a force that no country could ignore. They possessed a fervent faith to destroy, and a stubborn desire that was hard to understand. They were at odds with all kingdoms and religions on the continent. If he did join such a church, Han Chuo would become the enemy of all the nations. This was something he was absolutely unwilling to see. Not to mention that it was very difficult to use magic cultivation methods to refine dark creatures. He would need to expend an enormous amount of resources and manpower. He wasn't sure if he could mass-produce light magic-resistant dark creatures either. Even if he could, according to the Calamity Church's teachings and canon of destroying all, the continent would then be enveloped in a shroud of blood and fire and ultimately become a wasteland. This was also something that Han Chuo didn't wish to see. Han Chuo's unhesitating and resolute refusal perplexed Edwin. He'd planned on trying to further convince Han Chuo, but a beam of black light flashed through the air from afar and shot towards Edwin on the roof. "You should all die. I'm going to get revenge for Big Sister Elaine today." Like a furious tigress, an enraged Emily shattered the air as she sped towards Edwin, staff in hand and hair dancing wildly. Casting a disdainful look at her, Edwin raised his hand and blocked all attacks with a wall of darkness. He then looked at Han Chuo and smiled slightly, "Don't be in such a hurry to decline. I think you might change your decision when the Church of Light makes their move." Edwin didn't continue to tarry after he finished speaking, vanishing without a trace with Belinda in the blink of an eye. Edwin was a grand magus. If he wanted to leave through the air, no one there was capable of hindering him. Emily and Phoebe both refrained from foolish pursuit as they landed in the courtyard. "What's going on?" Emily looked at Han Chuo and asked. He sighed softly with a wry smile. "I'm in big trouble." "What's wrong? What kind of trouble could have given you a headache?" Emily had been with Han Chuo for so long but she'd never truly seen him at a loss. When Han Chuo had described all that had happened, the two girls were also greatly shocked. They immediately understood the importance of the matter and frowned, looks of anxiety on their faces as no solutions seemed to present themselves. The Church of Light was different from the Calamity Church. They were the most influential religious organization on the profound continent, and had a large network amongst the populace. There were a large number of believers worshipping the Church of Light in any country, and their combined influence was stronger than any small kingdom. If all of the Church of Light believers are like Ferguson, then I don't think much of this church either. Han Chuo sneered dismissively in the end. "No, there are many who are kind and just in the Church of Light. At least, those I know have characters worthy of admiration. Ferguson isn't a bad sort either, he just spoils his grandson Florida too much. He often ends up wiping Florida's butt after some willful action or another. This is the reason for the slow shift in his character." There are many necromancers in the entire continent apart from the Calamity Church. I think the Church of Light won't try to kill you as long as you don't join the Calamity Church. Not all believers of light are that unreasonable. Emily thought for a moment and comforted Han Shuo. It's difficult to say. This matter is indeed a bit thorny. But if the Church of Light wants to make a move against me for no reason, I won't be merciful either. No matter what excuse they have, I'll kill someone first if they try to kill me. Han Shuo thought for a moment and said resolutely. Master, no matter what you do, your loyal servant Gilbert will serve you faithfully. Gilbert didn't miss an opportunity to fawn on Han Shuo. Trunks, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will make all actions in your name in the future. Don't tell anyone the relationship between the mercenary band and me. Otherwise, I'm afraid that with my identity, it would bring unnecessary trouble to the band. Han Shuo thought for a moment and suddenly said to Trunks. Brian, do you think I'm afraid of some trouble? Trunks was a bit unhappy and said coldly. Shaking his head, Han Shuo responded, don't think random thoughts. The mercenary band is mine, but don't publicize that for now. You can announce that after I take care of this Church of Light matter. You have to know that our mercenary band has just started at this moment, and I want to expand more quickly as well, so I can't let this matter affect it at this time. Trunks' expression returned to normal after Han Shuo's explanation. He smiled faintly and nodded, you're the chief, I'll do what you say. That's the rule of the mercenary band. What were you two doing today? Why weren't you in the shop during the day? Han Shuo looked askance at Emily and Phoebe, having settled Trunks. I brokered an enormous deal and disposed of everything you gave me. We now have 70,000 gold coins. Apart from those needed to form the mercenary band, I'm temporarily holding on to the rest for you. Phoebe said. Younger sister Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights in charge of all dark mantle matters outside of the Empire, suddenly arrived in the valley today. I immediately went to meet her, and was delayed because we decided to catch up for a while. Emily looked at Han Shuo and explained. She paused, and smiled faintly, because I talked about my cooperation with you, she was very curious about you. Chapter 222. Chapter 222, Making a move myself hurts the body. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Cecilia was one of the 3 heavyweights in the Dark Mantle, ascending to her position at a young age. She was legendary within the Dark Mantle, and was greatly admired by all members. She had been traveling to various kingdoms all this time, in charge of foreign policy matters. She rarely made a trip back to the capital if there was nothing urgent. As a central location between 3 countries, the Valley of Sunshine was a very special existence. That Cecilia was here meant that she must have an important mission, otherwise she wouldn't have dithered here. Han Shuo didn't have many designs on this legendary woman, even if she was rumored to be very tempting. He was only a bit surprised when he heard Emily say that she was interested in him and didn't say much else. Brian, I need to talk to you alone. Come find me later. Phoebe stretched and walked towards her own room, murmuring, what a long day, let's take a bubble bath and relax first. When Trunks and Gilbert saw Phoebe leave, they immediately started making faces at Han Shuo. Emily curled her lip and gave a very soft, low snort. She was likely a bit angry. Trunks, make a list of what weapons our mercenaries will use. I'll ask the dwarves to forge them soon. Han Shuo said to Trunks as he suddenly remembered. The dwarves live in a very mysterious place. How did you find them? Trunks was quite shocked as he looked at Han Shuo with surprise. Thanks to some fortuitous occurrences I have a good relationship with a dwarf village, and can ask them to forge some weapons for me. I can bring this with Phoebe later. She can purchase some rare metals for me so that the dwarves can forge even sharper weapons. I see. All right, I'll think about it tonight and then give you a list tomorrow. Looking up at the sky, Han Shuo said, it's getting late. Everyone should get some rest. Honored Master, Miss Phoebe has just returned to her room and hasn't even started filling the tub with water yet. Aren't you a little anxious? Gilbert sniggered lewdly, his voice laced with a double meaning. Gilbert, if you really are getting blue balls, I can give you some gold coins so you can go to those alleyways and take care of your issues. Han Shuo looked sideways at Gilbert and suggested. Trunks guffawed and clutched his stomach, gasping between laughs. He already tried today, but even though he was willing to spend a large amount of money, all of the girls in the valley think that he's an incredible pervert due to his previous actions, so no one dares serve him. When he heard that Gilbert really had attempted to go whoring, but hadn't been able to find anyone willing to serve him, Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh heartily. A little lewd dragon is a little lewd dragon, all right. It's too bad he can't be lewd even when he spends money. You're truly sad. Gilbert's look of dejection turned to a look of anger, complaining loudly, it's all because that you wanted me to collect virgin's blood that I can't get any girls. Now you even laugh at me. I feel so shunned. How low, so disgusting. Emily rolled her eyes at Gilbert with extreme disdain. She snorted coldly and walked off to her own room. Hey, are you getting something wrong here? Master told me to collect it, why aren't you yelling at him? Gilbert cried out loudly, aggrieved when he saw Emily scorn him so much. All right, if you really can't hold it in, you can fly to a farther city to take care of your needs. I know it's the personality of you dark dragons. Master is willing to give you gold for whoring, don't worry. Han Shuo laughed oddly and ignored Gilbert, heading for Emily's room. Although Han Shuo and Phoebe were in a relationship in name, the two of them had yet to develop to that point. Han Shuo could only look for Emily when he had to take care of some bodily needs. Didn't Miss Phoebe tell him to go visit her? Why did he go visit Madame Emily instead? Is he walking to the wrong place? Gilbert looked at Trunks and spoke in incomprehension. Rubbing his chin, Trunks looked as Han Shuo entered Phoebe's room, a thoughtful expression on his face. He smiled, stop poking your nose into your master's affairs. You should uphold the principle of talk less, do more. After Han Shuo had entered Emily's room, he directed one of the 3 yin demons surveilling the shop to take up guard outside her room. He smiled cheekily and walked further in, laughing softly, all right, don't be mad. Go find your little Phoebe. Emily said huffily as she glared at Han Shuo. I'd need to find my little Emily first. Phoebe can wait. Han Shuo walked to Emily, smiling as he didn't wait for her to resist. He held her in his arms and his hands roved over her body, invading her luscious curves. When Emily was panting heavily, her emotions took over as she began voluntarily coordinate with Han Shuo's actions. The two quickly shed their clothes and entangled themselves with each other with an air of familiarity. When Emily's body had softened into a ball of cotton candy, exhausted after Han Shuo's multiple vigorous charges, the bit of ire left in her heart from earlier quickly vanished without a trace. Her skin was flushed red as she curled lazily in Han Shuo's embrace. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on Han Shuo's chest as she murmured lowly. I know I shouldn't be mad, but sometimes I can't help myself. Running his large hand over Emily's smooth back, Han Shuo said softly, it only means that you care about me. You don't need to explain. It'd be even more odd if you weren't mad. Han Shuo was spooning Emily and murmuring sweet nothings to her, completely forgetting about the passage of time. He'd forgotten what Phoebe had said before. But in the other room, Phoebe had waited a long time after she'd showered and changed. She began to grow impatient when Han Shuo took his sweet time coming. She put on her clothes and adjusted them, leaving her room and crossing the yard to walk towards Han Shuo's room. She knocked, Brian, can I come in? Han Shuo had discovered her movements when Phoebe had pushed open her own door. When he saw Phoebe make a beeline for his room, he hastily started putting his clothes on. Damn it, I forgot what Phoebe said just now. Deathly afraid of being caught in bed, Emily also had a panic-stricken expression on her face as she hastily put her clothes back on and carelessly pulled her hair up into a bun. She urged Han Shuo on, "You should hurry on back. Things'll be bad if she discovers this." Nodding, Han Shuo walked to a window in the back and jumped out, approaching his own room from the back wall. He then used his cultivation skills to open his window and flipped inside, casting a look over his appearance in the window and opening the door with an awkward expression. "Why did it take you so long to open the door? I told you to come find me just now, why didn't you come?" Phoebe pouted at Han Shuo and asked suspiciously when she saw that his pants were loose. "What were you doing just now? How come you haven't zipped up your pants?" Han Shuo's expression was a bit panicked because he felt guilty. Inspiration struck and he hurriedly responded, "No, nothing. I was going to the bathroom." "I see." Phoebe giggled and replied understandingly. Smiling, she walked towards Han Shuo and looked coquettishly at him. "You should still pull up your pants properly before opening the door. Look at you now, gosh." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Phoebe stooped down with a faint smile as she spoke and reached out to pull up his pants. However, a strong, odd smell hit her nose from his pants when she did so, assaulting her nose and mouth. This strange smell made her immediately cover her nose and cry out, "What is this? Why does it smell so weird?" She looked closely at his pants as she spoke and noticed some white spots on the fabric of his thighs. It looked like some liquid had just dried. Her stunning cheeks suddenly burned hot as she abruptly realized what those spots were. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in, standing there dumbfounded as she froze. "Shit! Damn! I'm dead now. I forgot to clean myself just now. The only other woman in the store is Emily. It looks like the gig's up, Phoebe's definitely going to throw a tantrum." Han Shuo was apprehensive when his thoughts spun wildly. Things aren't as you think." Han Shuo frantically explained as he hurriedly pulled his pants up, unable to conceal the panic in his expression. Phoebe stood up with a lowered head, as her cheeks and neck burned, not daring to look at Han Shuo. She turned and headed back outside, but suddenly found her voice and her sense of humor as she reached the doorway and murmured in an exceedingly low voice, "Brian, it's been tough on you. I'm your girlfriend, but you still have to take care of such things yourself." I'm just not ready yet. Give me some more time. Don't do this in the future. I've heard people say that it really harms the body to do this to yourself." Phoebe delivered these words with a reddened expression as Han Shuo watched, dumbfounded. She then left like she was fleeing, and rather seemed more ill at ease than Han Shuo. Hey, things aren't as you imagined." Han Shuo didn't know whether or laugh or cry as he watched Phoebe's retreating back. The next day. Morning. Phoebe, Emily, and Han Shuo all had on very awkward expressions in the morning. No one knew what to say. Particularly Han Shuo. He'd been misunderstood by Phoebe but had no way of explaining himself. Explaining would land him in more trouble instead. Trunks and Gilbert looked ambiguously at all of them, especially Gilbert. He kept chuckling under his breath and said to Han Shuo, "Honored master, did you have a wonderful night?" "Aha, I think it must have been one worthy of dreaming about again and again." "Shut up!" Han Shuo flew into a rage and glared fiercely at Gilbert. "Brian, here's a list of weapons. If the dwarves can forge these, it'll definitely greatly increase our men's fighting abilities and passion." Trunks handed over a scrawled list of weapons. I still have some matters to take care of. I'll be going now." Emily was all right, but she still felt a bit shy after the previous night's events, and so was the first to leave. "I'm also going to leave too." Phoebe also expressed her intentions when she saw Emily leave. "Phoebe, wait." Han Shuo opened his mouth. Phoebe's face suddenly flushed hotly as she didn't quite dare meet Han Shuo's eyes. She only flicked a shy glance at Han Shuo. "What is it?" The frosty Miss Phoebe can be so shy as well? It looks like what happened last night altered even Miss Phoebe's personality. Gilbert finally confirmed that something had happened between Hanchuo and Phoebe last night. Lewd dragon, don't think everyone is as shameless and perverted as you. I'll stab you with my sword if you keep spewing nonsense. Phoebe was also enraged as she rolled her eyes fiercely at Gilbert, threatening him with the icy look on her face. I need all of these things, buy them for me. Hanchuo took out a list and handed it over to Phoebe, asking her to obtain the written items. Taking Hanchuo's list, Phoebe assented softly and didn't say anything else before quickly leaving the shop. Not long after she'd left, Hanchuo was discussing matters of the valley with Gilbert and Trunks when he noticed through the yin demons that Odysseus and his crew was looking around a bit cautiously at the surroundings. They were standing in front of the door, not having daring to enter. It seemed like everyone in the Valley of Sunshine had heard of this storefront's infamous reputation. Odysseus and them were no exception as they adopted an exceedingly cautious attitude due to its reputation of a curse. They're here. Hanchuo smiled faintly and stood up to open the door. Chapter 223. Chapter 223, Invitation. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Long time no see. Hanchuo stood outside the door and greeted Odysseus' group with a half-smile. All 6 of them cheered when they saw Hanchuo appear, their faces brimming with genuine joy. Odysseus and Gordon even barreled towards Hanchuo to hug him. It really is you. What are you doing here? The touchy-feely Gordon looked at Hanchuo with surprise after he let go. Heh, come on in. It's not as frightening as you think, it's very safe here. Hanchuo moved aside and gestured for them to come inside. The 6 had been rather apprehensive about this place before they'd confirmed that Hanchuo was inside. After hearing his words, they stopped dithering and strode in, making for the center of the yard. Odysseus' crew was made of 3 warriors, 2 mages, and 1 archer. Odysseus was a senior swordsman, Gordon and Angelo, journeyman swordsman, Aphrodite, a water adept mage, Bard, a thunder journeyman mage, and Nia, a female elven archer. After their last foray into the dark forest, not only had they gained incredible treasures, but their strength had reached new heights. From their badges, Hanchuo could tell that Gordon had advanced to senior swordsman, and Bard to adept mage. Brian, this place is Valley of Sunshine's famous cursed shop. I've heard people mention the legends of this place the last time we were here. There's a warning that no one should enter this shop. How come you're living here? Gordon was a straight shooter, completely unable to hide his thoughts. He looked around the yard when he entered the shop and asked Hanchuo as soon as he'd sat down. Legends aren't necessarily real, and those curses could be man-made as well. We've been here for so long and haven't run into any danger. Hanchuo didn't explain the blood-water demons to them. How've you been? As the captain, Odysseus was dependable and upright. He looked at Hanchuo and smiled in greeting. Not too bad. What have you encountered since leaving the dark forest? Gordon and Bard's strength have greatly increased, not bad at all. Hanchuo said. We went to Zajoski City after parting ways with you and sold what we'd gained in the dark forest. We obtained a sum of money and upgraded our equipment, as well as getting Bard a staff that enhanced his strength. After that, Gordon and Bard reported to their promotion exams since they felt they were ready. After passing the exams, we took some protection missions and arrived near the Valley of Sunshine. We entered the valley this time because we were protecting a merchant caravan. Odysseus smiled slightly and slowly went over all that had happened since they'd parted ways. Flicking a glance at Trunks, Hanchuo thought for a moment and looked at Odysseus. We're friends here, so I'll speak candidly. Trunks and I have formed a mercenary band, and there's only a few members right now. I would love it if you join so we can increase the size of the band. Odysseus and the others were all taken by surprise by these words. They looked at each other, at a loss of how to respond. Snapping his attention back after being dazed, Odysseus looked at Hanchuo and said, Brian, you're not kidding, are you? Why did you think of forming a mercenary band? You've always been a lone ranger, and you don't seem the sort who'd want to form a mercenary band. That's very true. But we've already registered the name. I think if the band is run well, the future will be quite bright. Would you guys be interested in joining? Han Chuo smiled at Odysseus and asked him with great sincerity. Just what's going on, can you tell me about things? Odysseus seemed interested, but knew that he couldn't be hasty and questioned Han Chuo closely. Han Chuo went over the origin and details of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. He didn't purposefully conceal the points about Trunks' hatred or Han Chuo's recent run-ins with Florida. The other five's expression noticeably shifted after Han Chuo had finished, having obviously not anticipated that so much would happen with Han Chuo and Trunks in the Valley of Sunshine in such a short amount of time. They were all very excited and itching to sign up. I think I need to discuss this in great detail with them before giving you an answer. As the captain, Odysseus naturally needed to ask the other five for their opinions and thus couldn't give a response on the spot. Nodding, Han Chuo smiled, I understand, please take a few days to think about it. The six and Han Chuo fell into talking about the fun things in the dark forest. The six didn't leave until it was almost noon. Trunks would occasionally toss in a word or two, but Gilbert felt a bit bored sitting there. His shifty eyes kept checking out Aphrodite and Nia. He only stopped, pouting, when Han Chuo glared at him a few times. Let's go out for a walk. Han Chuo said to Trunks and Gilbert after the six had left. Where are we going? Trunks was a bit confused and asked. The situation in the Valley of Sunshine is rather complex right now. Our original target was Florida, but now that Ferguson's joined the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, I think we need to discuss his arrival with Lord Eden. We can also obtain more information from Lord Eden to decide our next course of action. Han Chuo said calmly. This time, the group made their way easily to the Cairo mercenary band without meeting any obstacles. However, before they'd made it past the enormous square, they heard an earth-shattering explosion from the depths of the Cairo mercenary band. When Han Chuo and the others rushed over, they found that a building had toppled over, black smoke spilling out of it. Several charred, bloody corpses were scattered around the building. Standing in the center, the bald Lord Eden was similar to an infuriated beast, seemingly a step away from going berserk and emanating an exceedingly dangerous aura as he roared at his men. Harris was standing not too far from the chaos with an equally darkened expression. He seemed to be in an awful mood and wasn't as polite as usual when he saw Han Chuo and the others walk over. He looked angrily and guiltily at the corpses on the ground and seemed to be blaming himself. It looks like we haven't come at the right time. Han Chuo pursed his lips after walking up. Restraining the anger in his heart, Lord Eden sucked in a few deep breaths and turned his head to Harris. Bury these brothers well. I'm going to find out who did this and rip him apart. Harris didn't say much as he nodded his head painfully, then started directing the mercenaries who were converging on all sides. They lifted the bodies carefully and started cleaning up the premises. Come with me. Lord Eden had a black face and snorted softly, walking towards the largest building. It was obvious that the three had chanced upon the aftermath of an ambush on the Cairo mercenary band. They took a close look around but discovered no traces of any enemies, and so had no idea what was going on. When Lord Eden entered his own house, he waved his hands randomly around to indicate for them to find a stone stool. He spoke with a darkened face, the enemy wants to kill me. The room that exploded was where I usually take care of the daily matters of the Cairo mercenary band. I usually go there at noon. However, I was delayed by some matters today. When I was 10 meters from the building entrance, I felt a strong magical pulse radiate outwards, with the explosion happening immediately. It looks like a magical device was set up beforehand, otherwise, it wouldn't have exploded so timely. I almost died inside. There are certainly those who belong to other factions in your mercenary band. This wouldn't have happened otherwise. In addition, when I was fighting Florida in front of the gates to the Valley of Sunshine last time, the rainbow sickles shouldn't have gotten there so quickly to save Florida. I started suspecting something then, and today, it seems like my suspicions were warranted. Han Shuo thought for a moment and responded. That's for certain. If I can arrange my men to infiltrate other factions, then the others can certainly do so as well. It was just too dangerous this time, I almost died. I wonder which faction did this. Lord Eden growled with a darkened face. Seeing that Lord Eden had his own thoughts, Han Shuo said no more. Although Lord Eden seemed all bronze and no brain, his mind was actually quite calculative. No wonder he could replace the previous Rainbow Sickle mercenary band to be the most powerful in the valley. Florida's grandfather, Ferguson, the Light Grand Magus of the Church of Light, has arrived. Florida has also been transferred to another place and I can't find an appropriate time to make a move against him. I've come to find you this time to figure out where Florida has been moved to. Since you have men in the Rainbow Sickles, I think you might know this info. If I don't know where Florida is, then I have no way to find the most appropriate timing to strike. I'll need you to tell me where he is. Han Shuo thought for a moment and told Lord Eden. I already know what happened last night, but since that sly old fox Ferguson has arrived, I think it'd be rather unrealistic to assassinate him now. After your attacks last night, Florida is certainly even more well protected now. Even if you know where Florida currently is, you won't have the chance to make a move. Lorden's expression had completely returned to normal now. Han Shuo understood Lorden's words, but now that his 3 yin demons had formed and he had an Earth Elite zombie at his beck and call, Han Shuo had full reason to believe that he would still have a chance to succeed after he knew where Florida was, no matter how heavily guarded he was. I understand everything you've said, but I still hope you can tell me where Florida is. Han Shuo laughed confidently. It was obvious that Lord Eden felt that Han Shuo was overreaching himself. Although he understood Han Shuo's strength was uncommon, he felt that even if Han Shuo leveraged the power of the Cairo mercenary band, he still wouldn't have much of a chance to kill Florida. All right, I'll keep an eye out and send someone to notify you if I have news of Florida. Lorden's voice had grown cold as an impatient expression began to appear on his face. Han Shuo knew there wasn't much to discuss beyond that and nodded, leaving with Trunks and Gilbert. What the hell? We're doing him a favor and his attitude is so vicious. Gilbert started complaining loudly as soon as they'd left Cairo mercenary band's territory. If you were almost blown to pieces, I think your attitude would be worse than his. It looks like Lord Eden was truly frightened today. Trunks looked at Gilbert and smiled. Lord Eden was indeed in a bad mood today. I wonder if he'll be unable to control himself and make a move shortly. Han Shuo chuckled and paused. It looks like chaos is growing in the Valley of Sunshine. I think we should change our plans. I've got a better idea now. Chapter 224. Chapter 224, Counter-Assassination. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val? What should we do? Trunks asked. The depths of the Valley of Sunshine are too murky, and our power is too weak. We don't have the ability to fight against any side. No matter what the final result is, control of the valley won't fall to us. In the end, our mercenary band is too weak. As such, it's not a wise move for us to become involved at this time. For now, we can set aside our feud with Florida. When they're injured and bleeding from fighting each other, we can take advantage of that to recruit men to expand our power. The most important thing is to grow our strength and not become involved with them. The shop front that I need is rumored to be an unlucky place. No matter who's in control of the valley, they won't know how to use it, so it'll remain empty with no one taking up residence. I'll be able to obtain it sooner or later. There's no need for us to be confined to one place because of it. Not to mention that Lord Eden isn't a kind sort. Our security is far from guaranteed during our stay in the valley. If Lord Eden loses his temper one day, then we might turn into enemies. At that time, it would be difficult for us to leave the valley. Han Shuo continued calmly after careful consideration. You mean that we should temporarily leave the Valley of Sunshine? Han Shuo's comments had been long, but to distill it down in a simple manner, he was advocating that they take a seat on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After some thought, Trunks was able to grasp his intention. We'll leave the Valley of Sunshine, but not necessarily its sphere of influence. We can imitate the three other factions and expand our influence to the outskirts of the valley. With the gold and your connections, you can make use of this time to recruit more mercenaries. We can slowly increase our strength when they're busy fighting each other. In addition, I need to leave for a while as well. If I remain here and the Church of Light discovers me, I'll bring unnecessary trouble to the mercenary band. I can make use of this opportunity to ask the dwarves in the dark forest to forge the weapons you need. I'll pay the forest trolls a visit as well to see if I can get anything out of them. Han Shuo's mind was quite nimble as he quickly and calmly made plans. When Han Shuo had finished, Trunks smiled and nodded. There are a few more months until the fight for control of the Valley of Sunshine ends. Now that we have enough gold for our base, I can make use of this time to attract more experts to join. Perhaps they'll be of some use in critical moments. Yep. Let's go and discuss things with Emily. We should leave earlier rather than later. Han Shuo looked at the sky and started thinking about what to do when they leave the valley. As they made their way back, the streets were bustling. All sorts of bizarre and exotic wares were on display by merchants from various kingdoms, catching the eyes of passers-by. From stockily built orcs wearing thick furs, to beautiful elves with pointed ears, all sorts of races were looking at the items on the streets, trying to identify where their profits would come from. Han Shuo was moving through the crowd when a sudden sense of danger rose in his heart. It was as if enemies from the shadows had locked onto him with killing intent, planning on giving him a lethal blow. Having reached the bloodlust realm, Han Shuo had a frightening sensitivity towards other people's killing intent towards him. Even though he was on the crowded and bustling streets, he could still clearly feel that concealed burst of killing intent. It was really quite incredible. His thoughts moved as he sent the three yin demons flying out soundlessly, gusts of air drifting through the void, slowly dispersing and moving into the blind spots around Han Shuo, probing for the origin of that killing intent. Thanks to the yin demons, Han Shuo could clearly see all around him within several meters. He quickly sifted through the people around him, trying to identify the source of the danger. On the blind spots to the left of a shop front, a flawless, exquisite face came into view. Like the edge of a blade, the female elven archer Maxine's eyes held a cold gleam. She was looking sharply at him and holding a strangely designed bow in her left hand. She seemed to be waiting for the prime opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Next to her stood Thunder Mage Asa. His face was equally ruthless as he gripped a magic staff in his right hand. He seemed to be ready to make a move at any time. However, in this crowded and busy street, Han Shuo's group was surrounded by merchants of all nationalities. Conducting an assassination in such an area needed an exquisite, near-perfect grasp of timing, or it would be impossible to succeed. A cold smile suddenly appearing on his face, Han Shuo continued walking forward without a hitch. The three yin demons kept an eye on Maxine and Ace's movements as he considered how to handle their plans. He suddenly dashed around a corner on the streets. Trunks and Gilbert also vanished without a trace. Maxine and Asa had seen the three walk forward, but suddenly disappear around a corner. Slightly surprised, they looked at each other. Their hidden bodies couldn't help but join the crowds as they tried to take a look at what had happened around the corner. Where are they? Asa scanned the corner when they arrived and asked with a slight frown when he didn't find them. At that moment, the streets reverberated with a low howl. A jet-black beam of light screamed through the air as it twisted through the crowd. A pair of glistening fangs, at the head of what looked like a gigantic snake winding through the air, came to bite down on the two. The sudden change completely wrecked their plans. Maxine's thin eyes narrowed into a slit as the demon slayer edge shot towards her chest. She dashed upwards towards the roof and fled into the distance without a second thought. Behind Maxine, a ghastly wail tore its way out of Ace's mouth. The cry galvanized the crowd, engulfing the street in chaos as everyone ducked and sprinted for safety, wanting to flee before the unknown danger arrived. The mercenaries who were following the merchants and in charge of their safety immediately surrounded their employers before identifying what had gone on in the surroundings. Thunder Mage Ace's right hand, the one clutching the magic staff, had been chopped off because of Maxine's departure. The severed stump spewed blood everywhere. The Demon Slayer Edge sprang back into the air, circling back ruthlessly as it attempted to reap Ace's life as well. However, Asa was still an experienced mercenary. After that first shriek, he kept his mouth shut even in the midst of such horrifying circumstances. He didn't hesitate. In a situation where he might lose his life in the next second, his empty left hand swiftly picked up his severed right hand as he deployed the levitation spell without pause. He took to the skies and a circle of lightning formed around him, turning him into an electric man. The Demon Slayer Edge once again flew towards Asa as the electric currents sparked madly. When the Demon Slayer Edge closed in on his back, the electric currents invaded it, interrupting its charge and stopping it a hair's breadth away from Ace's body. At that moment, a series of crackles and pops resounded from his body. The electric net that surrounded Asa poured into the Demon Slayer Edge with fierce electric power. This threw the magical yuan that Hanchuo had infused into the Demon Slayer Edge into disarray. With that, it didn't take Ace's life. Although Asa hadn't been stabbed to death, the wildly rampant magical yuan within the Demon Slayer Edge crashed into him like an enormous boulder. His body trembled like a kite with a broken string, almost plummeting from the sky with his violent swaying. He finally caught himself with a stumble and shakily flew into a room, crying for help. "Let's go. Ace's injured even worse than Florida now. I think it's becoming more and more unrealistic that the Rainbow Sickles will be able to win out over the Cairo mercenary band in this time's struggle." Hanchuo laughed coldly and walked out of an alleyway with Gilbert and Trunks. "Devious master, why not take this advantage to kill him? We just need to stick him again and Asa will be dead without a doubt." Uncomprehending, Gilbert looked at Hanchuo in confusion. Asa fell into a rest stop of the Cairo mercenary band. Even though the Cairo mercenary band and the Rainbow Sickles are covertly fighting each other, everyone within the valley is under the protection of the Cairo mercenary band. No matter whether the mercenaries want to or not, they'll have to raise a hand to help Asa. "We can't kill Asa there or we'll offend Lord Eden," Trunks explained to Gilbert. "Yep. When I ambushed Asa, the Cairo mercenaries didn't say a word and no one came out of their rest stop to help him. This is already helping us out. You, stupid dragon, should use your brain more and not just think of dirty things from day to night." Hanchuo lectured Gilbert in an exasperated tone. "It's a pity that Maxine escaped. That woman has a very finely honed sense of danger." Trunks spoke with some regret. Nodding, Hanchuo agreed. It was indeed a bit of a pity that Maxine escaped. Perhaps it's because she's adept as she is in assassination that her senses are so keen. The woman hiding in the shadows is much more dangerous than Asa. You must be careful and not give her any openings." The three of them chatted as they made their way back to the shop. With the three yin demons around him, no one and nothing could escape Hanchuo's observation, so they didn't run into any further trouble. There were some exotic flowers and grass placed in front of an orc's shop, as well as some exquisitely knotted small trees. One of them had 3 golden, glittering leaves and milky white stalks. They were as durable as stalactites and shone with a faint, white luster, immediately catching Hanchuo's attention. He'd observed this shop through the yin demons. He spoke to the other two, "Come, let's take a look at this shop." Having long since grown used to Hanchuo's peculiarities, the two of them didn't say anything and followed behind Hanchuo, walking towards the orc's shop. Several uncommon flora and fauna attracted Hanchuo's attentions. Some of them had refreshing scents, and others had bizarre shapes with vivid colors. Many of the small trees had translucent roots like a beautiful jade. It was a wonder how they'd grown. Han Shuo drew nearer to the 3 golden leaves and leaned over to sniff them. A clean scent drifted into his nose and mouth, refreshing his mind. Han Shuo stared at those 3 leaves, examining them closely for a bit. He reached out and rubbed the rock-like roots, thinking of something with a furrowed brow. Gilbert and Trunks were staring at Han Shuo with a peculiar expression. They didn't understand his actions at all, and didn't know why he was suddenly interested in such bizarre flora and fauna. After a while, Han Shuo's eyebrows suddenly twitched as a crazed delight filled his eyes. He observed all of the strange plants even more closely afterwards, his whole being filled with an unspeakable excitement like he'd suddenly picked up some treasures. Gilbert and Trunks looked at each other, unsure of what Han Shuo had discovered. They stood there and watched his strange performance, completely befuddled. Sweeping his eyes over the wares in front of the door, Han Shuo took in a deep breath and said to Gilbert and Trunks, "I need these special plants. Come, let's see if there are other gains inside." His excited expression slowly returned to normal after his words as he walked inside. Chapter 225. Chapter 225, A Heavenly Treasure. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The shopkeeper was an old, yet tall and strong orc. Even in the heart of cruel winter, he just had on a thin shirt. Thick hair covered his coarse skin as he lazily rested in his shop. There were many exotic plants everywhere in the shop. These strange flowers and grasses came in vivid colors, and the shop was filled with a refreshing scent. Han Shuo only flicked a slight glance at the old orc as he walked in and started looking amongst the plant life himself, identifying them and looking for what he needed. In Chu Kinglan's memories, he'd spent a lot of time researching the methods of pill refinement. He'd also refined some pills himself. However, apart from a pill cauldron and a recipe being of the utmost importance in pill refining, the next most important thing were the ingredients. The more precious the pill, the rarer the ingredients. Most of them were heavenly treasures, and one needed them in sufficient quantity to refine the pills. This time, the leaves glittering with a golden color in front of the old orc's shop with roots like rock had attracted Han Shuo's attention. Using the methods in his memories, he began to closely examine the fauna in order to identify them. After careful scrutiny, he was able to confirm that these strange plants were the ones that only grew in caves with stalactites. These were gold marrow grass that had formed after absorbing the rock essence within the caves for 100 years, as well as the yin qi of the heavens. Gold marrow grass was a heavenly treasure of great yin. If combined with a couple of other ingredients, one would be able to refine the transformative reform pill, a pill that would thoroughly excavate all of a mortal's bones and meridians, completely transforming their body to make it suitable for demonic and magical cultivation. There was also a small ruby-colored tree with several red fruits on its branches. The flaming fruits were round and translucent, sparkling with a faint crimson light beneath the sunlight. They each seemed to be like a miniature sun. When Han Shuo looked at them closely, he grew even more certain that these were the fire attribute treasures, sun blaze fruits. If someone cultivating the fire attribute ate this fruit, then their strength would increase immensely for a short amount of time thanks to the power of the sun filtering down to them. However, if someone not inclined towards the fire attribute ate the fruit, they wouldn't be able to hold up under the fiery power within and would be burned to a crisp by the fruit. When he turned to cinders, the spirit power of the fruit would slowly dissipate into the skies. Apart from the gold marrow grass and the sun blaze fruit, Han Shuo also discovered other treasures such as the dragonfly fruit, 100-year vine heart, and extreme frost grass in this shop. These were all precious materials that pill refiners needed. Han Shuo naturally wouldn't let them easily out of his sight now that he'd discovered them. After a while, Han Shuo laid out all the exotic spirit plants he knew on the counter in front of the old orc. He smiled, "Elder, how much do these go for?" The old orc had been long since keeping an eye on Han Shuo's movements as he lazily sat there. He finally stood up when Han Shuo placed these items in front of him. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectation, the stocky old orc didn't immediately name a price. He looked at Han Shuo with interest instead and asked, Do you recognize these items and know what they're used for? The old orc's voice was raspy and resonant, seemingly a bit awkward when he formed the syllables of human speech. His two nostrils huffed with air as he spoke, looking a bit odd. No, I just think they're a bit strange and wanted to take them home for some further study. Han Chuo smiled. The old orc was a bit disappointed when he heard that Han Chuo didn't recognize them. He muttered self-deprecatingly to himself, of course. So many pharmacists had no idea what this is, how would you know what they are? Pointing at the sunblaze fruit, the old orc said to Han Chuo, curious human youngster, these things aren't fun at all. They grew out of an area of poor dirt in our home and no one dares play with them. For instance, this red fruit? Even if some fierce beasts eat these fruits, they'd be burned to death by poisonous flame. And, these strange flowering grasses. You'll be able to feel a bone-deep chill if you place your hand on their leaves. Whoever eats them freezes into ice cubes. You're not a pharmacist, so you should probably not try to mix them up. According to what I know, some pharmacists suffered great harm when they tried mixing these. It was obvious that the old orc didn't know the marvelous effects of these heavenly treasures and treated them as scary poisonous grass. The sunblaze fruit and extreme frost grass were treasures of utmost heat and cold. Ordinary people would indeed be injured if they ate them since they couldn't digest the spirit power within. It was normal for him to have this kind of misconception. Laughing lightly, Han Chuo smiled, don't worry, I'm not using these myself. It's just that I know a good pharmacist who's good with exotic plants. I just want to give these to him. Of course, I'll remember your reminders and tell him the peculiarities of these plants. Then all right. It was very difficult for my children to bring them over from the far barren wastelands. Give me 100 gold coins for all of these. This is a fair price. Some pharmacists would be greatly interested in them and be willing to spend a great deal of money to buy them. It was obvious that the old orc didn't know what these items could be used for in the hands of someone like Han Chuo. 100 gold coins wasn't even enough to buy one of their leaves. In consideration of the orc's kind reminders, as well as the possibility of obtaining more of these plants in the future, Han Chuo generously threw down 500 gold coins. Thank you for your reminder, Elder. Your kindness was worth 400 gold coins. Otherwise, my friend might have ended up in trouble. If you have more of these plants, please bring them from the barren lands. I'll come over when I'm free and purchase them for high prices. Oh, honored guest, your generosity will be rewarded. Thank you. The old orc emotionally accepted a bag of 500 gold coins. His gaze at Han Chuo was quite different as he spoke happily. Wait a second. A clear shout suddenly came from outside the door as a beautiful girl, one that made all three guys sigh, sashayed in. She had a tall and slender body that was covered by a light purple dress. Her brown hair flowed like a waterfall as a pair of limpid eyes lay gently beneath her delicately arched brows. She had a charming nose, and small red lips that dotted her face. Her flawless, tender skin and oval-shaped face rounded out all the elements that a beauty should have. She looked only in her early 20s, but had the air of one used to holding power and having weathered many a disaster. Although she wasn't purposefully revealing it, she had a natural gravitas to her bearing, as if she could easily decide someone's life or death. Hi, beauty, talking to me. Gilbert blew a sharp whistle and looked at the lady with excitement as he flirted with her. Not you. She flicked a glance at Gilbert and responded calmly without looking at him again. She walked towards Han Chuo and raised a slender finger to point at the extreme frost grass. Her limpid eyes looked at Han Chuo as she said, "Can you sell that poison grass to me?" Shaking his head, Han Chuo smiled, "I'm sorry, no." The beauty looked askance at Han Chuo after hearing his rejection. She hadn't thought that Han Chuo would reject her so decisively. Her pretty brows knit together as she asked again, "I can pay 100 gold coins just for this blade of grass." He shook his head again and confirmed, "I'm sorry, not selling." Having met with rejection twice, she knew that there was no chance she would be able to obtain the grass. She looked meaningfully at Han Shuo and said with disdain, "A man with no chivalry." It looks like Emily's words weren't that true. It was Han Shuo's turn to be surprised after hearing those words. "Are you Mistress Cecilia?" Nodding her head coldly, Cecilia threw her head back and looked at Han Shuo, speaking proudly, "That's me. Mr. Brian, what will it take for you to give me the grass?" "Nothing." Han Shuo responded and smiled, "It's very nice to meet you, Mistress Cecilia. Good day." Han Shuo didn't even look at Cecilia after he finished speaking, circling past her to unhurriedly walk outside the shop. Chapter 226. Chapter 226, Violence. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Honored Master, this doesn't seem like your style. How come you're suddenly so indifferent to a beauty? Gilbert spoke, a look of utter confusion on his face. First of all, I have a use for the grass, so I won't be giving it to her. In addition, Cecilia throwing her weight around in front of me just because her rank is higher than mine is the kind of attitude that really leaves a bad taste in my mouth, so she won't get anything from me. He'd heard from Emily that Cecilia was a priest and had also focused on pharmacy. Her talent in the area of medicine was quite high. Although she didn't take the front line in combat, an expert priest and pharmacist like her would be of the utmost importance in critical times. A person like her could enable the warriors and mages to recover their energy swiftly in battle, and could use some priest magics and medicines to quickly stabilize wounds, allowing allies to return to the battlefield in short order. Han Shuo didn't tarry outside after leaving the old orc's shop, returning to his base of operations. Phoebe and Emily were bathed in the setting splendor of the sun and sitting lazily on two large chairs in the courtyard, chatting happily about something. When he walked in, all eyes shot to him. After a day's passage of time, the two girls had natural expressions on their face and didn't have the awkwardness from the morning. Beneath the rays of the evening sun, their charming faces were tinged with red. With eyes full of tenderness, and a blush on their cheeks, they looked like two stunningly cute wives waiting for their husband's return. In that instant, Han Shuo's heart was suffused with warm contentment. He felt that both women were so beautiful, and if they could still interact so harmoniously after the truth was revealed, that would be wonderful for any man. "What are you thinking about, standing there with a silly smile?" Phoebe would only appear friendly and down to earth when interacting with Han Shuo, that gentle tone only for him. "No, nothing." His beautiful wish could only be thought about at the moment. From Phoebe's personality, she wasn't the sort who would easily compromise. Therefore, Han Shuo maintained a natural expression on his face in case he made her unhappy. "Brian, I'm afraid I'll have to leave first this time. I've just received a mission that I need to coordinate with younger sister Cecilia. I can't stay in the Valley of Sunshine any longer." Emily looked at Han Shuo longingly as she spoke apologetically. He first blanked, and then thought deeply. Han Shuo understood that as a senior executive of the Dark Mantle, she did indeed have many things she needed to do and couldn't stay in one place forever. Nodding, Han Shuo revealed an understanding smile. "I understand. It's unsuitable for us to stay in the valley in the short term as well, so I'm preparing to leave too." As Phoebe and Emily stared in surprise, Han Shuo quickly repeated the reasoning he told Trunks and the others, laying out their gains and losses. Since his decision was correct, he quickly gained Phoebe and Emily's agreement. "Then, what should we do next?" Phoebe focused her beautiful eyes on Han Shuo's body as she asked softly. "Being in charge of the Booze Merchant Guild, I don't think you can keep staying in the valley either. Why don't you go do your own thing? I'll take care of a few matters and then go find you in the capital. Trunks has enough gold for now. I think with his abilities and connections, he'll be able to build up his strength better staying in the outskirts of the Valley of Sunshine." "All right. It looks like we'll need to temporarily separate for now. Here, these are the items you needed. The Valley of Sunshine is a remarkable place. It looks like you can find whatever you want as long as you're patient. Phoebe took out a pile of exotic ores and some rare metals from her space ring and placed them in the center of the yard, smiling at Hanchuo. These were the items that Hanchuo wanted to pass on to the dwarves to forge weapons, and some he wanted to keep for personal use as well. He was planning on refining some small treasures in his spare time. Phoebe had already given him the materials to refine the Wood Elite and Water Elite Zombie earlier. Now that all the materials for the Wood Elite Zombie had been collected, it was a perfect time for Hanchuo to head towards the Forest Troll's sacred ground and start the Wood Elite Zombie in the place of Extreme Wood, aiming to form it as soon as possible. Oh right, Trunks. Keep an eye on Odysseus and the others. I don't know how long they'll need to consider. I think with your familiarity of the valley, you'll be able to contact them at any time. I've already explained the situation to them. It's up to them if they want to join the Soul Destroyers or not. Hanchuo said to Trunks after thinking for a bit. Don't worry, I know what to do. The Valley of Sunshine and the Dark Forest aren't too far away. I think it won't be too difficult for the two of us to remain in touch. Trunks smiled faintly. Hanchuo and Trunks had already decided on a point of contact between the two locations on their way back. Hanchuo didn't tell him about the Cemetery of Death, but gave him a marker for the waterfall where he often trained. The group of 5 thoroughly discussed the details again. Hanchuo and a few would slip out under the cover of night. Thanks to Gilbert, they wouldn't need to leave through the entrance and could slip away soundlessly. Only Emily would stay behind for another day as she needed to leave with Cecilia. She could also give Lord Eden a heads up as well. The 4 immediately split up after leaving the Valley of Sunshine. According to Hanchuo's instructions, Gilbert flew Phoebe to the city of Zajoski, helping her use the transportation matrix there to safely return to the Empire's capital and then reconvene with Hanchuo at the Cemetery of Death. Trunks bid farewell to Hanchuo and moved into the depths of the forest, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Hanchuo strolled leisurely in the direction of the dark forest after parting ways with his group, not even employing the art of the demonic ninth heaven. He was planning on purposefully revealing his movement this time so he could attract Ferguson's attention, so that the latter wouldn't keep pursuing Trunks because he didn't know that Hanchuo had left. His expression was easy and carefree on the path out of the Valley of Sunshine. He traveled on foot, without any steeds, and seemed wholly unaware that he'd become a target beneath the pure moonlight gently falling from the night sky. The 4 great powers in the Valley of Sunshine patrol everywhere at critical moments to prevent any accidents from happening. When Hanchuo took the initiative in exposing himself, everything seemed to fall into place. By using the 3 Yin demons' surveillance, he easily found several groups of people trailing him. When one of the pursuers seemed anxious and left swiftly with his companions, running towards the location of the rainbow sickles, Hanchuo understood that the rainbow sickles would arrive very quickly. Furthermore, Ferguson from the Church of Light was also guaranteed to drop everything on hand to deal with Hanchuo. He was the most dangerous latent threat after all. With the 3 Yin demons at his side for surveillance, the little skeleton and Earth Elite Zombie as backup, and being at the Bloodlust realm, Hanchuo was confident that he could leisurely escape any encirclement with the extremely fast art of the demonic ninth heaven. Therefore, Hanchuo acted very casually the entire time. He walked serenely towards the direction of the dark forest, waiting for Ferguson's group to hurry over. He would then move away from the Valley of Sunshine during their pursuit so that they would understand he was leaving the valley. In the depths of icy winter, the accumulated snow on top of the mountains revealed a freezing world, wrapped in silver beneath the bright moonlight. It didn't seem overly dark even at night, as the reflection of the moon and snow caused the silvery white world to appear so silent and beautiful. Under the moonlight, Hanchuo's lone figure cast a long shadow on the ground covered in the silvery white snow. Even some of greediest of merchants weren't willing to go out on such a cold night. Thus, even on the busiest roads, he didn't meet a single merchant caravan. After leaving the main path, Hanchuo continued into the vast Kurlan Mountains. After he had walked for more than an hour and had arrived at a rather dense forest that was even more remote, Hanchuo discovered, through a yin demon, a small merchant caravan that was being furiously destroyed by cruel bandits. There weren't that many bandits, just a dozen or so, but each one of them was beyond vicious. They were shouting savagely, completely ignoring the merchant's pleading and slaughtering the men with sneers while they robbed the carriages. Several young women were stripped completely naked, and helpless screams wailed out as they were all forcefully pressed onto the trees beside the carriages as they were raped. To hear their cries was to feel one's heart bleed. There were several muscular men that looked like mercenaries on the ground around the merchant group's carriages. They'd been decapitated and their blood had already dried, dyeing the ground in a dark red color. It looked like they were the guards killed in the first wave. It was clear that the small merchant group had taken the risk to travel through the night, thinking they wouldn't be noticed by bandits in the dead of winter's night whilst taking such a silent and small path. Who were they to know that they'd made a mistake, and met with a small group of bandits? This was why such a cruel situation had arisen. Han Shuo was not a very kind person. He had watched calmly as he once directed forest trolls to pillage places, but he'd never killed the innocent, and would never do anything atrocious like raping women. They say that bandits have their own morals, and Han Shuo did feel like he did as well. However, the merchants had already given up all their merchandise, and were kneeling on the ground, begging while continuously kowtowing. Despite that, they were still decapitated by the laughing, sneering bandits. Han Shuo could not hold himself back after seeing this sort of situation, these wretched actions by the bandits that disregarded rules. This completely infuriated him. Without any greeting or bullshit, Han Shuo, who had seen all the atrocious deeds through the yin demons, burst onto the scene. Due to his anger and intent to kill, a thick, demonic aura smashed onto the scene in a dominating manner alongside Han Shuo. Han Shuo had a hideous expression on his face, his eyes crimson. His cold and ferocious expression was extremely terrifying, as his aura couldn't help but surge outwards. He used his hand to slice towards the neck of one of the bandits who was raping a woman. The left hand that he'd chopped out with shone like dark jade, a shining sharp knife. With a pff sound, the bandit's head flew upwards as his neck spurted blood everywhere. Ah! A terrified scream rang out from the mouth of the woman underneath the bandit. The woman who'd been suffering through all this suddenly saw the person on her body lose his head, as blood splashed all over her. She couldn't help but scream in abject horror. "Who is it that dares poke their nose into our business? Don't you know that our boss is the butcher?" A bandit with a mustache, that was just about to kill a merchant, suddenly turned his head back and roared. As expected, it was Gustav the Butcher's people. Of all the bandit powers around the Valley of Sunlight, only Gustav the Butcher's bandits would be so savage and ignore the rules. Han Shuo didn't wasting time blathering, letting his actions speak for themselves. His darkened face and flood of killing intent was frightening as he revealed the ruthless side of a demonic cultivator in front of these brutal robbers. He charged the man and sent a fierce punch crashing down on him before he could reacted. The punch closed in like a sharp mallet, punching a hole through the mustached robber. When Han Shuo pulled out a fist dripping with blood, even the robber's crushed organs could be seen through the enormous hole. Han Shuo's heart was filled with fury as he panted heavily, like a demon king who only had slaughter in his eyes. He used a violent, perverse ruthlessness to rip the robbers to shreds. He tore one robber apart with his bare hands, and crushed another's bones with one blow from his fists, hot blood spraying all over him. A bloody whirlwind blew as the dozen or so robbers were turned into stray pieces of flesh. Compared to the innocents they'd killed, their downfall was so much more frightening. Not a single corpse remained whole. Han Shuo made use of the yin demons to discover where Ferguson and Maxine had gone. He suppressed the bloodlust in his heart and walked heavily towards the dark forest, not spending another second in the carnage-strewn scene. Chapter 227. Chapter 227, Leaving with Ease. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. A broad river blocked the way to the front. The river's waters surged and frothed, rushing to a plain of lower elevation. Han Shuo stood in front of a towering tree, panting heavily, barely managing to suppress the wild craziness in his heart. His eyes were blood-red as he looked back at the two slowly approaching him. Their figures gradually became clearer beneath the bright night sky. Ferguson was using magic to bring Maxine along with him. They appeared in Han Chuo's vision like two floating clouds. "You're finally here, I've waited a very long time." Killing intent billowed and weaved around him as a blood-red light encircled Han Chuo's body. This crimson light was the strange energy of fear and resentment that had been naturally absorbed by his body when he killed the robbers just now. "Although your methods are cruel, you did save those people just now, meaning you're not an immoral person. I've already investigated you and know you're not from the Calamity Church. But the matters that you hold in your hands are too dangerous for this world, so I must capture you and imprison you forever in the Church of Light. Rest assured, I won't take your life." Ferguson's body flew to a nearby branch as he looked calmly at Han Chuo. The female elven archer Maxine's charming body alighted gracefully, notching an arrow as she did so. As she took aim at Han Chuo, a feeling of danger suddenly surged in his heart and he couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Maxine. "The Calamity Church has nothing to do with me, and I have no way of using my knowledge to reform large amounts of dark creatures. I can tell you clearly that I won't be joining the Calamity Church. In fact, we're actually enemies. However, if you keep pursuing me, I won't care if your reputation is good or bad, I'll kill whoever threatens me without a moment's hesitation." Han Chuo repressed the mad thoughts in his heart as he spoke viciously with a scowl. "Sorry, not killing you is already my biggest concession. I can't allow you to leave, because what you hold is too dangerous for us." Ferguson shook his head and responded resolutely. It looked like there was no room for negotiation. Laughing wildly, Han Chuo nodded. "Since this is the case, there's nothing for us to talk about then. I won't go easy on you if you dare make a move." Han Chuo rose into the air before he lost his reason and transformed into a beam of red light, flying towards the dark forest. Whoosh! Maxine shot out the arrow that she'd long since notched, and it fractured the air like a bolt of lightning. An ear-piercing howl followed it as it closed in on Han Chuo like a shadow. It didn't seem like it would stop until it tasted blood. Grand Magus Ferguson also didn't remain idle. As Han Chuo's body catapulted itself through the air, Ferguson waved his staff, sending a blinding light shooting towards Han Chuo. The current of energy gave Han Chuo a dangerous feeling. He'd been shooting through the air when he felt the attack near. His charging body suddenly screeched to a halt as he activated the Demon Slayer Edge with a thought, sending it careening out of his sleeve to intercept Maxine's arrow. Han Chuo circulated his magical yuan and focused the violent aura around him onto his right arm. A bloody glow radiated from his right arm as that enormous strength hurtled towards the beam of bright light with a force akin to the raging river beneath him. A resounding explosion accompanied the resplendent clash of white and blood-red light, blooming in the air like a wondrous firework. There was a strange and fey beauty to it. Han Chuo's body tumbled from the sky like a rock in the aftermath of this magnificent sight. He fell audibly into the river and was instantly swallowed by the raging waters. Ferguson and Maxine hovered above the spot Han Chuo had impacted the water, waiting. They looked at the water, not quite sure what to do. They waited for quite a while as the river churned and frothed. Han Chuo had seemingly vanished without a trace, with nary a hint of surfacing from the river waters. Ferguson and Maxine were both incredibly astonished. With the strength that he displayed, he can't possibly have died that easily. Why hasn't he floated up onto the river's surface? There's no way he can go so long without breathing. Ferguson looked around his surroundings with astonishment as he faltered, uncertain. Perhaps he's already dead. He would have surfaced a long time ago otherwise. No one can go that long without breathing. Maxine was also greatly confused as she guessed hesitantly. He must have been swept downstream if he hadn't died. Come, let's go downstream. Ferguson was certain that Han Chuo was no longer there after a while and flew in the direction of the river's flow with Maxine. After the two had vanished, Dark Grand Magus Edwin and the female alchemist Belinda walked out of the shadows of a towering tree. It was a good thing that we were a ways away. Otherwise, we would have been discovered by that old fox Ferguson. It looks like Brian's met with a lot of trouble. Edwin's heart was still pounding. With Ferguson and Maxine both attacking him, he must have been knocked into the river. He hasn't emerged for such a long time, perhaps he's already dead. Belinda guessed the same as Maxine as she looked down at the frothing waters. Shaking his head with a smile, Edwin said resolutely, "No, he's definitely not dead. Bystanders have the clearest sight, and I noticed a couple of details that were off while they fought." Although Brian's weapon also fell towards the river along with Maxine's arrow after they clashed together, its path was steady. According to what you saw before, his weapon must still be within his grasp. This means Brian hadn't fallen into the river unconscious, nor is he dead, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to control his weapon. Belinda thought back with surprise after hearing Edwin's words, and agreed, "That's right, he must still be alive. The stronger he is and the more he can protect himself, the more advantageous it is for us. We'll have the chance to grab him as long as he's not dead. He's certain to appear again. Before that, we'll need to understand all that we can about him. We must have him." Edwin left with Belinda after a low cackle. In a place far away from the spot where Han Shuo had fallen into the broad, surging river, a figure shot into the air like a sharp arrow, decorating the air with a spray of water. After getting its bearings, it shot towards the dark forest. Edwin's judgment had been entirely correct. Han Shuo's concentrated aura on his right hand had completely defended against Edwin's strong light attack. He hadn't been injured at all. He'd recalled the Demon Slayer edge into his hand before he'd fallen into the river and flown along the depths of the river, avoiding Ferguson and taking to the sky again after. Han Shuo had been planning on fighting Ferguson, but thanks to Edwin's haste and desire to see everything, he'd revealed himself to one of the 3 yin demons. This changed Han Shuo's mind as he then decided to hide in the river and hasten away from that place of trouble. With Han Shuo's strength, as well as the little skeleton and earth elite zombie, plus his magical cultivation and necromancy magic, even though he might not have been able to triumph over Ferguson and Maxine, he was confident that he'd be able to leave at will. The two of them would never be able to stop him. However, Edwin and Belinda's appearance made Han Shuo have to give up the idea of a pitched battle. To Han Shuo, those two from the Calamity Church were just as irritating. If they ambushed him while he was fighting Ferguson and Maxine, he'd be in a world of trouble. Therefore, after weighing the gains and losses, Han Shuo felt that there was nothing to be gained in staying. So he decided to avoid them and use magical cultivation to make his escape using the bottom of the river. The last time Fanny and the others had gone to the Cemetery of Death, they'd spent about 10 days to reach the place. Thanks to the art of the demonic ninth heaven, Han Shuo saved a lot of time and only took a day and a night to fly there. He arrived in the Cemetery of Death on the evening of the 2nd day. Although he'd rested 3 times along the way, Han Shuo had still exhausted quite a bit of magical yuan reaching the Cemetery of Death. He was forced to rest and recover again. He placed the 3 yin demons outside the Cemetery of Death to wait for Gilbert's arrival, meditating for the night. By the next day, he was completely recovered. The Cemetery of Death was enshrouded by a powerful boundary, and those within never felt the rays of moonlight. It was enclosed within a dark and sinister atmosphere all year long, and stark white bones were piled all over the ground, making this a sacred ground for death. When he saw that Gilbert had yet to return, Han Shuo had no choice but to take out the materials that Phoebe had given him and look over them one by one. Han Shuo had asked her to collect materials that would be used in the dwarves' forging, but also items that he'd be able to use in refining some magical treasures of his own. The demon infant had fully taken shape and he was now in the bloodlust realm. He could absolutely refine some treasures now. Not only did he want to temper the Demon Slayer edge all over again, he also wanted to craft some useful little baubles for himself. Chapter 228 Chapter 228, Murder Weapon. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo stayed in the cemetery of death for 2 days in a row. He sat cross-legged among the stark white bones. The demon slayer edge floated in front of his chest while bolts of blazing lightning surrounded it. Han Chuo held his breath as he gazed calmly at the demon slayer edge, occasionally using his hands to release beams of the spell fire, or biting his finger to drip out a few droplets of blood essence. He slowly used the demon infant in his abdomen to wash the demon slayer eye over and over again with his magical yuan. Han Chuo held some ores of rare metals in his hands as 2 balls of red, blazing flames slowly covered his palms. The scorching magical fire had a terrifyingly high temperature that slowly melted the durable metal ores, causing them to turn into colorful liquids that fell onto the hovering demon slayer edge. Before Han Chuo had formed the demon infant, he didn't have the ability to refine magical treasures. That was why the basic shape of the demon slayer edge had been crafted by the famous dwarven smiths. After the dwarves had understood Han Chuo's intention, they'd worked on it for several days and nights as they mixed the sharpest metals into the demon slayer edge. Experiences afterwards had shown that the demon slayer edge was beyond sharp. After all, Han Chuo had spent a huge amount of money for it and had been lovingly crafted by the dwarves. Normal metal weapons were always sliced in half without a doubt by the demon slayer edge. However, it wasn't enough for a true magical treasure to merely be sharp. It would only count as a type of magical treasure if it had some special effects. As a powerful weapon in Chu Kanglin's memories, the demon slayer edge would only be able to display spectacular effects when used by a demonic cultivator of the bloodlust realm after it is successfully refined. The slay in demon slayer edge clearly described its effects. It was inseparable from massacre. The truth was such as well. When the demon slayer edge was successfully refined, a demonic cultivator who's reached the bloodlust realm could absorb the terror and hatred of his victims when using the demon slayer edge to kill, forming a natural, demonic aura around him. If the demon slayer edge was deployed to its truest abilities, then the weapon absorbed the terror and hatred of the deceased into the hilt of the blade. When the demon slayer edge had absorbed enough of this strange power, the terror and hatred can naturally form a demonic soul within the demon slayer edge. This would cause the demon slayer edge to become a peerless, sentient weapon. As the bearer kills more and more, the demon slayer edge would more absorb increasing amounts of negative energy. When the demonic soul finally forms, just as the enormous amount of terror and hatred stored within the demon slayer edge could cause opponents to lose their minds, so could the demonic soul within the blade could shatter all confidence. Apart from this, when the demon slayer edge becomes a powerful weapon and has its own consciousness, it will also have other unbelievable effects. Han Chuo could even turn the demon slayer edge to turn into another double for him, one that possessed the ability to continuously evolve and gain more frightening energy just like the main body. However, quite a few exotic materials were needed in order to form such a powerful weapon. The amount of these materials were outside of Han Chuo's expectations. Aside from the rare metals mixed in when the dwarves were crafting it, Han Chuo now needed to continuously fuse even more rare materials into it. He had to ensure its formation by adding in magical yuan, blood essence, and using the demon infant to refine it bit by bit. The process of refining the demon slayer edge was not fast. It was a slow one that slowly fused the materials into the demon slayer edge, a gradual process that required magical yuan, the demon infant, and blood essence. It would not be accomplished within a day. During these 2 days, Han Chuo merely slowly absorbed the materials that the demon slayer edge required into himself, and used the magical yuan, demon infant, and blood essence to build a closer link with the demon slayer edge in order to construct a good foundation for it. In this way, when the demon slayer edge was not used, it could turn into a small ball the size of a grain of rice, and hide in the blood essence that Han Chuo used to nourish the demon infant, continuously providing the blade the energy it needed to be refined. When Han Chuo attacked and slaughtered others, the demon slayer edge could come out instantly and absorb the energy of the deceased from Han Chuo's victims. Only when the demon slayer edge absorbed enough energy of the deceased and formed the demonic soul within its hilt, was it truly formed and a peerless weapon, a terrifying magical treasure. 2 days passed swiftly. On this day, Han Shuo was nurturing the demon slayer edge within himself and slowly recovering through meditation. He noticed through the yin demons that Gilbert was returning. He came back to himself and stood up, taking out the Eye of Darkness and letting Gilbert in through the boundary. When he entered, Han Shuo discovered that Gilbert's eyes were darting to and fro, an exceedingly lascivious smile on his face. What happened? Look at the way you're smiling. With your speed, 2 nights and a day would have been enough for you to return to the cemetery of death. What took you so long? Han Shuo looked askance at Gilbert and interrogated the other. Ha, I'm just a bit late, aren't I? What's the harm? I've already dropped off Miss Phoebe safely at Zhaoxi City, don't worry. There was an unexplainable element of lewdness to Gilbert's smile, making Han Shuo feel quite out of sorts. Looking at the dark dragon suspiciously, a thought formed in Han Shuo's head when he saw that the dark dragon had a trace of weariness on his lewdly smiling face. He couldn't help but cry out, "Did you take advantage of this time to go whoring in Zhaoxi City?" Gilbert didn't feel awkward when this question was asked as he nodded with a lusty chuckle. "Honored master, you're very smart. My grandfather was right. The taste of women is so marvelous. The 2 wenches were so thirsty, we rolled in the sheets all night long. That's why I was late." Indeed, the dark dragon race was known for their depravity. Just like looting and stealing were in the forest trolls' innate nature, so was lewdness in the dark dragons. This was a characteristic specific down to their core that no one was able to change. Han Shuo understood Gilbert's actions, but was surprised to see his weariness. "It's rumored that you dark dragons are renowned for your dominating prowess in this area. Can it be that 2 women in one night was enough to tire you out so fully?" "Honored master, this was my first time. I had a long time with both of them and then flew back." "Is this kind of accomplishment not enough? I've heard that human males are really weak in this area, there's no one they could have been as amazing as me." Gilbert puffed out his chest and said with great pride. Shaking his head disdainfully, Han Shuo said, "If it was me, I could spend as long as I wanted with them and not only would I not be tired, I would become even stronger." Psht. Keep boasting. Although you're very strong master, you're still a human. Human abilities in this area isn't as strong as us dark dragons." Gilbert said scoffed dismissively and then proudly reaffirmed himself. It looked like this mindset was deep-rooted in his brain, and wouldn't be something easily changed. There was truth in Han Shuo's words. With his abilities in the bloodlust realm and some evil magic arts, he could make it so that he never flagged, and could even use evil ways to harvest yin to replenish yang and recover his energy. Not only would this not harm himself, but the act of intercourse would increase his strength. It was magical. Some magical arts either harvested yin to replenish yang or vice versa. The chant of thrills was a happy way of dual cultivation that brought gains to both sides. Han Shuo only understood these secret arts after he'd fully gained Chu Kinglan's memories. He hadn't paid much attention to it, but suddenly thought that perhaps he could use the chant of thrills to bring gains for both him and Emily when they spent time together. Therefore, when he thought about the secret arts, Han Shuo sank into temporary quietness. He thought back to those secret arts and slowly contemplated their possibilities. There were some that didn't require the internal essence or magical yuan from either party, and only made use of certain techniques to refine one's body. There were also a few strong methods that needed a cooperation between internal essence and magical yuan. But only a little bit of each was needed. If they were deployed successfully, the results of that time's lovemaking would be incredible. "Lewd Dragon, tell me honestly, if your tribe conducts these acts repeatedly, will your dark dragon bodies suffer harm in any way?" Han Shuo thought for a moment and suddenly asked Gilbert. "Of course, regardless of tribe, the body will be injured if too much of this is done. Us dark dragons are no exception. We particularly need to abstain from this when we need to evolve, or the damage to our bodies will be even greater. However, this is our innate nature to us, and there are many dark dragons who can't control themselves, still giving free rein to their desires when evolving. Not only do they not evolve, but their rank is decreased as well. This is nothing out of the ordinary. Gilbert answered truthfully when faced with Han Chuo's questions. Dragons were the strongest, super-rank magical creatures. However, there were also divisions amongst the super-rank. There were 5 levels overall, with their ranking completely opposite of other magical beasts. The strongest was level 5, and the newly born were level 1. For one such as Gilbert, having evolved not even once, he was a level 1 creature. The lowest amongst the super rank, he only had a few of the characteristics of the dragons and heightened attack power. Heh, little lewd dragon, you've followed me for so long and I haven't given you anything at all. This time, Master will make it up to you in one go. I'll teach you a wondrous technique that lets you not exhaust yourself when you go whoring. It'll make you stronger instead, and you can still do it when you're evolving. Han Chuo looked at Gilbert and cackled oddly. I don't believe you, how could such wondrous techniques exist in this world? This isn't true. Don't lie to me. Gilbert obviously didn't believe Han Chuo and shook his head uncaringly. You'll believe me all right. Han Chuo walked towards Gilbert and placed a hand on his shoulder. A bit of magical yuan flowed into his body and slowly traveled to his abdomen. What is that? Gilbert was shocked and cried out in surprise, why does it feel like a small snake has climbed into my body? Don't move. This is Master investigating the makeup of your body. Han Chuo shouted softly and prevented Gilbert from moving. The magical yuan traveled in Gilbert's body in a circle according to Han Chuo's thoughts. He discovered that Gilbert's anatomy was indeed a bit different from his. Han Chuo thought for a moment, and moved his magical yuan in Gilbert's body according to a specific method. Half an hour passed like this. Han Chuo flipped up Gilbert's clothes and dripped a drop of blood essence onto his belly button. After which, Han Chuo said lowly, follow the trace of the snake's movement, and try to control it. Slowly direct it into your belly button. If you can do this, you will be able to possess this sort of miraculous martial technique in the future. Han Chuo released the hand that he'd rested on Gilbert's shoulders after saying this and looked at the dark dragon. Gilbert's head was covered in sweat as he followed Han Chuo's instructions with a face full of terror and nervousness. However, he was still unable to find the proper way. Han Chuo could not guide him in this critical moment. Gilbert had to learn the trick of this himself in order to use it with familiarity. The drop of blood essence that landed on his belly button was like a seed that could use to turn the tides. It can provide a hiding place for the magical yuan that Han Chuo injected into him, allowing him to successfully use the secret arts of harvesting yin to replenish yang. Han Chuo had done all he could, since Gilbert's body structure was different from a human's, his success was up to himself. Although it would theoretically work, Han Chuo wasn't sure, and so he measured up Gilbert in a perturbed manner. Gilbert hurriedly gazed towards Han Chuo after a moment and shouted anxiously, all right, it's in, I did it. The little snake returned to my belly button. Han Chuo was quite glad to hear this, and asked quickly, then how do you feel? Hard. I'm hard, very very hard. There was a small tent on the lower part of the black dragon Gilbert's body as he responded frantically while looking at it, unsure of what to do. Hard is good, hard is good. Haha. Han Chuo laughed, then said proudly. Very good, lewd dragon, you did it. Chapter 229. Chapter 229, Favored Son of Earth. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. With Han Chuo's tutelage, Gilbert had finally grasped the evil method of harvesting yin to replenish his yang after half a day. Gilbert had been highly skeptical at first, but slowly started believing it was true when his body began to change. He still wasn't fully convinced of the magical effects until he really confirmed some things though. Remember, you can only steal a little bit of yin energy each time. You'll kill someone if you take too much though. Han Chuo reminded him gravely after Gilbert had fully grasped this new technique. If the sinister methods of harvesting yin to replenish yang was used adequately and only on one woman at once, not much harm would come to the woman, but if this technique was used too often or an excess of yin energy was absorbed, it would harm the woman. In severe cases, her life might even be lost. Gilbert seemed to understand after Han Shuo's repeated reminders, murmuring, "I know. Who knows if this is even useful? I'll let you know after I've tried it." Han Shuo and Gilbert then traveled together to the Dwarves' Valley. Gilbert stayed outside as Han Shuo entered by himself to chat with Calvin. He handed the list of weapons and all the materials needed to Calvin, and left the valley after concluding their discussions. With Gilbert present, Han Shuo saved a lot of spare effort and rode on Gilbert's back. The two of them flew towards the forest troll's sacred ground in the depths of the dark forest. After flying for half a day, Han Shuo and Gilbert arrived at the place where they worshipped Datara. The forest trolls guarding the place recognized Han Shuo and didn't stop him, letting him enter freely, and took up the duty of protecting him. Even though it was the dead of winter, the place of extreme wood generated the thriving air of spring in the forest troll's sacred ground. Lush undergrowth, towering trees, and high shrubs all grew exceptionally well. Flowers bloomed in charming shades of red and purple, filling the air of the valley with a fresh fragrance of greenery. Only a vibrant green color, as far as one could see, met the eye. All the plants were growing so perfectly and incredibly strong. A thick earth chi suffused the surroundings. The towering trees covered the skies and the old roots of the tree tangled together with utmost force. This was why the forest trolls had built their sacred ground atop these trees. When he arrived, Han Shuo told all the forest trolls to clear out of this area. He then took to the skies and observed the layout of the land and elements. He identified some crucial landmarks according to Chu Kinglan's memories before landing on the roots of an ancient tree. This tree was the most ancient and largest of all the trees in this place of extreme wood. It was several dozen meters tall. Its richly interlocking branches were filled with light green, life blossoming in abundance from its twigs. It looked quite old. Han Shuo stared at this tree for a long and finally said apologetically, "I'm sorry, you've occupied the best spot. You must hand over the earth chi that you've been absorbing. I can only sacrifice you." He sent out a beam of light from his body, concentrating it in his hand, and acted without hesitation, starting to dig at the roots of the ancient tree. "Honored Master, do you need my help?" Gilbert asked enthusiastically as he saw Han Shuo start to dig at the roots of the old trees. Han Shuo thought for a moment and nodded, halting the movements of his hands. "No need, but thanks for reminding me. With the Earth Elite Zombie, I don't need to do any of this myself at all." He sang out an incantation as soon as he'd finished speaking, summoning the little skeleton and two other dark creatures. The little skeleton's bones were translucent, as if they were made of jade. A faint light of the soul circulated through his purple eye. As he stood there with his bone dagger in hand, a natural sense of danger emanated from him. The 7 bone spurs on his back gave others an exceedingly evil feeling, like they were 7 weapons waiting to reap their lives. The Earth Elite Zombie's eyes were sparkling with the same yellow-brown light that emitted from its body. The light covered the armor of his body like a thick layer of dirt. It was blinking its eyes right now and seemed to be looking at Han Shuo with confusion. It seemed to be saying, "Why did you summon me?" From the appearance of the little skeleton and Earth Elite Zombie, Han Shuo discovered that the two seemed to be continuously evolving, particularly the little skeleton. He gave Han Shuo an odd feeling. Ever since the little skeleton had gained his own sentience, he had started acting with more and more purpose, forming an odd sort of demeanor with his bearing. "I've a mission for you. Create 49 holes of the same size in the area and then connect them with moats." Han Shuo thought for a moment and then spoke at the blinking Earth Elite Zombie. The honest zombie nodded shyly and before continuing to blink at Han Shuo, not making a move. He seemed to be waiting for further instruction. Pausing, Han Shuo immediately reacted. He sat down cross-legged and began rifling through his memories. His brain seemed to be a marvelous machine as the layout of the entire place of extreme wood immediately appeared in his mind, pointed out the location of all 49 holes according to Chu Kinglan's memories, and overlay them onto the scene in front of him. When Hanchuo had completed this process, there was a complete schematic in his mind. The Earth Elite Zombie dived into the ground upon receiving Hanchuo's next order. The entire place of extreme wood suddenly started churning violently, like a sinuous earth dragon was traveling underground. Earth shook and mountains trembled as hills were formed. The Earth Elite Zombie was like a small dragon playing leisurely amongst the rippling waves of the enormous sea. A large or small hole would appear whenever he revealed himself from the ground. The Earth Elite Zombie was the most efficient and wondrous construction worker as he worked, accompanied by rumbling sounds. It perfectly recreated the scene in Hanchuo's mind using its own strength and its natural command over the earth. Enormous changes had occurred in the entire place of extreme wood in a very short amount of time. 49 holes had appeared, and hundreds, thousands of ravines connected the network of holes. It was an exact replica of the scene in Hanchuo's mind. To have done it so this perfectly in such a short amount of time, and with the power of one alone, the Earth Elite Zombie was likely the only character to be able to do so. Amazing, too amazing. This fellow is too wonderful. Gilbert looked at the Earth Elite Zombie in complete shock. This fellow had caused such a thorough change in such a short amount of time. Now you know his strength, The Earth Elite Zombie is the favored son of heaven. He can hide under the earth as an assassin, and can leave immediately through the ground if his attack fails. Even if someone evades his attacks, they'll be unable to capture him. Hanchuo laughed heartily with pride and glanced sideways at Gilbert. Having done all this, the Earth Elite Zombie surfaced from the largest hole. The thick clods of earth were as if pure air to him, unable to form the slightest obstruction to him. He seemed to be emerging from water, giving others an extreme visual impact.